It asks me twice to make sure. All right. So we are live now. I don't know if anyone's watching. It's not telling me. So I guess, do you want to introduce yourselves? We could start with Stephanie and then go however you want.
Okay.
Put you on the spot.
I should have practiced this. Okay, my name is Stephanie. I have a channel on YouTube. I write words. I talk and make videos. I have a blog. I ask personal questions. I have funny stories. You're next, Charlie. I don't know what else to say. I didn't practice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie. I write under the name of C.E. Dorset. I have 7 books out because I pulled 2 back into the abyss because I'm going to do a second edition of them. I am working on my year of rapid release. I have 3 books and 4 novellas just sitting there waiting to come out, and about 30 more that I'm going to be finishing over the next year. And I'm also a podcaster. I have 2 podcasts. One is Project Shadow, and the other is Myth Weaving. If you're into world building and writing tips, check out my new podcast, Myth Weaving. They should be available on every app, or go to projectshadow.com for more.
That was a good one, Charlie. I should practice mine better.
It's all about the practice.
All right, you want to go, Laura?
So, yeah, I was like, it's my turn, I guess. So I'm Laura from Trilogy, which is my YouTube channel, and I like to do videos discussing works of fiction, whether it's reviews or discussing tropes that people have in fiction, or analyzing different books or movies and discussing them. I currently am a writer and not a published author, but I hope to be changing that eventually. However, I just moved, so I'm excited to get back in the swing of YouTube because I haven't been on in a while. So this is kind of my video back, I guess.
Yes,
first time back in a year. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
And I'm Vanessa. This is my channel, A World of Words, if you've never been here before. And I'm an aspiring YA fantasy author, and I also do booktube and authortube videos, and sometimes random skits where I dress up as characters. So, yeah.
Nice.
And you have a fabulous unicorn horn.
Thank you. I'm a magical unicorn.
Yeah.
I also have a box of costumes because I couldn't decide, so I might randomly switch throughout.
Ooh.
Because why not?
Nice.
Ooh, I love that.
Oh, nice.
And a hat.
Yeah,
I like to buy discount costumes.
Yeah. I just didn't have any, so I just went outside and found a vine, and I'm like, I hope I'm not allergic to it, and I put it on my head.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I cannot tell you how many Beltanes I've heard that exact sentence spoken at. Like, I don't know, I wanted to look festive, so I found flowers. Hope I'm not allergic to them.
I don't think I will be. I'm not allergic to anything so far.
That's good.
I knocked on wood for you. So what path are you all looking at taking? Because I hear the word aspiring and hopeful. Are you looking at going indie? Are you looking at going trad? What we looking at here?
I am self-publishing. I am hoping to publish it so that people that know me, apparently, who would like to buy my book next month. So, here's the thing, okay? Like, I'm writing this book. I have the story in my head since I was 17. It's great. And then my husband's like, "Oh, I told my friend Ben that he's writing books. Him and his wife want to read it." I'm like, "Why? No, they can't read it." Like all of a sudden, I'm like, "Wait, people that actually know me are going to read what I wrote, and then they're either going to say that it's crap, or it is going to be crap, and they're going to sugarcoat it and say, 'Oh, it's the greatest thing I've ever read. You're so great.'" So, yeah,
I know that.
Or it actually be good and people like it. You forgot that option.
yeah, that.
That would be good.
Yeah, I know that.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah. So wait, is your book coming out next month?
Yeah, so I'm waiting on one more beta reader's feedback. That should be here like next week or so. Yeah. And then I already have like the cover, I already have like all that. I'm just waiting for any last minute edits that I need to do. But I'm hoping like by like November 15th, give or take. Don't quote me on that in case something messes up. Okay? Don't quote me on that, people. Whoever sees this, it is the estimated publishing date of November 15th. Don't get mad if I'm wrong.
Can I just say, having gone through, well, technically because two books got published twice because of different contracts and stuff. Having gone through this like 11 times over the years, every date is a tentative publishing date.
All right,
Because you know,
published on November 15th. How about that? Tentatively. See, I can talk.
That last week is always a nightmare because you think you know if you've got everything done, and then one of your partners glitches, or one of so just bear that in mind.
I would use the Kindle Create program to like upload a paperback to Amazon Kindle, right? And I was just even though it's not my finished copy, I was doing it so I could test out screwed up process. Okay, everything's great. I got my title and all the like front and matter dedication, and then I'm looking at the format and I realized that my chapters are not starting on the same are not all on the same side of the book. Like I want them all starting on the right hand side of the page, but it it didn't happen that way. I don't know what happened. I'm not doing that. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I've researched self-publishing quite extensively because I'm still on the fence. Got a whole lot of like pros and cons to each, and self-publishing is like so many things and it's overwhelming. So I could imagine it'd be like kind of the formatting alone is just like seems like a nightmare.
There are ways to get around that, which we were talking about on my stream last night.
Okay.
But there's some software that you can do, and of course, if you have the funds, you can always hire somebody to help with formatting. But let me just say, having a contract with somebody does not guarantee that the book's going to look good.
Yeah.
I've had that experience. Like, I remember like my second book coming out and literally crying when I saw the cover, not out of joy, not out of love, not because I was proud, but because why did you do this to me? Like nobody's ever gonna buy this. I couldn't even buy them. And I was right. But
did you tell them that you don't like the cover?
I complained loudly and vociferously, and my editor agreed with me. My editor was just like, I don't know what they're thinking over in the marketing department because
was your book officially published?
That would have been the first time the Fates Horror came out. The Fates Horrors came out, and the marketing department had ideas that it should be a green cover with weird squiggly lines on it because apparently that's what they thought would be cool or something. I don't know. We never were able to figure it out, but it did come out with
what
that.
What was the cover supposed to look like, Charlie?
Well, considering it's a space opera about like warring factions in the future, I figured that it would have warring factions or something.
When I heard that, I thought it was a fantasy.
Moon and stars and a spacey background or something, and not. I mean, anything other than what they chose.
It was basically like olive green with a light yellow green swooshy thing down the middle of it. And I'm just like, this makes no sense
Yeah.
whatsoever. What do I know? I'm new.
It's actually one of my nightmares is a bad cover.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
So I have lived through that. You will survive. You will have a career after that. But yeah. Ooh.
it's like, man, I love covers so much.
What's your genre? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask what genre you write in, because you said it was a sci-fi. Is that your genre of choice?
I generally, I consider myself a dark goth writer because I write dark fantasy, dark urban fantasy, and I write sci-fi. But if you're into like really like not horror, but like on the edges of like creepy, creepy nightmarescapes,
Yeah.
that's what I write. Just whether it's in space or on a secondary world or on ours. But
Can you? Oh, sorry.
Back then, I was writing almost exclusively science fiction when I first got started.
Nice. I was going to ask if you could tell me your author name again so I can check out your stuff. Or if you could write it in the chat so people can find you.
Yeah, I am C.E. Yeah, I am C.E. Dorset, and like I said, it's been a long, strange road to get here.
I have everybody's channels linked in the description. So, and if there want any extra stuff, just let me know, and I can add extra like social media and stuff. Because I think I have some stuff, but I don't know if I have everything.
Yeah. Because like hearing about warring factions and like gothic hellscapes, I'm like, yeah, that sounds really cool. I want to read that stuff.
Well, the year of this was supposed to be my year of rapid release, and I ended up writing over the last 3 years a series of books that are about 3 gods of death fighting over a planet and all of the plagues and pestilences that break out. And then this year happened, and I was like, oh, no, I'm not gonna release that.
Bad timing.
Whoopsie.
I would have read it and bought it, Charlie, because I like that sort of thing. I read and watch End of the World Disaster, everything's dying stuff. But that's just me and me being weird. I can understand why you chose not to do it.
Yeah.
So
I think some people are like extra interested, and then some people would be like, no, anything but that.
It felt overly opportunistic to put out like, oh, would you like to read my plague fiction? Just like, no. I started writing those like a couple years ago, but yeah, no. So, yeah, this has been an interesting year as far as writing is concerned.
Yeah, I remember last November I was working on a story about a girl who was left isolated by herself because of pandemic. And then this happened. I'm like, well, that was very timely, wasn't it?
You're psychic.
Well, see, my goal is that we make it through today because I'm currently working on
a goal.
I'm working on a space opera, and I had lost my journal for like 2 years. Oh. And I found it, and I was like, yay, I'm finally going to write that story. And so I pulled it out, and I started looking through my backstory, and our story begins in March 2012 when a pandemic takes over the world. And then on October 10th, 2020, an asteroid hits. And I'm just like, well, I was right about the one thing. I really hope I'm wrong about the other. Like, I really hope I'm wrong about the other thing. Please be wrong about the other thing. So if we make it through today and I was wrong about that, I'm very happy.
That's hilarious. Hilarious.
There was stuff in the news about like an asteroid hitting Earth, but it probably will be destroyed in the atmosphere even if it does go to hit Earth. So we should be in the clear. But technically, if it does get destroyed in the atmosphere, you're still kind of right.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, I was talking to M.M. Ward about it, and she pulled out an old story of hers that she was reading through the backstory, and she also had an asteroid hitting Earth today in her backstory. She was like, "Yeah, You and I both kind of predicted that, so hopefully it's wrong.
No, I'm concerned.
That's even more concerning.
So yeah, we've been having a moment of like, yeah, as long as we get through today, it's all good. It's all good. 'Cause-
No, I'm glad you made me paranoid.
well, I'm just like, this year has been strange enough. Like, I can see that happening. Like, yeah, okay. Like, they're opening tombs that have been closed for thousands of years because that's not going to cause a zombie outbreak. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They were able to extract DNA from a mosquito trapped in amber, and it's viable DNA. So, okay, Jurassic World's going to happen, apparently. Like, 2020, I'm done. Just, can you please stop? Please? Because I don't like these potential headlines. But yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the darker stuff is going to be coming out in the next couple of years because I had a 5-year mental health vacation that sidelined my writing for a bit there, and the new stuff is actually out with my alphas right now, and I am getting surprisingly positive feedback. And
That's exciting.
well, especially like,
I'm sure.
well, given the tones of the story, like I was joking because I did Orla's 5-minute anthology, and I was like, this is the moment my AuthorTube channel dies because people are actually gonna see the kinds of stories that I write. And so I did that, and then like as people were saying nice things about it, I'm just like, is this a trick? Like, did you actually listen to the story?
Are you saying because it's like really dark or something? Like yeah, wow.
Oh yeah. The story that I actually submitted to that is in my urban fantasy setting. There's a race of beings called Rephaim, which are basically if a Nephilim and a vampire had a baby, they'd be the Rephaim.
A what kind of vampire?
A Nephilim, a fallen angel.
Okay.
And it's the coming of age ceremony of one of the characters that's going to be in the book that's coming out. And so it's basically one person experiencing intense pain for 5 minutes. And that's the story, folks. And
I mean, people are like, I feel like there's this sort of morbid curiosity that people have that really draws them to like darker stuff. Like especially like I watch YouTube videos, and I'll watch YouTube videos of like movies that are too dark for me to handle. But I'll watch videos about darker stuff before I ever watch something about content I usually watch. Like horror and stuff has this like thing that people are interested in. Not necessarily that yours is horror, but like the darker stuff. And like I do read and like watch some darker stuff. It's just some of the stuff is just like too much. Not necessarily that yours is, but like I'm not gonna give examples because they're messed up. But like yeah, the thing is like morbid curiosity is a thing, and like even if you write darker stuff, like there's an audience for it.
Oh yeah. And that's the one thing that I've learned because I hear a lot of people on here just like, I don't know if anybody's gonna like my stuff. Oh no. Trust me, I have written a couple career killer books because I was angry and decided to write a career killer book, and it didn't work. Like to date, my best-selling book was a book that I wrote because I do a lot of, in normal times, I do a lot of conventions, and a couple of the conventions that I do found out that I am shock and chagrin queer. I know it's a surprise. It's a shock. Just looking at me, who would know? But, and so I was only allowed to be on the diversity panels. So I decided to write a book where I did all of the queer stuff, and that's The Chain. It's about drag queens that are running a drag bar in a magical universe with actual fairies in it, and tossing shade is actually a form of magic that can hurt people. And like, it is the queerest queer book that has ever queered in the history of books. And I was like, this is it. This is the end of my career. I'm burning it down. But if you're just going to make me the gay writer, I'll show you what I can. And that book sold, I think, $3,000 on its first week. And I just went,
Maybe you
Okay.
should write more angry. I'm gonna get back at you books, and you'll be good.
So apparently, yeah. I just need to get really angry, and that's surprising. But like I said, that book is a very niche audience. Like I get when if people don't like it, I get it. But people will find you. Like people will find you. There
I
is an
thought
audience.
out of context.
Oh no, it kind of is.
Oh no. Yeah, because I was going to ask what you consider a career killer book.
Well, it was a book complete. Up until that point, I had only written space opera. So up until that point, and so I was switching. I was not only switching genres, but like I said, like there are musical numbers in the book. Like when I say like I went like full on, like it's an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race, but there's like magic and werewolves. Okay, like it's like full bore in. And it's so outside the box for what I normally did that, you know, I was just like, nobody's going to follow me to this book. Nobody, you know, it's so like, I cannot think of another book that's in this category. Like,
You invented a category.
like, I don't even know where to classify it because it's not really a romance. It's just like, rah. And it sold really, really well.
What's the tone of the book? Is it like a drama, or is it more funny, or does it kind of have a different ones?
It's a drama. It is the closest I will probably ever get to writing an emo book, because it starts with the main character basically getting kicked out of college. He gets expelled from college for saying something that offended someone very high up in the school, and he's trying to make an emergency plan to not look like a failure to his family. That's the setup to the book. And his thing is like, no, I didn't get kicked out of college. I decided to go back and start a place where we can celebrate community events with my friends. We're helping the community. I'm a humanitarian. And yeah. And you know, shenanigans ensue. And
that's how I describe everything. I'm like, and then crazy stuff happens.
Giant monster shows up and everything goes crazy. Everything goes crazy.
Oh, it looks like we actually have a couple people watching. Let's see if I can put the comments on the screen.
Hey, Kat.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
And hello. I did the thing. Okay. New to StreamYard, so I'm still practicing. I did one on Monday just to like test everything out. So I'm like, okay.
But that was your first one, Vanessa?
That was the first StreamYard stream, that I've done.
Oh, you did fine. I was there and you did fine.
Yeah, thank you. I pre-prepared all the banners.
Or anything weird, so you're fine.
Yeah.
But the reason I jokingly said, that's a threat that your audience will find you. I stopped doing book signings in the local area because somebody sent a copy of my books to Ted Kaczynski and got fan mail back that they wanted to deliver to me, and I'm not accepting letters from the Unabomber. So, like, your audience will find you. At one of the book signings, apparently a woman who is a pen pal of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, bought a copy of my book and sent it to him. So apparently he's got a signed copy of one of my early books, and he sent fan mail for me, and I refused to open it. And she got really upset because she didn't know why I didn't want to open mail from somebody famous for like sending letters to people that blew up and killed them. Like, I honestly don't want to know if he liked it or not. I don't want to know. I don't want to. Thank you for buying an extra copy, but no. And I stopped doing local book signings after that and restricted myself to conventions because I had another person show up with photos that I'm pretty sure had blood on them at one of the book signings I did. I was just like,
wasn't ketchup.
It was something like I'm hoping, like in my mind, I'm like, she spilled nail polish. It was dark red nail polish that just kind of dried weird and clumpy. Yeah. Your audience will find you, and you have no control over what and who are in it.
Luckily, I write bright, happy stuff, so hopefully the people who find me will.
Back then, I did too.
Oh no! So there's no hope. Okay.
Oh no, it's just around here. Yeah, no. I just
My book's not a happy book, so yeah.
Oh no!
Maybe we will get fan mail from people
I
then,
guess
because apparently
opposite people.
Like,
tip.
you got
a lot of my book I'm publishing is based on stuff that actually happened. So, but then there's a lot of it I like fictionalized a lot of it too, but it's not a happy book.
Pro tip: the
No
darker my
genre.
fiction has gotten, the nicer the audience has gotten. So
That's actually not surprising. Like adult fans of children cartoons tend to have like not all of them, but they're like subsects that are very aggressive.
Yeah.
And like I feel like even adult cartoons too. I feel like people and like those tend to be like happy, like brighter and happier.
It's really weird.
Like,
have you decided what genre you're going to call your books yet, Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay, because we've been talking about that for a while.
Shut up, Charlie.
Funny.
I go away now.
In a nice way. Shut your mouth. I've decided not to call it a memoir. I've decided not to call it based on true events or inspired by blah blah blah. It's gonna be adult contemporary fiction, something, I don't know, something along those lines. And I decided not to do like young adult contemporary fiction because I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Charlie, don't ask me.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think what I did when I was doing the practice run, like uploading it to Kindle, I did it like I chose a couple of different fiction categories. I did like one contemporary and then one like fiction or something. And I think I did like fiction and then I did like women's contemporary because I'm a woman that wrote the book. I might change it. I don't know. Did I ever tell you I'm indecisive?
See, I'm like I really like YA fantasy or maybe even new adult fantasy, but I'm calling it YA because apparently new adult is not happening.
It is in independent publishing, but the traditional
Yeah,
publishers are not touching it
so-
with a stick.
My characters are like 18 to 20 something, but I'm calling it YA, and like I guess I'm lucky that what I like is like only really YA. That's all I really want to write. So it's pretty easy to be like, yes, there's my genre.
The thing is, like my main character in the first, so it's going to be a trilogy. I decided. So my main character in the first book, she's like 9, 10 years old, but then there's things that happen to her that are not appropriate for a 9 or 10-year-old to read. But then, like the next 3 books, she gets to be like in her 30s or something, up to like 35 or something like that. So it's like
Yeah.
a time. So that's why I was like not wanting to classify it as young adult because of the theme and also the age of the main character.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
yeah, it does.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to books, not a lot of people, but publishing sometimes,
Yeah.
they expect the character to be a certain age for a book to be a certain category, which I don't necessarily think it should have to be that. Like, I get the majority of books for teens would have teen protagonists. Like, that makes sense. But it doesn't mean you only can write teens for teens, adults for adults, kids for
Yeah.
kids. And then also, I really wish traditional publishing, like, I feel like sometimes it's cool when series grow up and it almost like ages as the books continue. And that's really like, unless you're super big, you usually can't do that. But
Yeah,
I
the
feel
other
like a
thing-
lot of stories have natural progression.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
read like
one-
one
So what were you
adult.
saying?
Sorry.
Vanessa, your channel. You go.
Okay. All right. I read this one adult book where it was like back and forth in time between her when she was 15 and like 30 because it was like before the zombie apocalypse and then during the zombie apocalypse, and that was categorized as adult, I guess, because of her as an adult and not her as a YA. So I'm like, I guess you just kind of have to pick one.
Yeah. And I have a book like that too. Because
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I have a book like that too, because I have one where I wanted to explore like a story where characters like kidnapped and raised by the bad guys and trained to be like killed for them and stuff. Because I feel like so many like works of fiction do that, but then they like cop out and have them just like not actually do any of the dark stuff despite being completely indoctrinated. And like everyone else is brainwashed, but they instantly get unbrainwashed within a minute. So I wanted to write a story kind of exploring that for like what it would actually be. And for that one, I kind of decided I wasn't sure if I wanted to show like I was like I kind of want to show how the person got indoctrinated, but also like they would be a child, so that might be kind of weird. But then I kind of got to the conclusion that I want to write it as the characters like captured and like as a child, and then also once they're already indoctrinated and have the two timelines like going back and forth and continuing. And I'm like hoping I'm not 100% sure about where the adult timeline will end, but ideally the book would as a child would be the process being indoctrinated, and then the adult one would be first being indoctrinated but then slowly getting out of it. So it's like two parallel stories within the character's life.
So, like, the reason I'm having a hard time deciding what my genre is going to be is because, the main character is young, and then, like, the second book, she's going to be, like, teens and early 20s. That could be classified as young adult. But then, like, one of her family members dies, and like she gets abused by someone else, and things happen, and people go to prison because so there's like a definitely not like young kid themes going on there. But I also don't go into like very descriptive detail of certain things. I just kind of say this is what happened and deal with that. But you know what I mean? Like that's why I don't know.
One of the books that I unpublished this year, it was because
Unpublished?
Yeah, unpublished. Was because Amazon will assign categories to you whether you want them to or not, and they kept putting it in young adult. They kept putting it in the young adult section, and I'm just like, I know where that's a 7-book series. I know where that book's going, and I don't. Like the story is eventually going to be not suitable for children. Like it's not going to be like rape and murder and like all that, but like I don't want angry letters from parents because their kids the books. I know where it's going, and they wouldn't take that off. So you need to be very careful in the tags that you use, and because they are very reluctant. Like once they decide, but like when we put it in young adult, it started selling better. Well, yeah, of course it started selling better. Young adult's really hot right now. It's not a young adult book. Like it's not like that
doesn't mean it's a good. And if the author's like, hey, I don't care if this is selling better, put it in the other category. Like it's your product. So if you're the one who wants it to be adult, they should listen to you. Especially because like you don't want like kids to read stuff that's not suitable. Like I don't know what you specifically have, but some stuff is like could be hard for some people to read depending on their age. Like
one of the characters deals with depression and suicidal ideation starting in book 2 in the series. Like you can see hints of it in book 1, but it becomes part of the plot in book 2. And I know like as a kid that probably would have been a good thing for me to read to help me with my own like mental health issues. But at the same time, that I don't feel like that's necessarily a book I want to market to children. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think it should be like age gated so that only adults can read it. It's just there's something in me that's like, no, I don't want to market this to kids.
And like it's one of those things where like mature teenagers can, if their parents let them, can choose to read adult books. But in like young, not in like a slight saying they're immature, but less mature teenagers might actually pick something up that could like be too much for them. So it's like kids can always read up, and a lot of people read older ages than them.
Yeah.
So it's really about allowing them to know that, hey, this might have content you're not necessarily as used to within the younger age categories. Hi. I know.
Hi, Jessica.
I just realized that Dow Cecil said that she what was it? Said Dow wrote that has a book that it starts with the characters at 10 and 11, but it isn't a kid's book. And then Squishy Mochi the Third characters in their book vary in age from 15 to 40.
Yeah.
Honestly, I do think it's easier to classify younger characters as adult than vice versa.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
there are some books in adult where it is younger characters. I don't think that's completely unheard of. It's just probably not the norm.
Yeah.
Well, the bigger problem is that YA is such a big category, and so the mainstream traditional publishers have started publishing things in YA that aren't YA. And that's really blurring the lines and hurting the category as a whole, because I have read YA books that had explicit sex scenes in it, and that should not be, adult fun time is fine to write in your books, but not in books that you send to high school students, that are specifically marketed to people under the age of 18.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this one time we went to Barnes & Noble to get my daughter a birthday present, like a book, and we asked for a suggestion of like an anthology of like short stories or something in a book all together. And she's like, she brought us over to this young adult section, which is fine because she's 11, but there's some young adult books that are totally fine for her, and I'm totally okay with it. And then we brought it home because I trusted the stupid suggestion, and I brought it home, and then Hannah, my daughter, comes up and goes, I don't think this is appropriate for me. I'm like, what's wrong with it? And there was this scene that said something along the lines of, they were effing on the stairs, but like spelled out, and then like other scenes in there. So we brought it back and complained. And then I'm like, this is not what it was going to be.
That's the thing. Kids read up. So middle schoolers are going to be reading YA.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
This is appropriate. Look at this and this and this. And, they were like having sex on the stairs, like on page 5. I'm like, how is that young adult?
Yeah. I've seen stuff like that, and a lot of things that the traditional publishing have been pushing as young adult. Like, I feel like we're living through
Thorns and Roses.
I'm old enough to remember when anime first started getting imported into a lot of the video stores, and because it was animated, they started putting it in the kids section. And I'm just like, I remember going to the store and going like, Akira is not a kids movie. Like, they had Demon City Yokusho in the kids section. I'm like, that's a hentai movie. That does not belong in the kids section. And they're like, but it's animated. I'm like, just watch it. Just take it home, watch it, and tell me if you think that needs to be in the kids section or behind the curtain in the back of the, in the back of the video store. Because they didn't get it. They just assumed it's animated, it must be for kids. And the young adult label has kind of become, in a lot of ways, like it's a certain kind of action adventure story with a love triangle. Has really what especially traditional publishing has defined as, young adult. And so they're putting everything they can into that category, even when it doesn't really belong there, Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a prude. I have nothing against adult fun time in a story, but you shouldn't be marketing that to people under 18.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that grocery store cartoon that came out a few years ago, and someone at my husband's work suggested it, and so we went and saw it on, it was either Valentine's Day or anniversary, one of the two. And I was like mortified, but I also couldn't turn over my eyes away. But there was like someone else down a few seats away from us that had like their 8-10-year-old girl with them watching this porn cartoon grocery store movie. I don't even know what
even sure what you're talking about.
I know what Sausage Party.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the name of it, and I was like, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I would immediately get out, but that was clearly advertised as being for adults too.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just sort of surprised that there was several people with young children, not 5-year-old, but 10, 11-year-old kids in there. I'm like, I told my kids, like, you're never allowed to watch that until you're like 40, because that is damaging to anyone's eyes that watches it.
Yeah.
And everybody,
I like what
that's
Jessica just said, because
Yeah.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, because you acknowledging that it happens is one
Yeah.
thing, but like when you're like sitting there going, you know, getting, like, what do you
It's detail.
Yeah, like no, you fade into the fire. You fade
Yeah.
into the fire. Like if you don't know
Yeah.
what that should look like in a YA, Disney has mastered this. Watch any of the
Yeah.
Disney movies. Like they hold hands. Like you can
Look at
infer.
how Nala looked at Simba.
Yeah, so stuff happened, but we're back and everybody's fully clothed and having a normal time. Like you can infer, but that's different from spelling it out. And I think I worry about traditional publishing just because they're definitely in it for the money, and there's nothing wrong with being in it for the money, but they're going to burn out some of these very useful categories like young adult. And I think that's why they're reluctant with new adult, because they're like, they don't want the new category yet. Like we're still be able to get all the money from the young adult. We don't need that category yet. And I think that's why the trad publishing hasn't picked it up yet.
And honestly, I think new adult could be more popular than young adult if they really embraced it, because it literally has. The thing about young adult is it's like more accessible. Like if you want to have a high fantasy in young adult, the book series are specifically written for people who can just ease their way into it. Where sometimes adult fantasy you might get a bit confused. So
Yeah.
new adult, I feel like it has that sort of style, but it has the more adult content. And
And the
I
characters
know
can
new
be
adult is
older.
supposed to also have like more mature like character arcs and stuff like that too. Yeah. No, and the thing is like I think part of the appeal of young adult is it kind of is like the genre is almost secondary to the age category. So you can read tons of different genres, but as long as it's that age category, you're more likely to like it. Like it's a easy way for people to be like, I want to try out sci-fi, but I've never read it before, or try out fantasy or horror. And new adult could be like that too. It's like you can try out the genre without going straight into the deep end.
Yeah. Or if you just like faster pace in
Yeah.
general, which is what I like, then it's like nicer, because a lot of fantasy books, it's hard to pick out the ones that are faster paced or the ones that start out like, let's describe the world for 200 pages and then we'll get to the story.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
the thing that's always
I'm
confusing
not
me.
impatient.
About my writing, because I'm much more inspired. Like the books that I like to read are books from China. Like I read a lot of Chinese fantasy, and so they're very, very fast paced. Like
Okay.
stuff is always happening, and it's never exactly what you expect. And so I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of my stuff people try to classify as younger, because of the pacing. Because that is, adult fantasy has this, because of Tolkien, and I love him. I have my copy of the Silmarillion over there. The Bible is never far away. But, you get this like thing that is supposed to be slow and plodding, and no, it's supposed to be intricate and interesting. That's what you should learn about adult fantasy. It should be intricate and just absorbing, and
Yeah.
the pace is whatever it is.
Pacing
Yeah.
isn't like an age category thing.
Shouldn't
I
be.
do like that. I think it'd be nice if they did have like a rating system more like that.
I'm a bit conflicted because I know Divergent, when they made the movie, they had to cut out a scene because it would have been rated R.
Which scene?
The scene where the guy gets stabbed in the eye. Like they don't show him get stabbed; they show him like in pain afterwards. But
Okay.
like that's one thing I've noticed too is I feel like with fiction, it's like movies especially, they'll put violence in it, and if the violence and killing is treated as not a big deal, then it's like, oh, this is PG-13. Like if you go to like an Avengers movie or something, but then you watch something like the Joker, and obviously that one should be rated R. But like people were upset, but the movie clearly like showed violence as a bad thing, and it's almost like if you take violence more seriously, then people are more upset about it. It's like, oh, sorry, I guess I should just have characters kill people and then put a laugh track behind it. My bad. I didn't realize that treating killing people as a bad thing makes it too inappropriate.
And on the note of what Jessica was saying, like I've been trying to talk to a lot of the professional groups that are out there that I've know people that I can talk to in, because I think that we should have something like the ESRB ratings for books. Like it should be self-assigned. Like we shouldn't have to like submit to somebody, but where people can see, violence, sexual content, like when you go to buy a game and it's got like, here's everything you can expect to see in this game kind of labeled out on it.
Yeah.
And that should be a standardized thing that we can do. Like not be forced to, can. But, standardizing it so that it makes sense and people learn how to read it.
And honestly, like some YA books intended for teenagers do explore stuff like being suicidal and stuff like that. And some of those stories are really good for teens and clearly meant for teens. And instead of being like, this is for teens, this is not, having a list of this is the content. If you can read this or if you're okay with this, you can pick it up. If not, like it tells people what's in it. Because I know when I was younger, I would have read a book with like violence or something, and as long as it wasn't like body horror levels, like if it was just like characters fighting and surviving, I would be like, oh, this is interesting. I hope they live. But if there's characters like doing anything more than a kiss on the like lips that was like quick, I'd be like, ew, disgusting. Shield my eyes. I was like an elementary schooler when it came to anything romantic until like late high school, and even then it was kind of just till college where I was like, oh, attraction isn't disgusting. Middle grade romance is the most consistent romance that I can get into because they're just 10 years and then they kiss once. And I'm like, boom, I shipped you, and then you kiss. All like checking each other out for like 5 books. And I'm like, I don't care if you're good looking. I can't even see you. I don't care if actors are good looking. Why would I care if words are good looking? Like,
Thinking about Cassandra Clare right now. Thinking about Cassandra Clare books where they're like staring at each other for 100 pages, describing how beautiful everyone is, and I'm like, okay.
I know I've ranted to you, Vanessa, about the last, but in that book, the characters were literally naked in front of each other. Didn't care. Then the next book, the author decided she wanted them to be a couple, so they were checking each other out all the time. It's like, wait, your physical attraction doesn't just come out of nowhere. Why can't they like each other? Because their personality. Like, clearly they weren't very physically driven before, and like she retconned in them being physically attracted to each other, and I'm like, oh gosh.
Glory's here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry I'm late.
That's fine.
You're a wizard, Glory.
What?
So you're a wizard, Glory. You arrive precisely when you mean to.
Sure. Time doesn't really work for me anyways, so...
Oh, don't. My grandfather was late for his own funeral. That runs in the blood. I mean, time.
This is my costume. I made it last Halloween. I didn't get to wear it from Gravity Falls, Mabel. And it turns out I own nothing pink. I don't want to talk about this obvious travesty. But because when I saw Vanessa's email, I was like, oh, that's right. We were supposed to wear costumes, and I totally forgot. Because I'm a flake.
We don't have to.
I made it myself. It totally counts, okay? Mabel said in desperation.
I didn't make this. This was from the clearance section, so.
Oh, that's even better. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. I found random vines outside and put them on me and assumed I wouldn't be allergic, so.
Yeah, I only have one.
I mean, you look great, right?
Thanks.
Right? So
I just be a wood nymph. That's the closest
I
thing.
think you look amazing. Okay.
You reminded me costumes. Yes.
Right. So yes, here I am, totally a hot mess. You know, like Mabel. Okay. It's fair.
I mean, that is fair. I mean,
that's pretty accurate, actually.
What?
That is pretty accurate. She is a hot mess.
Yeah.
She is. I adore what a hot mess she is. I totally identify there. When I was that age, boy, was I hot to trot. It was like, oh, does anybody want to kiss me? No. Well, then all the stuffed animals I'm going to practice.
Oh, honey, we are soulmates. We are
yes, honey. I feel
clergy.
I
A
did
blessing
not
from the
know.
clergy, yes. We are definitely soulmates.
Yes, I have kind of picked up on it this week, Charlie. Hey, Jules. I was like, I just saw you or something weird like that. But just thinking of you, sweetheart. By the way, I was going to pin this to my shirt, and this is the day I cannot find a single safety pin. So,
I mean, it's staying on pretty good by itself.
Yeah, it's impressive.
yeah, friction and a generous bosom work.
Décolletage, honey. We call it a décolletage.
Oh, I thought that was only if it was showing versus if you've like covered it in layers of fabric.
Okay. My mama, who raised me right, because if I said anything else, she would come back and smack me so hard, my lips would be on the backside of my head. Always said the décolletage is whatever you make of it, honey. It can show, it cannot show, as long as it's fabulous.
Like, yes, it's so fair. I, however, grew up with like reading Anne of Green Gables, where it's like we're bosom buddies. Not going to comment on so many people I did not realize I was dating because I thought we were bosom buddies, and they're like, "Yeah, bosom buddies," which I guess they thought was code, and I was just oblivious, still kissing my teddy bears because I didn't realize we're dating, and I have a human. No. I mean, like, it was a messed up time.
I swear, you and I had like the same life in different states.
How is this a thing? I know this is amazing. I love it.
Like,
I'm not the only one.
Kat is trying to get me to play Monster Prom on a stream with her because she's heard so many of the stories about my like not understanding social cues that she's like, I need to see you to play in a dating sim. Like, I desperately need to watch you playing a dating sim. Play a dating sim with us.
Yeah. Speaking of dating sims, Gravity Falls has an episode with the dating sim software, and like that was the episode that Tom's like, you have to watch this show. It's very much you and every one of your not girlfriends. And I'm like, I watch it with, oh, I feel so seen and attacked. Oh my God. I hope none of my exes see this and go, I dated a girl like that. Mm-hmm.
Can I just say, I was little Gideon growing up, so that's everything you need to know about me right there.
I've never watched the show, so I'm feeling very confused right now.
Sorry.
It's fine.
It's a really fun cartoon. It's a kid's cartoon. It's like a decade old now.
I've heard of it. I just like never watched it.
It's on Disney Plus.
Buddies.
Yeah. Oh, Lauren, what'd you say?
Oh, I said you know about Anne of Green Gables though with the bosom buddies. So at least you know one of the.
We just read that one.
What is like 6 or 7 books in that series? Oh yes, I read them all.
Yeah,
I haven't read the other ones. I've only read the first, but I liked it. And I want Anne as my child.
So cute.
It gets even more awkward. It gets so messed up. It is so relatable. The only thing I was kind of disappointed with is that Gilbert did not really get what I thought he deserved. Although, frankly, it's kind of accurate for the turn of the century. Like, white men do not get what they deserve. I'm sorry, but
no,
it's the time periods.
Yeah,
century later. It's still the
I haven't read that far yet, so she didn't interact with him that much in the first book, to be honest.
Yeah, I was surprised. In the show, like, they talk a lot more, and then...
Well, I think they're probably pulling from the whole book series.
Yeah. Because, like, I watched up to the point where I think Gilbert goes to the war, and then Anne's running around looking for him, and they're like, this is kind of depressing, so...
Like, I thought, like, I didn't realize it was so many books until I read it. I was like, oh, wow, there's, like, so many others.
Yes, there are so many. I mean, it very much, I think at the time it was cutting edge. And from what I understand from my childhood librarians, there was a lot of libraries that banned the last couple books because it was so pro-feminist.
Oh.
Because Anne gets a job. She has prospects.
Yep.
She determines whether she should marry people or not based on the quality of their character rather than needing respectability. Oh, it's so feminist. And so it was banned at the time, and it was banned for decades later. And hence why probably it's not really in the cultural vernacular, because people didn't know it existed. It was well before internet or even zines where people would talk about their favorite books. So I can see.
I remember watching the.
I'm so old. I'm
show
so
on
old.
PBS
I told you to
growing
wheel
up.
me to my car. Okay, I get it, Charlie. Come sit by my knee, children. I shall tell you about 90s music.
Okay, I'm sorry, Vanessa. I meant to send you an email to warn you about having me and Glory on a stream because we can just like go forever. You gotta stop us sometimes. Like I meant to warn you, but I forgot.
Yeah, we literally can talk for hours and have like just the two of us on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Zoom and everywhere else. They haven't banned us.
Glory, what type of stuff do you write?
Let's see. I do have like a whole little thing. Hi, I'm Glory Pink. My channel is Glory Writes the Blues. I write humorous nonfiction and recipes cookbooks, as well as paranormal, coming of age, and romance LGBTQ letters.
Just say alphabet. No, I'm kidding.
Awesome people. That's it. Awesome people. And on my channel, Mondays at 4 p.m. Eastern, I have a show with my brother called Awkward Sibling Hour, where we talk about autism because we are both autistic and anything else that tickles our fancy. This Monday's episode is about creativity outlets and how to cope with stress through creativity.
So I've watched a couple of your episodes, Glory, because I was curious to how you talk about it because my middle daughter is autistic. So I was, and I know other people in my area where I live that has autism. So I was just wondering, I watched it without commenting because I was just like, wanted to see how your take on it. And obviously you have your own personal take on it because you're autistic, but I was just curious how you would talk about it for other people. And you guys should watch it. She has a good channel. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's extremely informative and amazingly entertaining.
So I figured out, guys, what my genre of my book's going to be. Okay? It's a thing, Lori. It's fine. It's going to be a coming-of-age novel.
There you go.
Coming of age, what did it say? It said it's like it's growth in the protagonist from youth to adulthood, and my main character through the 3 books I'm planning is going from age 9 to like in her 30s. So that's why Charlie put me on the spot and asked me what my genre was earlier. I told him to shut up.
Sorry. I thought we nailed it down last night.
Yeah, I thought so too. Okay.
I thought we finally had a solution last night. I was like, we can announce it to the world. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. I went like 6 months without a purse because I couldn't figure out the one I wanted to buy. So my husband finally just was like, I'm buying you a purse. Here, it's coming in the mail. You just suck it up. You get what you got. Like, I have a hard time making decisions for myself.
Look, I can absolutely relate to the whole what genre am I writing. I wrote nonfiction for decades, and about 12, 15 years ago, I had these 2 characters pop in my head, and they would not leave me alone. I ended up writing about 30 handwritten pages of their first meeting. And then I had no idea what to do because I did not, at the time, had no clue how to write fiction. I've been reading fiction forever, but I had no idea. And it's literally just been the last, 2 years, if I'm brutally honest, that I figured out, it's a coming of age. You think I know after a freaking decade? No. It's a paranormal coming of age. And I'm like, what? But I literally have had to read so much to understand fiction and everything, even though I've been reading it since I was a little kid, it hadn't clicked for me. So I can absolutely relate, Steph, to all of that of like, what am I writing? I don't know, but they keep talking.
My current book, I know the genre, but the genre is also a plot twist. So I'm like, how do I tell people a book?
Whoa. See that?
Like there's Yeah, like they're close enough that I think I can get away with like advertising one and hopefully people don't drop off. Because like it doesn't, it's not like a genre shift where it's like a tonal one. Like the tone is still the same, but like the genre changes. So it's like
I've read a few of those.
yeah,
I read a
but
book.
like so what were you saying?
I read a book where it started. I don't know if any of you read. What was it? Who was it by? Claudia something. It started out like the first half they were literally just kids in a boarding school, and then the second half it turns out the whole time she's been a vampire. But there was like no clue about this, and I was like, "What do you mean she's been a vampire the whole time? It's first person, and she did not mention this." I'm like
the author just decided, well, let's make him a vampire, and
like they were vampires throughout the book.
Or is it more like a commentary on teenagers are not introspective?
There's a really famous book that does that. Is it that one? Like, is it kind of like famous? Yeah, that one's
Starfall or Star something.
Is it one of those things like if you go back and reread the beginning, it's like, oh, that makes some of the weirdness make sense, or is it literally like?
I didn't reread it because it wasn't that good.
Because like that's my first question is like if it's good enough that like if the hints are there that you were just like there were just weird things off in the corner that you're just like, oh, that was odd, but the story just kept moving, so you didn't notice it until all of a sudden it was like, oh my goodness.
No, it wasn't like that. It was like you didn't tell me important information because there were other vampires in the school, but they didn't mention that she was one of them and her parents were. And
I read a middle grade book last year, I want to say, where it's got, boarding school and everything, and I thought it was going to be coming of age, and like halfway through the book, suddenly we're on a murder mystery. And the whole rest of the book is a murder mystery. And we don't really talk about coming of age issues anymore.
But who cares?
Like, why? I mean, look, I'm going to tell you the truth. I loved it. I loved it and was like, is there a second one? And the publishers were like, no.
Because they lied to people and didn't tell the audience what they were going to do.
Like, they didn't give a hint that anybody was going to be detectoring in the beginning of the first quarter of the book, which I think is like foreshadowing works, okay? There's a reason to do it.
Honey, I'm stealing that word. Detectoring is going to appear in a forthcoming book by me, and I know exactly which character has to say that, but consider that stolen. Sorry. Just so you know.
No, please.
Detectoring.
You know that Tom has 8 freaking pages of things Glory said. It's just random things I've said.
Because I'm sorry, the Detectoring Society needs to be a thing. I'm just to say that.
Exactly.
That yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, like I was like, why did y'all foreshadow this so that people who want a middle grade YA murder mystery know that, well, first we have to get to know the lay of the land, we have to get to know the new school, and then murder.
I feel like in a lot of ways foreshadowing in a lot of books is non-existent.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Or yeah.
Even though they tell you everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to hit the sweet spot. I'm trying to hit it because like a genre being the plot twist is pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Well, see, I have to think about that way too much because I write using the Keisha Tenketsu model, and that's setup, development, twist, resolution. And so you have to set up the twist because the purpose of the twist is to basically for a couple chapters, the characters will feel like everything they knew about the world is wrong.
Right.
Like it should flip everything on its head. And then the resolution is, oh, wait, that's how it was the whole time. And it gets brought back together. That's Act 4. And so you have to think about all of the, like, you have to have all that set up so that when it happens, you go, oh, wait a minute. There was that and that and that. But making it subtle.
Yeah.
So that, because like one of my favorite vampire series in the world is the Shadow Chronicles, and they're such good books. But book 2 starts off, and like the whole book is about who is this mysterious new vampire on the scene. And like I read like the first page, and I was like, it's Jesus. You're doing Vampire Jesus.
What?
I know this. You're doing Vampire Jesus. Like, it's so obvious. Like, his best friend's named Lazarus. Like, you didn't hide this well. You're doing Vampire Jesus. Like, if you're doing Vampire Jesus, don't make his best friend Lazarus. Like, just don't do that. And like the whole book's like,
was it supposed to be actually Jesus? Was it supposed to be actually Jesus?
Yeah, it's.
Or is it like
well, I mean, he does rise from the dead.
Like, oh, the character.
It's okay. So Jesus was actually God, but he basically got attacked by a vampire, and so when Jesus was crucified, he went back to heaven, and the body reanimated. Is basically what happened, and then he went crazy and made all the other vampires because demons and stuff. I don't know. It's a weird, like, the other books kind of pretend the book didn't happen. So like, the other books are just like book 3 starts off literally at the end of book 1 and kind of pretends the book 2 didn't happen. And so, like,
So awkward.
it's this weird thing that happened, but like the whole book is building to this plot twist, and it's like you see it on the first page. It's like, you have a weird guy in the shadows who's 2,000 years old, whose best friend's named Lazarus. I get it. No, who is he? Who is the man in the shadows? No, I know. Please stop. Please stop. Please. And it's, so foreshadowing needs to be done well. And if you're doing Vampire Jesus, don't make his best friend named Lazarus. It's too obvious. Please stop.
Also, don't give away like the plot twist in the back of the book because I've seen that a lot.
Yes.
Like, why?
I've seen one book where they literally give away something that happens halfway through the book, but they don't mention the inciting incident that happens on the second chapter. And it's like, if you have to spoil something, spoil chapter 2. Don't because I realized with the book. With the book I'm writing, I kind of have to spoil like one of the first chapters for it to be a setup, but also it's one of the first chapters. It's really not that big a deal.
Mine's the same way, where it's like I have to say that they find a portal because like that's the only interesting thing that happens, and so it's like you're gonna find that out on like the back cover. So I need to like cut out 30 pages and then make it happen faster.
Well, I can't remember what it was because it was in the 90s, so it was a long time ago, and there's no point in remembering it. But it made me so mad because they actually spoiled the end of the book on the cover.
Really?
Like the cover was the denouement of the book, and so like you're reading the book and you slowly start realizing, oh crap, the cover's how this book's going to end. Like the whole book just became this weird, like, please be wrong. Like I was reading it for like all the wrong reasons because I realized that they had basically put the twist ending on the cover.
That's interesting.
Oh,
that was nobody's friend. I bet I still have it. I bet if I went back to my office I could find it, but I'm not going to do that.
That's who thought that was a good idea?
I feel like something got lost in committee there.
Yeah. Well, no, like the whole point of the book is like this one character doesn't have magic, and like they're going through all of these things, and on the cover they're like casting spells and have lightning coming out of their hands, but I'm just like,
somehow they find the magic.
Somehow they're going to discover.
Like I have a feeling the whole time.
It was one within.
Yeah, like by chapter 3, they're like, "You will never be able to cast a spell." I'm just like, "You're lying." He's casting a spell on the cover.
I've seen the cover.
I've seen the cover. Like, can you please stop?
The magic is always there. They just have to believe in themselves.
Just believe in the heart of cards. Just believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah.
Was that really how they got the magic? They just believed in themselves more?
Basically.
It usually is.
Basically, yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, like I like magic protagonists and stuff like that, but sometimes I just want to read a book where there's tons of magic, but the main character is just a regular person. Because like all these books are like, oh, I have all these powers, I'm so great, and I'm just like, can't relate. Like I want to see the character who like wins because they're outsmarting the people with the crazy powers, not because they believe in themselves more and shoot lightning from their hands.
You are speaking to me right now. That is my paranormal coming of age. My protagonist is the most boring, like as far as magic or abilities wise, she got nothing. Everybody else can do everything. Mostly her like magical ability is complaining.
my friend Keith writes
Bitches, everybody.
Be able to do magic like a
She tells all these super powerful people what she thinks of them, and it ain't nothing. So yeah, it's a metaphor for my life. So anyway.
You're one of the most magical people I know, so I'm calling BS on that right now. Anyway. I'm sorry. No, I'm not having that. But
I know you say it in love, so it's okay.
I'll say it with love. Like, you're lying and you're full of crap.
Thank you.
But with
I
love,
really love it when writers tell me
love
that.
and sincerity in my heart.
There should be a book where a character's like powers literally complaining, and they like complain, and then like magic happens.
Maybe that's what I'll do.
That'd be so funny.
I'm so tired of this bitch in my head. He complains about everything all the time, and I'm like, life sucks. Honey, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was a pretty obnoxious teenager, just for the record.
Oh, you don't even want to. Don't get me started on those stories. But no, a friend of mine writes a series of, they're basically police procedurals set in an epic fantasy world, and unfortunately, none of the cops have magic powers, and they're like sent out after the evil sorcerers to stop them.
How does that work out?
Crimes. They're the best of books ever. He has such a good sense of humor.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah. What was the first book in the series? Because I think Goblin Patrol or. I'm
like, what are you talking about? Because I don't think you're talking about The Watch.
No.
Although,
I'm trying to remember the first book in the series. So give me just 1 second.
But yeah, I mean, in Discworld, Terry Pratchett's Discworld, Sam Vimes, who's the head of the Night Watch, he has no abilities other than being grumpy, and I love it.
Oh yeah.
I love a good grumpy guy.
I hear a lot about that series. I've never read it though.
You should. They're some of the greatest books.
Well, if you like police procedurals, then you'll enjoy it. But I mean, like, if you're like, I don't watch CSI, I don't watch, SVU, no, then that's not your jam. The nice thing about Discworld is there's all these sub-series in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you like witches, there's a whole subsection for you. If you like YA witches, there's an even longer subsection.
That's why I can never remember it. They're the Cliff's End books. That's the name of the series, and the first one is Dragon Precinct.
Dragon Precinct. I mean, that sounds like a lovely title. I like it.
Good. They're all something precinct. So it's Dragon Precinct, Unicorn Precinct, Goblin Precinct, and Griffin Precinct are the books in the series. But
Yeah, and all the writing craft books I read, like, they keep mentioning Discworld as examples, and I'm like, oh, this sounds interesting.
because Terry Pratchett is the greatest writer and possibly greatest person who ever lived, and we can only but aspire to his greatness. No, I'm not being facetious at all.
He was a total hack, by the way, and I admire and I wish to attain his level of hack writing.
He was amazing.
Every time I think, like, wow, that's so ingenious. That's such an innovative thing to put in your story. That turns out, oh, no, that's England.
Yeah.
He did that. That's real.
Yeah. Yep.
It's historical. The man was an absolute hack, and I adore him for it, and I aspire to be that.
But he's the only person that I know that pulled off, like, I'm going to write a story that starts with a drunk police officer and writes it in POV. So it's the first couple chapters are so hard to read because, like, the text is literally slurred, and he, like, falls asleep at one point and wakes up later and has no idea what happened in the intro.
Amazing.
It's the master of POV. Like,
I love that.
Like,
I mean,
I don't know. Is that a banana? No, that's a sword. I think it's a sword. Is that a banana? No. No. Are you trying? Okay.
And yet I found Guards to be like the most horrifying story to this day I've ever read, because it's really about the evils that people are capable of, regular everyday people, not special, magical, horrible people, but regular people. And to this day, I still occasionally have nightmares about it. It's awesome. There's a dragon in it.
Yep.
I have dragons.
Yeah.
The
dragon is not really the true bad guy in this. Again, like,
And can I just say, we can all hope that Terry Pratchett's death is who we meet at the end of our lives.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other reason to read Discworld, is all of the characters that he created in the grand mythos that kind of goes from book to book to book. His character of death, like, we can only be so lucky that that's who we will meet when our times comes. Like, he is the greatest character ever put in prose. Like, I love him so much. Like, my death is kind of I don't like her, but he's just so sweet and loving. Oh, he's great. I love it.
So what's your death like?
Oh, she's just, well, there are three in the main world that you meet, and there are three gods of death, and basically one controls heaven, one controls hell, and one controls reincarnation. And so the one that controls heaven is just a snooty snob of a dude who's like always like, no one's good enough. I don't like you. Like, no, I don't. One that controls hell is just like, I'm going to cure disease so you don't actually come here, because his criteria are way too high for you to go to the good place. But she's also really kind of snooty and nasty. And then there's the Weaver, who's secretly trying to take over the universe.
Nice.
Everyone should just get a second chance.
Yeah. I know I have one epic fantasy story where I have like different immortals, deities, and it has like a magic system where like the deities have like this whole backstory of where they actually were living before they got the powers. And Death at first is kind of just like, she is very strict. She's like, when you die, you die. No one's allowed to try to use magic to bring you back to life, even though there's a whole species where that's their shtick, that they only exist because they were brought back to life. Because she killed all of them when she was a human. Because being an immortal is not necessarily a reward in that world. But at one point she goes insane because of an apocalypse, and then she makes it worse. So then no one likes Death at that point.
Yeah. The first time you meet Death in the book that will be coming out next year is one of the healers overexerts himself and comes right literally to Death's door, and she's cradling him in her arms and blowing on the embers of his life so that he doesn't die, because he's one of the few true healers in the world. And she's just like mother.
That's sweet.
That's so sweet.
That's the first time you meet her. And then
that sounds like such a
later you see,
I was gonna say the Ember Burn, it's such a beautiful analogy you said.
Because because that was the one thing, because she gets really bitter because nobody likes her, and she's just like, don't you understand? Life doesn't cure disease. Life is disease. Death cures the disease because I have to kill it for you to survive. And she just doesn't understand that people don't get that. Like, she is the goddess of healing as well, but nobody gives her credit because, you think like, but life prevails. But she's like, no, I have to kill the bad things.
I feel that. I really do.
She's very underappreciated, and she gets very bitter about it.
Yeah, I love the whole death comes for all aspect. That sort of equalizing.
She's a fun character. I enjoy writing her a lot.
Yeah.
I wept when I finished that trilogy because I've got all 3 books in that series written. Because I was like, I don't know that I'll ever write about any of those characters again. Well, a couple of them I will, but I literally wept because I was just like, I don't want this to be over. Can there be a book 4? Like, is this there's a window for a book 4?
Yeah, that's a lovely way though to feel about your own characters.
Yeah,
because it means your writers will. Your readers will most likely feel the same way.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I don't think that's really a question with your writing, Charlie. Just saying. Oh. You're lovely and so amazing, and we all adore you because you're wonderful and kind and talented. This is a little game we play.
Am I read enough for you yet, Bob?
Not quite.
I think I missed something.
The little game we play.
Yes. I do not take compliments well, and Glory knows that, and she likes to say exactly like red. She can make my face.
I only say the ones I believe. I don't make up crap, despite being such an incredibly talented writer.
Well, you are an extreme.
You don't even know. You haven't read any.
Oh no, I've heard your stories. I've heard you tell stories. You tell stories all the time, honey. And if you just type down the words that come out your mouth, you're a very good writer.
You pretty much have convinced me to try the whole voice to text stuff. I mean, just because with like getting over this long-term illness, my hand is not what it used to be for typing or handwriting. I'm tired of not putting out the stories.
On a good day when my brain is actually cooperating with me, I can get 2,000 to 3,000 words an hour written with voice to text.
Yeah, I've tried, and I literally cannot type at my max more than 1,500 words in 60 minutes, and that's with breaks. So it's 20-minute increments with breaks, but total of 60 minutes. 1,500 words is my top speed of typing nonsense.
It's just learning your rhythm because there's no good voice to text software out there.
I use dictation because I have wrist problems, and it's like it doesn't understand me sometimes, and I think it's because I have allergies, so I kind of have a stuffy nose a lot.
Oh, have you noticed the tissuing and the cough drops? I feel you. I mean, like
things I say, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
But the biggest trick that I can tell you is develop a rhythm, because I try to think of story in narrative chunks and then go back through, because it always gets the names wrong. One day I was writing and it decided everybody in my book was named Maria, no matter what their name was. Like I would say Peter and it would type Maria. I don't know why. It just everybody was a Maria.
I feel like the AI was commenting somehow.
Oh yeah, I felt really like.
I think it was on purpose at that point. I think it knew what it was doing. It was like, no, Maria.
And Peter said, Mary? No, Peter. Mary? Okay. Well, River said, Mary? No, not Mary, River.
I have some fantasy characters that have unique spelling, and so I don't even try. I'm just like, no. I'm just like, whatever random name it thinks that they are, I'll just use that, and then I'll just change it later.
I have found, are you using Mac dictation?
No, I have a PC, so I use Windows speech recognition. Because it's free.
See, the Mac dictation is built in. That's what I use for. Yeah. It's free. So I used Dragon, and it was worse. So
really?
No.
Yeah, that was my experience with Dragon.
But I've learned that like it has certain names it likes to just default to, and because they're names that don't appear in my book, I just set up an autocorrect. So that anytime, like I have one character whose name is Amran, and every time I say Amran, it types Cameron. Okay, Cameron. So there's not a Cameron in my story. I will probably never write about a Cameron unless I start doing Ferris Bueller fanfic. So I just have an autocorrect that anytime Cameron appears in text, it just changes the name. And if you start looking for things like that, there are little tricks that you can learn.
Yeah.
That you have to see what the quirks are with your own writing, but
do we lose Stephanie?
It happens from time to time. She'll be back.
Maybe she'll be back.
I will not worry.
Yeah. Anyway, I have a whole like document of weird sentences that comes up with that are pretty funny.
Yeah, I have a PC, and I was wondering if anybody had recommendations for voice to text software, because I think I'm just giving up and giving into it.
Well, I was on the stream the other day, and somebody was talking about Dragonfly. It's not by Nuance; it's a different company.
Okay.
And apparently, it has a free tier, and then like if you want more options, it goes up from there. Because
the only other
I've never used it, so I'm not making a recommendation. I don't use PC except for to yell at it and cuss and snort and hate Microsoft.
I get how you feel.
What trick
I have a Hackintosh. I understand.
Yeah, one trick I do have. Oh, sorry. What?
Are we supposed to be writing things?
No, this is a chat.
Okay, good. Because I was like, it's been an hour and a half. Is this a write-a-thon? Because I didn't actually know a lot about what we were doing. I was just like, oh, yeah, I'll come.
Yeah, I was just randomly invited.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, we're the cooldown track, so those writing sprints are happening on other channels. Yes. And if somebody needs a break but doesn't want to get out of the system, they just can come over here and hang out and then pop back and forth.
Oh, nice. So we don't have as much responsibility. We just get to have fun. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I told Jessica, I was like, I don't want to do sprints because I'm not good at sprints because like I can't concentrate if I'm on screen writing. I'm just like too distracted. So I was like, I'll do a chat.
Oh, in the writing sprint that I was in with Cachet, I was totally inadvertently doing performance art as I typed up the trashy Regency scenes that it was so bad. There's so much trash. It was absolutely trash. The last sentence ended with, as their fingers, their fingers found more curvaceous fortunes. It was such trash.
I feel like people come to my writing sprints to watch me sing because I have music on in the background and I like mute the mic and stuff. And half the time I forget to turn my camera off. And so like a song will come on. And I'm like, oh, I really like the song. And I'll just start singing and dancing in the chair. And I just see the chat explode like, whoa, just go for it. And I'm just like, I know what you're here for. You're not here to work. You're just here to see me make a fool of myself. Okay, I can do that. Hey. By the way, I'm doing sprints as part of the World Wide Writeathon tonight at 10.
Oh, there you go.
Very nice.
Smooth plug.
I finished my Gremlin animation, so you get to see it tonight.
Oh, Glory, the only tip I have for speech recognition is one way that I've gotten around it being so annoying is that if you get some sort of voice recorder or even use your phone, you can talk out your scene and then listen to that as you do the speech recognition. And that way you're not so frustrated about forgetting ideas. So
really
you can listen to it. Yeah. I do that sometimes because I get so mad at it, like interrupting me by like giving me wrong words and I'm fixing it. And so I'm like, well, I'm going to lose all my ideas now.
I don't know what all platforms it's available on, but I use a dictation. It's not a dictation app. It's just a recording app called Just Press Record that they just recently added a free feature to it, and it automatically transcribes everything that I put in there. So it gives a transcript, and it's one of the better transcripts that I've seen.
Isn't that that one that what's his name? The actor from Here We See How Bad I Am with names. In my childhood, I had
that one right there.
Yeah, Press Record, right?
Isn't that? And it's just I use it to.
I love their show.
I use it for to record audio for a lot of stuff.
They have a show.
Oh, are you thinking of the Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
No, that's a different.
That was good.
It's like at the time. This was several years ago. They had their app had a similar kind of bullseye.
Yeah, it's Hit Record is the.
That's what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Record.
I am so glad you are here to steer me in the right direction because, no.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Is it possible for me to take the wrong direction? What, in real life or metaphorically? Yes, I will do that for you.
But yeah, it works really well. It has a fairly good noise canceller in it, so you get clean audio with it because I use it a lot for the podcast.
Zach!
But,
my phone overheated.
Oh,
no.
Like, I was using my phone to stream through, and I was using its hotspot, and then I looked over, I was like, there's battery icons blinking. What the heck's wrong with... Oh.
Yeah.
It was overheating, so it's okay. I'm on my laptop now, Camille. It's fine.
Yeah, good job, Camille.
See, I like writing during chatting.
Ramblings. That's really impressive.
Good job.
Camille goes to the author shop, and that's like Tom recorded a visit to the author shop for me because Camille and I live in the same town, and it was so loud. I was like, I'm gonna go insane. So she has magical super abilities to write while people talk really loud with the horrible echo. She's like superpowers. Okay, I'm like, that is my kryptonite. That and committee meetings in general. I mean, like, I just feel myself weak and leave my life force.
I need silence or epic music. One or the other.
It always surprises me, like on the Forever streams, because it's like, okay, we're ending for tonight, and then people are just like, well, since you like stopped doing sprints, I got over 1,000 words done, and I'm just like, more power to you. Like, I don't know how you did that.
Amazing.
All the steps.
If I hear people talking, I will just start typing or handwriting out whatever they're saying, like, even though that's not what I was trying to write. It's amazing. Yeah, baby, I'm in the Berg.
Camille just had a moment of realization.
Yes, I was trying not to stalk you, but I was like, what is this author shop? Do they make writers? And Tom's like, I will go take. And he like live streamed a little video for me of like, and I was like, the Echo, I will lose my mind. Never, I'm not going there.
What's the author shop?
It looks like it's sort of like a cross between a coffee shop and a bookshop. Tom couldn't tell me if the books were for sale or just for use.
What?
Look, I don't know. Yeah, tell us about the author shop, darling. Yeah, but it's called the author shop, so that's kind of neat. I mean, I thought it was a metaphor every time Camille had said, "Oh, I went to the author shop," and I'm like, "Yeah, me too. I miss coffee shops."
Yeah, like I would just think author shop meant like a writing place or a coffee shop or something.
Right.
Not like
I thought maybe it sold notebooks or something.
Yeah,
notebooks.
they've got like a coffee bar kind of, and at least from what I saw the video that my brother made for me, because he does food delivery, so he drives all over like the greater metro area. And I have been quarantining because my health is not great, and I'm trying my best not to die.
What?
You know how that works. It's
Camille
something.
says Camille told us has information about the author shop in the comments there.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sale.
And they have coffee and beer.
Yeah, because I was like, Tom, is this like the Thirsty Hippo reimagined as a coffee shop? And he's like, I don't know. I'll go down there and try. Hattiesburg is such a strange little quirky place.
Where is that?
South Mississippi.
Okay.
Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming unless you're a truck driver. No. That's why it's called Hub City, is because like all the major interstates go through us. And so, literally there's like a big circle around the city so that you can connect with all the other highways. It hubs out.
Mm.
So pretty much unless you're truck driving, you're like, Patty, what? But the first recordings of rock and roll were in Hattiesburg. So by the Mississippi Juke Joint Band or Juke Band. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm not trying to flex because I was not alive at the time. But I'm just saying, we have a great live music scene.
Suddenly got quiet.
So anyway, people.
So anyway.
Do we have a game? Because I'm excited. Are we going to play games?
We've been talking the whole time. So the games I was interested in were Would You Rather or Never Have I Ever. Seemed like the most fun to me. I don't know what you want to do.
Oh, Would You Rather sounds fun.
Yeah, that seems like that could be good.
Yeah.
I think that Never Have I Ever is more like a drinking game, and
well
I mean, I don't know what time it is there.
Secrets.
Yeah, you can put your fingers up or something.
I don't play Never Have I Ever because I don't like dying. I have to drink too much.
What do I not know? Oh, yes. Okay, yeah.
Because I
They
had
said
a very
the first
interesting life.
person who loses all their fingers, basically.
Yeah, I've done the finger version, not drinking, but I don't drink, so.
Me neither. I don't have
had a
any
very
alcohol.
interesting life, and at some point, it's just like, stop saying things.
I'd probably lose because I'm boring.
In those games because
I thought you win if you don't put your fingers down.
Yeah, I'd probably win. And I bore everybody.
Oh, I don't think so.
But the writer version, I actually think I have done a lot of those things. So.
Oh, is there a writer version of that? Never Have I
Yeah,
Ever
this is
game?
writer version of Never Have I Ever.
I live under a rock, so I don't know.
Well, that could be interesting. I've got 15 years behind me. Let's see. What haven't I done?
This is This is whatever was emailed in that email that Jess sent. Or we could start with Would You Rather and then do that one.
It's up to you. As I like to say, your channel, your rules.
I don't want to be bossy and make everybody do things that they don't want to.
But you're a magic unicorn.
Isn't that the purpose of the party host is everybody get together? We're gonna play this game, so fix your face. We're doing it. I don't care.
Yeah, be that annoying host. You're like, I don't want to play this game. You're playing this game.
Right? Isn't that how parties work? No, that's just me.
I don't know. I don't.
Into bad parties. Okay.
I grew up goth, so parties meant we're doing a vampire LARP. So I don't know.
Party? What?
Either that or it was one of the like Beltane or Samhain or one of those, and those have rules of their own. So I've never been. I don't do like this normal human party thing. So I don't know how that works.
I'm like a fantasy character. Like I don't do this normal human party thing.
I wonder sometimes. I often claim that I am a figment of everyone else's collective imagination. It's the only thing that explains my life.
I grew up with those 1950s and 60s books on children's party games and parties. Yes, you do as you're told. It's crazy because in the Deep South, the idea of a party is first we make all the decorations and we make the party hats, and this is part of the party. We bake the cake. This is part of the party. We decorate the cake according to specifications. Like we're engineers. And then it's a party. And then you're like, treat is you get to actually eat the food and play music. This is the party? I'm like, it seems like we're training people to be in a cult, but I'm just saying.
It's the opposite of having to run around and get everything done first, and then everybody shows up afterwards.
Right, yeah.
I know growing up, whenever we had my mom, I was going to say, my mom would be, she would be like, oh, it's time to leave. Everyone stop playing with your friends, get upstairs. And then we'd be waiting an hour for her to stop talking. It's like, why'd you make us stop having fun?
Oh, yes, the parents who just keep gabbing.
Yeah.
It's okay if you talk if you let me play with my friends, but you made me come upstairs so you could talk more. And then I try to go back down and you're like, no, we're going to leave soon. Just give me another hour.
I feel that. Yes.
We just did mischief.
And then
I don't know.
Yeah.
A different kind of party.
Hey.
I'm not saying that there was violence.
I'm going to say that I'm glad I'm not writing anything while I'm chatting with you guys, because if it was, it probably wouldn't have went away by now. So I'm just glad I'm not working.
This is why I wanted that gremlin animation before the stream tonight. Because people need to be warned. Save early and often.
Yes. Yes, the Deep South is wild, y'all. I know. I've been said, Roy, will you do my baby shower? And I'm like, could you shoot me? Okay, fine. Having to do the parties. Oh, the games. The games for baby showers are like nightmare scenarios.
I've never been to one.
There's weird stuff.
I've been to like boring baby showers. And I've been to baby showers that are super fun. So there's both.
Depends on the people.
I have skipped normal.
What'd you say, Laura?
What?
I'm sorry. I have auditory dyslexia, so I can only hear one voice at a time, and everybody else is just wonk, 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 wonk. I'm sorry.
And I forgot.
Okay. I'm sorry.
All right, let's do what you're
I stayed up till 4 a.m. yesterday, which was a mistake. So I'm like,
so you're just hanging on, huh?
I slept until 6 this morning.
I was invited to a private Discord of writing sprints. So it was like this. This is my entire weekend talking to writers, which is fun though.
Oh, that sounds fun though. I mean, if y'all haven't figured out, I am an extrovert, and the pandemic has been hard to not keep alive. Because it's trying not to die, so having to make a choice between life and
people. I'm talking to you today.
I'm having a blast today.
It's a close call.
This is one of the few things that we are opposites on. I am very much the introvert. Keep everybody away.
Yeah.
Everyone.
I'm an ambivert. I'm right in the middle. Apparently they exist, and I'm one of them.
They do exist. Ambiverts are real. And for the longest time, I thought I was an ambivert, but it turned out it was just that I find exhausting people exhausting. And so as long as I'm not around real jerk, I totally love it, and I'm happy and upbeat and can talk forever.
I have a friend who's an extrovert, and she told me once, she's like, you know, sometimes I'm introverted, like when no one can hang out with me or I'm sleeping. I'm just like,
Doesn't count.
Or I'm sleeping, like that's introversion.
it's like no one, when people can't. Yeah, and like her roommate was leaving at one point in college, so they like shared a bedroom, and she was like, hey, does anyone want to stay over in my bedroom? It's like, so you're not even an introvert when you're sleeping. You want someone in the room.
Yes. I mean, it was better back when I had a miniature dachshund. She's passed away now, but for 15 years she kept me company. And yeah. It was so I would leave my poor brother alone. Because he's very introverted.
I really missed my...
I'm sorry?
Yeah. I was going to say I miss my cat because I moved, so now I have no pets with me.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's great because he's really needy and always wants attention, so he doesn't get sick of me.
That's amazing. I mean, most of the cats I've known are just like, later, skater.
I feel like a lot of our cats actually liked attention. But I know he's like that. Oh, sorry. The last two boy ones we had were like, they had, like the last boy one we had before this one, he had abandonment issues. Because his mom was a jerk. She didn't want any sons. She took the daughters and left him in a barrel by himself.
Aww.
We found him crying. He'd been apparently like alone for an hour, so we went and rescued him.
Aww.
Yeah. And then this one, we just got him at the farm, and it was winter, so he was like, yeah, it's cold, let me in. And he kisses us like crazy. He will lick he'll lick my face and won't stop until I pull him away. And I'm like, my skin is coming off. Okay, I'm done getting kisses.
Right, I don't have fur.
No, he doesn't kiss my sister as much, though. And she gets jealous. He, like, gently pushes her face with his paw.
Ooh, he's like, no.
Yeah, and my family think it's hilarious because he's giving them tons of kisses. And I'm like, but we had a cat that gave me kisses before Snowball. And she was kind of like, she wasn't as like, oh, give me attention. But every time I gave her attention, she was cool with it. So I was her favorite. So she would kiss me for like 20 minutes. When I went and got her. So everyone's like, oh my gosh, we have a cat that kissed. We've never had a cat do this before. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Oh, she didn't like you as much. Never mind. I forgot. And like, she was a nice cat. Like, she never hissed at a person her entire life, but she just wasn't as like crazy affectionate. She was kind of just like sleepy, unless there was a string. And then she like, it was like in Finding Nemo when the sharks smell blood and their pupils get really big. That was her whenever there's anything moving that she wanted to catch. She was about to kill.
That's like most of the cats I've known is they're, you know, it's not like they don't like people, but they're just sort of, I can see you, we're fine now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't mind a little
be in the same room.
They're like walking on, moving on.
Snowball, actually, she liked being pet. She would, whenever she wanted petted, she would just go up to someone and roll on her back and show them her belly. She did that all the time. She was very proud of her belly.
Sounds like she was very good at communicating. I mean, what a great cat.
Yeah.
And whenever we opened the door with the deli meat in the fridge, she would immediately get up and run over.
Nice. At least she had her priorities.
Yeah.
Food, important.
She knew what she wanted in life.
I can relate.
Sorry, I've been ranting about my cats for like a couple minutes.
You're doing great. There's no need to apologize. I mean, I think from my perspective, I'm having a wonderful time.
Yeah.
We are adopting a cat as soon as we find one at the shelter. That's what we're doing.
Oh, nice.
I thought that's what it meant to be a writer, is we just talk about our cats all the time. Like, that's not what it is? Have I been doing it wrong for all these years?
I mean, Tom's cat passed away like I don't know, 3 years ago now, and we were like, should we get another cat? And then literally within a couple months, we were adopted by a whole group of kitties. And I was like, apparently they don't wait. Here we are. And now they're outside cats. They're feral. They take care of all the mice problems.
Yep.
Nice. Well, when I met my husband, he had a cat. And that cat had been around for a long time. And then that cat was a traitor and adopted someone else. So we let that owner take it. Right. She was like 18 years old. She was an old cat, but deceptively like youthful. Like she would like chase miniature squirrels up trees.
Right. You know, like
so
you
then
do.
we picked up this other cat from a Facebook group. It said it was 5 months old and it was fixed and blah blah blah. That cat was crazy. We gave it to my husband's aunt, and within like a week, that cat went to heat. I'm like, let's get our next cat from the Humane Society. So then I was like, so my daughter, she really, really wanted another cat. And she was crying about it, and I was somehow she's an excellent negotiator, because somehow she talked me down from waiting 2 years to let's getting a cat as soon as we find one within like a matter of months. I don't know how that happened. I was like, we're gonna get a new cat in like 2 years, and you guys are a little bit older, and your sister's a little older, and and I just didn't want another one now. And then somehow we were at the animal shelter filling out the paperwork to get approved to get a cat. I don't know how it happened. Somehow.
Like you do.
Like I really want to find a black cat so I can get Pumpkin.
There's a gas station, cats that just hang out by it, and I picked them up and they were both purring really loud, and they were sitting on a chair kissing each other, and there's a black one named Pumpkin.
Oh. My daughter's like, you can't have a black cat Pumpkin. It's funny.
Well, why not?
She's like, because pumpkins aren't black. You have to name it like Smoke or Midnight or something black and dark.
Logic.
Yes.
No, there is none. I mean, no. Name it Sparklestone. And
I have to get a black cat named Sparklestone. Like that's gonna have to be
out there.
I'm gonna have to. Glory, you know that I said no more cats for a while. Stop tempting me. Sorry, I've got 3 cats. And
is that all?
They need friends. They need more.
Originally, our deal was I could have 6. And these are too young.
Actually, our cat, I don't know if he would do good if we got any other cats, because other cats and try to kill him. Oh, sorry.
Because the what? No, like, honestly, I keep looking at you like this.
I mean, he doesn't try to kill him, but he freaks out.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes the audio seems to break up, and I'm like,
yeah,
what? That's why I'm looking at you funny. I love when you talk. I just am like, deciphering. Okay. That's all.
I don't think it's your fault. It's probably your computer.
Yeah, or your connection.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably nothing you can do about it.
No, it's my Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi here is garbage. Yeah. The Wi-Fi here sucks. I can't get my game console to hook up to it.
Oh, it's sad.
It's like I want to download DLC, but I can't.
Oh.
No, it's fine.
My Wi-Fi was doing great yesterday.
I know our cat. What?
I said my Wi-Fi wasn't doing great yesterday because the Hurricane Delta was coming through around us, and I was like, yeah. I mean, Charlie was streaming, and I'm like, nope. I mean, I was lucky I could like put it up on the TV, but it kept coming in and out, and I was like, that's fine. I'll just enjoy this rain and wind and hail.
Do you need me to say hello to it? It's outside the window right now.
Oh, best of luck. Bye-bye, bitch. Look, I made it through Katrina, and like I have PTSD. It is in my plan to get, what is it, a 3rd generation Prius because it's a gallon of gas will keep you for 7 to 10 days with the AC going on all overnight, so you can sleep in air conditioning.
Wow.
And I'm like, yeah, I will drive to North Mississippi for more gas, so I could just sleep in the back of my car, because like 2 people can sleep comfortably in the back of a Prius. And I'm like, yes, this is what Katrina's done to me. The PTSD is real.
Oh.
This is our life.
Did you want to do Would You Rather?
Yeah, well, let's do Would You Rather.
All right. I made a
What
banner.
you got? What you got?
Let me find the document. Okay.
I was watching chat number 2 do Would You Rather, and I was like, good points.
Wait, which chat was that? Was that the one I was in? I don't know. It was with...
It was the one that Natalie hosted this morning that I was not awake for. I was watching the pre-stream.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't in that one. I was in the one that was like at 3 a.m. Eastern
I went
time.
to see Charlie today, so I put on makeup so that you can't necessarily see if I'm blushing because I'm already sunburnt. Oh no, we lost Laura.
I see you.
Oh no. What? The voice just like came through the avatar. All right. Would you rather... This one I can't choose, so I'm just going to throw it out there. Okay. Read a book or write a book?
Write a book.
Write a book.
Are we supposed to say why?
I guess. May as well. Yes, give me your reasons.
Because I don't find books with protags that I'm interested in very often.
They're not as good as yours.
No, it has nothing to do with being good
at. Joking. I'm joking.
As I am kind of at a point in my life where I've read all the cishet love stories that I want to read in my life, and I want some good like NB characters. I want an NB. I need my NBs, and I'm so tired of not finding them.
Yes.
And so it's why I'm writing like a fiend. Like I'm writing like 90,000 words a month lately, just because I can't find characters that I'm wanting to read or watch. And you know, I'm purely writing for representation right now, because I don't know of any NB characters that are the heroes in a sci-fi story, or the hero in a fantasy story, or the victim in a tragic horror story that isn't just the person who dies first, because they are in a lot of horror stories, but they're the person that dies either first or second.
I'm tired to bury your gaze here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Like I have rage quit so many shows that we've watched lately because I'm just like, it's 2020, y'all. Stop doing this.
The haze code is over. We don't have to keep abiding by it.
Yes. And
right.
Yeah, I'm just writing for representation. That's what I do.
Right.
What was the question?
Would you rather read a book or write a book?
Oh, okay.
But if anybody knows any books,
who's answered besides Charlie?
Just me. I went on and on and on and on and on.
Okay.
I prattled a bit.
No, not at all. I don't think so. But
I let my little Larry out.
I would rather write because the reason I've written nonfiction, you know, my whole life since 6th grade is because like I never thought to write fiction before because I never saw myself in any of the characters. So it did not occur to me that this was a world I would like feel welcomed in, that a world where anybody would want to read something with protagonists that I could relate to. And honestly, I wouldn't have still tried to do it, except these 2 characters just would not quit, and they were just in my head for literally years, to the point like I had a psychiatrist who's like, tell me about them, like trying to assess me for mental diseases, and you know, he's finally like, yeah, I don't think you're sick. I think you just need to write. And
I don't know why that thing is on there. I'm sorry.
I was 42 when I read the first book that had a character in it that I really identified with. When I read Dreadnought for the first time, and I was like, oh my goodness, this character is like it's not like oh, that's me. Like, but it was like I saw myself reflected in a book for the first time, and I was 42 years old, and that I never realized how much I missed that until it happened.
Dreadnought by who?
Every time somebody asks me her name, it shoots out of my head.
I'm like, give me recommendations.
Yeah, Dreadnought and the Sovereign are the first 2 books in the series that are out. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Sorry, I'm the worst.
The first one I found was Dreadnought 40K.
No, that's not.
Is that's
a Warhammer thing?
Yeah,
I can't find it on
April
Google.
Daniels? Is it April Daniels?
Yes, April Daniels. Yes, thank you. That was that was the first book that I ever saw a character like myself in.
I found it.
It's a great book. The second book's really good. I can't wait for the next one. But like, and that just like flipped a switch in me. So like, I get what you're saying, Glory. Like,
Vanessa, do you want me to send you the link in private chat or put it in the regular chat or what? For
what?
For Dreadnought?
Oh, you can just put it in the regular chat if you want.
Okay.
So anybody watching, if they want to see it.
Right there. I've sent it into the regular live chat. Yeah. Honestly, like that's why like the first book I wrote that I published with my mother was a cookbook, because at least with cookbooks I felt represented. I'm like, oh, here's people with similar food tastes as me. Honestly, and so it just never occurred to me that like I could ever write fiction, because if I never saw anybody that even vaguely I could personally relate to it, because like every portrayal of an autistic female is absolute bunk. It's not in any way accurate. It in no way has the accurate internal dialogue, the internal anxiety, the trying to mask, the female collective being so serious about, no, this is how you conform. None of that. And so it never occurred to me that fiction was a place that I could find a space to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So I would rather write a book than read one, just because I've yet to read one.
Preach.
I think I would generally like to write a book more than read a book, unless it's a magic, like a fantasy novel. Then I'm not going to write it. I tried. I failed. It's like I was writing. Okay, first I was writing this fantasy book and I got inspiration from a character from this older TV show. All right, so I was writing it, and then I got a critique group going, and then they were like, well, what magic system is your magic based off of? And I said, it's a made-up magic system. It's not based off of anything. And then they were nitpicking this and that, said that I needed to like base it off of real stuff. I'm like, why would I base it off of real life stuff if you freaking make it up? And then like one of the aspects of the book was that, or the plot was that a king in there had declared that evil or magic was evil, and it wasn't allowed in his kingdom anywhere. And so then I was beta reading a book, and it was the same thing in her book. Nothing wrong with her book. Like, it was great. Her story was great. But I was like, I even told her in the comments of me like answering some questions, because she's like, she always asks like every couple of chapters, what do you think? I said, well, honestly, I wasn't even going to finish reading your book because this detail is the same as mine, but I'm just going to keep reading your book and set mine aside. So all that to say, I don't think I would pick up, I would write a fantasy novel. Not this year anyway. We'll see you next year. Who knows?
Wait, was the question writing a book in general or just fantasy?
No,
no, I just said that I would not write a fantasy book, but I would write any other type of book.
Oh, okay.
Because I've had trouble writing fantasy novels.
Yeah.
That's all.
Sorry, I have less sleep than I should have got, but that was my own fault.
Oh, you're fine.
So,
right,
like,
would you rather?
I don't know, because like I really
No, it's hard. Me too.
There's no right answer.
I really like reading, but my goal has always been like, I still really want to write a book. And like part of me is like, if I don't read a book but listen to it on Audible, does that I'm not reading, I'm listening.
That counts.
That still counts.
That 100% counts.
No
Counts as
loopholes.
reading. I'm not reading though. There's nothing being read. Yeah. But yeah, I guess I would either whether or not it counts. I guess I would kind of say write because it's been a goal of mine, and I can still experience different works of fiction. I can and I can like watch movies, play games, watch TV shows, and it'd be a shame not to read anymore because being a writer, that's really helpful. But I don't want to like give up on my goal.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think you've convinced me, Laura, because I was like, I don't know which one, because I really like reading, but of course I've always wanted to be a writer, so I wouldn't like not write my books. So I'm like, I guess I would write a book, because also one of my goals was always to write the book that I wanted to read, because a lot of times, you know, you'll read a book and be like, well, I wish I would have done this differently or that differently or whatever. I want to write, you know, a book that's like my ideal book, basically.
Yep.
So I guess write a book.
Yeah, and like sometimes I read books and they do something I wouldn't have done, but I I appreciate that because it's something different, and like I don't think every book should be how I would write it. But then there's other books. The part that usually gets to me is when books are advertised as being dark and edgy, and the character has some dark backstory, and then they have like convenient, like perfect values that fit our society, and they're good people. Like I complain about this a lot, but like the amount of stories where characters are like literally child soldiers, but they like immediately turn to good, and like I have issues with Finn from Star Wars. His fellow child soldier is murdered in his arms, and he's distressed about it. And then he immediately joins the guy who shot his friend dead, and then kills more child soldiers when laughing. And it's like that could have been such a cool story about a stormtrooper who was kidnapped as a child, forced to be one, slowly. Like if it had been a revenge story where he's hunting down Poe and slowly realizes that he's in the wrong. Like, that could have been such a powerful story.
Preach it, Laura. Yes.
Yeah.
Never expect J.J. Abrams to give you a story. J.J. Abrams should be kicked out of the world and not allowed to do anything creative ever again. He needs to be banned. He cannot do story. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have strong feelings. J.J. Abrams is the worst creative person. He's worse than Michael Bay. Michael Bay can at least make a visual spectacle that's worth looking at. J.J. Abrams is trash.
Yeah.
And like
and yes, that's how I really feel.
Yes.
One thing is it's like that's part of why I said I want to write the story with like the two timelines of the child being indoctrinated and then getting out of it, because like that book is not going to appeal to a lot of people because the main character is like a shitty person at the beginning because they're freaking indoctrinated by a terrible group of people. But the point is like they're supposed to be terrible. Like, why are you writing them working for the bad guy but they have like good guy values right away? It's like, don't. And also it's especially annoying because like the second movie made a big deal about how there's good and bad in everyone, and then they had that entire the entire world had this setup that all the stormtroopers were children kidnapped that fit in perfectly to the theme they're trying to do, and no one ever addressed it. They were just like, oh, and like in the last one they tried to make an excuse why he turned good, and they're like, it was the Force that saved him. And it's like, well, I guess the Force only cares about some children. Great.
I love that we have our evil queen amongst us now. I would like to say that I follow most evil queens, so I guess I have to pledge my loyalty and trust to you now. So
I'm here for this.
I'm here.
I love it.
Changes. I have two left.
It was perfect timing because we were trash talking J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, forget him. Not a fan.
All right, this one is, I think is interesting. I don't know why the number's in there. I must have copy and pasted weirdly. Know each of your readers. Wait, I can read. Know how each of your readers react to your story or be able to interact with your characters. I know my answer, but
I do.
I know mine.
I'm curious.
The same thing, probably.
Yeah,
I want to interact with my characters.
me too. I think they'd be fun because I made like a fun friend group, basically in every book, every series I've written. Well, not I haven't finished anything, but in the first 2 books of my first 2 series, I have like a fun group of friends as characters. So I'm like, I want to hang out with them.
No.
Honestly, I'm on the first side of this. I want to know how the readers react to the story, because that to me is the fun of writing. Like, these characters exist in my head, and I hang out with them all the time. Like, that's what I do. My job is to hang out with my imaginary friends and tell stories about them, and then I want to know what other people think about them.
Yeah.
And I've had the wonderful privilege of doing a lot of conventions before this year, and getting to actually meet people that have read my stuff and get to talk to them and find out what they think and what they liked and didn't like and this, that, and the other. And that to me is the greatest joy. Like, even when they didn't like a book that I did, just the fact that they were able to comment about, like, this thing that you did at the end pissed me off. And I was like, but you made it all the way to the end. I succeeded. Like, I'm sorry you didn't like that, but did you pick up the second book? I'm like, no, I got really mad. Well, it makes more sense because that's actually like the setup for book 2. I'm like,
No, I'm mad.
No, I'm mad, so I didn't. I'm like, okay. Well,
They came
I
to
have
the
a copy of it here. Would you like to buy it? But
They're so angry they came to the convention to tell you about it.
oh no!
Oh, I know. Doesn't that just feel like such a power rush?
That happened, and it's just like, thank you. You actually made it to the end. I'm so happy. And they're like, but I hated it. But you got to the end.
Yeah.
Like, I love interacting with readers. Like, I want to find ways to do that more.
Are you sure you're an introvert? No, just
Yes. I am okay around my people. I am very okay around my people. Like, you take me to a convention and I'm fine. You take me around like mundane folk that are out in the outside world, and I just don't know how to act around you. Like, I will start making references and you won't understand me, like I'm speaking a separate language. It's like,
That's always sad.
I know where my people are.
To drop a reference and no one gets it, you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's half my discussion. Like, half the words that come out
What
of my
I
mouth
say.
are
It's one of 3
closed.
TV shows.
when I meet people who can't talk about fiction, I'm just like, wait, what do other humans talk about? Like, how do we have conversation? Like, it's not even that you have to know my references and read or write the same things as me. You just have to be able to talk about fiction. Like, anything fictional.
Like,
I'm
I'm glad
about real things.
I'm glad that you like the
met
sports
people,
ball. I
too,
don't know
that
the
never
sport.
read fiction
Really
their entire life.
What?
They are proud. I have met people who've never read fiction in their entire life, and they are proud of this fact.
Oh.
They've also
Not even
never
in school?
watched fictional movies, only documentaries. And they're proud of this, and they are not interested in, like, me helping them find the one thing that they'll enjoy. Nope. This is part of their identity.
I know those people. Yeah. No.
My father was one of them.
I have
He made
no
my
interest in that.
mother read the whole Foundation series and then tell him about it chapter by chapter.
But they're such good books.
She was not into it, but she had to read all 4.
He wrote the Foundation series.
Isaac Asimov.
Why do you want to know this series if he doesn't read fiction?
There is a lot of anthropology and civilization growth in it, and he was very interested in that part of it, being an armchair anthropologist. But
those
not
are
read fiction.
Those are the rarest of things today, because nobody writes books like that anymore. Really, those are ideas, hero stories. The characters are secondary. It's actually the idea behind it. He created this idea of psychohistory, which is the ability to predict the future by understanding psychology and human development. And that's what that's what the books are really about. And they're fascinating, but we don't get a lot of ideas hero books anymore.
No.
I'm just adding books in my browser to read later. I can remember them.
Add them to your Goodreads.
Yeah.
The Foundation
Got
books
Goodreads
are
in month.
really good.
Oh, there you go. Got another queen.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tom came over, pulled the crown down from the shelf.
Like, I don't even have like a Burger King crown to put on. I'm just
Baby,
like,
I'm
Burger
so
King.
sorry.
The medieval times.
I've actually got other crowns. Could you hand me the box and I will see what
The box of
I
crowns.
will metaphorically.
I didn't have a crown either. I just went and found random plants. So you gotta use what you got.
You need to go to the Halloween store after Halloween and get them on clearance.
Oh, I bought this from a pageant supplier.
What is that?
You know, like pageants?
there.
No, I meant like his thing on his head.
Rhinestones.
It's my
Oh.
baby Thulu.
Cthulhu.
Baby Cthulhu. He's baby
I have a
Thulu.
Cthulhu.
He's so cute.
I don't know what that
It's
is.
baby. It's baby's first Cthulhu.
Yes.
He's the little elder god that you give people so that he can slowly start eating their souls at the young age.
Oh, okay.
I was
I
putting my baby
have
Thulu on my head.
two of these babies. And then I have the big crown.
I just need to get a crown thing because with his legs, I could actually make it where he likes. I need to make him a saddle,
Oh,
and he could just.
I wonder if my supplier is still in business. Because I used to order these direct from Hong Kong.
did you do pageants? Or do you just like the crowns?
Okay, well, I had oh, you have a little Cthulhu baby too.
Baby Thulu.
Little elder god to set you straight. Eat your soul. You know.
Everyone needs one.
Everybody needs a dark god
Yeah, I
to
wish-
destroy them.
What about an avocado?
I worked at a campus of science.
I have a squishy,
You know,
I don't know, dragon, triceratops. I'm not really clear on this thing.
A
I think
squishmallow?
it's a triceratops.
Yeah.
It has a little
Definitely.
tail. It sold me on the
Oh.
tail.
Or toothless.
Oh, that's
I worked at a
awesome.
Toothless wins.
Toothless
Toothless wins.
And I would give this to the kids to hold. And I was like, this is Cthulhu. So I taught a whole new generation about Cthulhu.
You know,
Doing your job
I'm
to
really
educate.
doing the elder god's work. You're so good. Yes, Laura, you're
Yeah.
amazing. I adore you.
Just turns out appreciating stuffed animals.
I was not allowed to be a princess as a child, and so now I have all the plushies. I have so many little slime plushies
I
all
do.
around me. You have no idea.
Yeah, I have a
wasn't
lot of
really
stuff.
allowed either, you know, because my mother was a feminist, and I'm like, that's not how
What?
feminism works. But that was when I grew up. I explained to her, that's not how feminism works. Everybody's allowed to be a pretty princess, even the boys.
Yes. Everyone can be a princess.
Tomato cactus.
Oh.
Actually, where's my water slime? He'd probably sit on my head.
And then this is my little doll, Olivia, named after, or excuse me, Octavia Butler.
Oh,
I crocheted all her clothes for her.
so cute. I like the dress. That's really cool.
Thank you. I made it. Originally, I was selling these at the farmer's market a couple, 2 years ago, and it turns out nobody's willing to pay like living wages prices. Because I was selling these for $20, and they're like, no.
No one wants to pay an artist.
No.
That's $20 whole.
It took how many hours?
It took 3 hours to make the dress.
It's like
She
minimum.
even has a little diaper that the seamstress down the street gave me because she had a preemie son, and when he didn't need any more, she gave me one so she could like, have a proper diaper because she is anatomically correct. Look, not like well molded anatomical. Look. I also have Oscar. Well, technically, Tom has Oscar.
Okay, so we were poor growing up, and we once bought my niece a knockoff Ken and Barbie set because we couldn't afford the Ken and Barbie set. And then when she took them off to redress them, we had to take them away from her because they were anatomically correct Ken and Barbie doll knockoff Ken and Barbie dolls.
I think like children
Just like,
should
what's
know.
everything?
Like, oh, guess what? Other people have similar bits, and it's normal. I'm the only non-nudist in my family. Everyone else is a nudist. I like wearing clothes. I'm the freak.
I was just to call it
I hope you do not
naturalism.
find freak to be a triggering word. I do not mean it in a negative way. I'm fine being a freak, and my family accepts me because I'm the weirdo who likes to wear clothes while everybody else is romping around in their underwear or lip.
I'm a proud freak and have been forever.
But I still have like been raised by them, and therefore I'm like, yeah, the human body is fine. It's normal. It's good. Let it be. Anyway. But this is my baby. I adore her.
Oh.
I have her little dressed up in the clothes. Because, like, I wasn't allowed too many dolls when I was a little girl because, again, second wave feminism is wild.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yes.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I just got bought.
Have everyone answered, or?
I think only no, I didn't answer.
Okay.
And
What would you
Degory
rather?
answered.
I pretty much agree with Charlie. I mean, we are apparently
now that I think about
related somehow.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum. It's Tweedledee and
That's fair.
Ideally, I want a lot of people to read my book. So there's a certain line where if I'm actually as successful as I could be, then it's I don't want to know what everyone thinks because
not the weird ones who are weirdly nitpicky about things that aren't really the point. You don't really necessarily need to hear those opinions.
You will get that.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure.
If there are real people I can interact with, then I would feel too bad about everything I do to them.
Yeah.
Because I drive half of them insane. So I'm like, wait, if you're real, am I guilty of torture and murder?
I literally already went through
That's a whole other can of worms.
And they're fun, but if I will they murder me? Will they be this is what you did to me? Or will they be oh, you got me as someone who likes to kill people? I guess I'll kill you because you're here. So
that sounds like an interesting story, actually. An author's character comes to life to take revenge on them for everything they put them through.
I love that part of
I would read that.
John
Scalzi, yeah.
Where at the end, they come and are why would you do this to us? You killed off so-and-so's whole family. He's now hiding in the walls of the ship, you freaking horrible writer. And he's like, I'm sorry, but it made for good story. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be my characters. You have no idea the crap I put them through. I already feel bad. I have literally had little mini memorials for characters when I've killed them off. And Tom, my brother, just walks in and goes, oh, you killed another one, huh? I'm like, yes, I'm wearing my death shroud. Morning, are you coming to the funeral? And he's like, I'm going to go to my room. I mean, yeah, I don't want to ever be my characters. I'm already sorry.
I mean, also, I'm into, the brainwashing tropes and, indoctrination, stuff. So,
oh, your character would come for you, huh?
Wonders.
Why didn't you just kill me? Why didn't you just kill me off like that other author? Gosh dang it! You had to torture me until I murdered everyone I love. And it's someone had to do it.
Amen. Someone had to do it.
And
what a lie! Like a real writer. Someone had to do it. I love it. That's a quote. Why didn't me off like all the others? Someone had to.
I need to just have a villain who's just a self-insert of me as a writer. And they're like, why did you murder everyone? They're like, someone had to.
I mean, everybody's going to die eventually anyway, right? Well, I'm just sped it along, right? I'm just the most unapologetic villain ever. It was a Thursday.
Nothing new on TV.
Terrible.
And then the hero's about to kill them, and they're just and they're like, do you have any regrets or last words? And the villain's like, it was a good run while it lasted.
I love those kind. I don't want anybody apologizing at the end. No, I want them lowered into the pit, still I did my best. You can thank me later.
And honestly, it'd be fun to interact with them, but also terrible. Because this conversation's pretty funny, and I could just sassily comment on all their trauma and be a terrible person, but maybe I shouldn't because that's terrible.
I love sassy villains. Are you kidding? They are my favorite villains.
Oh no, I meant if I did that as a real human being to my characters, if they became real.
Well, I mean, really, what were they expecting from writers?
Yeah.
Plus, I can only think of like one character that I write that I would actually want to hang out with because he plays good parties. And like when David Bowie died, that character was actually really into David Bowie, and so like we commiserated. Like I wrote a short story that I posted to my blog that was just us remembering Bowie from like the character's point of view and mine, and like so I kind of have hung out with them. Like I said, I hang out with my imaginary friends all day, tell stories about them, and hope other people like them.
Yeah,
that's what they do. That's the job.
Yeah, and like I feel like though with like interacting with like knowing what readers say, I feel like I could learn a lot. It's just the caveat of do I want to like know what every single one thinks? Like you have like a bomber read your book. Do you want to know what he thinks?
Well, okay. I once got stopped going out of a coffee shop by a woman who had bought my book at a signing, who decided to inform me in not quiet terms that I was a traitor to the white race for having non-white characters in the book. And she was so loud and obnoxious that the manager of the cafe offered to call the police on my behalf to have her escorted away. Like I've had the experiences. Like it's a mixed bag. It's always going to be a mixed bag, but I have met so many wonderful people because of the writing and stuff. I want to meet all of them, as many as I can, even the ones that don't like what I do. Like I've had some really bad experiences and some really great experiences. It's just that's being a writer. That's having any kind of a public profile.
It's also good that people, have read your book, regardless of whether they like or dislike it. Like, but you read it.
It's nice. You let me in your head.
You can understand. My thought worms are in you now.
Yep.
She didn't like that. She did not like that one.
I am shocked that you did not get like physically abused by her. Honestly.
It came very close to that. Like you forget, like I came up in the club system, in the house system in Baltimore, and like I can start a fire with 2 sticks and a backhanded compliment, and so I did kind of read her for filth.
Right, I'm about to say, like I know you're sappy now. Anyway,
she left crying, and I just felt vindicated. So like,
good for you.
But she did stalk me to a couple other places, and it was a thing for about 3 months. She would just like show up and start yelling at me, and I was like,
"She's not the same one."
What?
It's not that uncommon for white authors, characters that aren't white in the book. Why would she like target you specifically? Like there's quite a bit of book.
Yeah.
Because she was a vile white supremacist. And I was one of the only authors she could get her hands on.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
nearness, accessibility.
She had bought it. Because I remember her at the book signing. She came to the launch party that we had. I remember buying the book. I remember signing it, talking to her, and then like a couple weeks later, like she was very unhappy because how dare I not have white? Everybody be white. I'm just like, oh, honey, that's the least of your problems. You know what your son did last week? Because it's a small town and I know all. Let me tell you about your family. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
On that
note, I don't do local book signings anymore.
Oh no. I don't know if this question is boring or not, so we can do another one.
Oh, see, I do both of those things.
Really?
So, yeah, I am currently. Yay! I am currently.
This is really hard to see out of, though. I have the matching wings, but I don't want to crush them.
I am currently in process of doing my own audiobooks and recording them now, and I've done my book covers ever since the really horrible experience with the bad book covers, and I just and threw my hands up in the air and went indie because no. What are you getting a cut for? You can't even do anything right. So yeah, I've done my own covers for a very long time, and I enjoy both. I really enjoy both. The audio stuff I like more because I have an audio engineering background, and I really like playing with sound. So, but
I definitely, if I do decide to go self-published, I am going to be drawing my own book cover. I'm just trying to get my digital art skills like up to that level that I want. But like, I'm really good at drawing characters. I just don't know, like, because books sometimes have backgrounds and stuff. So like, and also my characters are super cartoony, so I don't know if they'll assume it's a graphic novel just with my style of character, because it's like a mix between anime and Disney. So
well,
like,
it depends on how you do it, and if you make it your aesthetic, like
yeah. So I would like to draw the book cover. That way it doesn't get, I don't get a bad one.
You don't get a book cover that has the ending on it?
Yeah, exactly. Don't give away my plot. I don't even know how you would draw that, though. The ending, I don't think you could draw the ending.
You'd be surprised how people will ruin it.
Yeah.
Just have like different characters with swords in their stomachs as spoilers for mine. Just like
That's
this one's
true.
dead, this one's dead, this one's dead.
You're dead. You're dead.
Or my second favorite horrible book covers are when the cover is pretty much only secondary and tertiary characters. And I think those are who I'm going to follow. And it turns out, no, the main character's totally different. Not in any way portrayed.
sometime after the book comes out, and I feel like it's okay, it won't like upset people because it is definitely a spoiler. I just for the fun of it did a mock-up book cover that's basically the Seven of Swords, but with a character that dies in the book with all the swords like in them, and all of the other characters around them like happy about it. I was like, that was fun. Now to do the real one. It's definitely a spoiler, so I'm not going to share that until the book comes out. But
Yeah, one good thing about like, even if I decide to do like traditional, or if I get a book deal, then even the cover that I draw that would have been the self-published cover, I'm still gonna like release it as like art in some way. So
Right.
either way, promo art,
because of my own
art prints.
well, because of my own experience with a lot of things, like I've done a lot in this. Like I said, I've been doing this for 15 years. And I would say, even if you don't think you're good at art, make a mock-up cover that at least represents what you're interested in, so that you at least have a voice in there.
Send it to them.
Like, especially if there's like a color story you really want to go for, or like just do even if it's a like really bad, cheap knockoff, like, terrible Photoshop, buy a couple magazines, cut some people's faces out, hot it together, like whatever it takes, just so that people have an idea of what you're doing. Because I know from the graphic design work that I do, that's the hardest part, is interpreting people's statements. So the more you can give the designer, the better your outcome will be.
So I've heard of the graphic designer a lot of times has not read the book.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not really their job.
That's not their job.
I think I would want to draw my book cover because I really like art and stuff, and I'm pretty good at it. I'm not like, I haven't done it as much, so I'd have to like probably make a couple attempts at it. But I know what with the book I'm writing right now, I know what I kind of want the cover to look like. It might change, like if I change my mind or someone else is like, hey, here's a better idea. But like, I have inspiration of what it would be and what each of them in the series would be. Mm-hmm. And I think it could be really cool looking. And also, I cannot read out loud to save my life.
Yeah, I've heard that probably.
Like, I would butcher art.
Well, I read out loud a lot, so I feel like I'd do a good job. Give it here. I do a good job at reading out loud and recording. But I also think that I'd have to take a longer time to actually read and record it all, especially with kids in the background and being distracted.
That'd be funny. There are people in the background of the audiobook.
Shh, I don't care if she's touching you. Leave me alone. Okay, back to my story.
I have to say that could be really fun because I can't remember whose audiobook I was listening to, but they had a very strong narrator voice in there, and I had read the book before, but I wanted to hear them read the book, mainly because I was curious how they pronounced the names that they came up with. And they would actually like stop reading every now and then and go, okay, I don't know why I wrote it this way, but like this is what it says. And like they left all that in there, and it was the most entertaining audiobook I've ever listened to because you got like this like they just read them, they literally read themselves reading their book. Like through. It was wonderful. It was like
wait, I should change this. Okay.
And I knew they were stupid when they decided to do this, but okay, y'all, this is what they did. Okay, so and then back to the oh, like those little interstitials were life.
My husband went on a little shopping spree on Amazon because he had some extra cash, and so he was like, "I'll get stuff that you can do with the kids." So I got window art.
Ooh, that looks fun.
Here's
Nice.
this. They're like brain teaser puzzles. Oh, 3D garden of like you put a 3D stuff together. Like this whole box is full of stuff. I'm like, thanks. Oh, we got wooden cars. So I have a 12-year-old girl, a 10-year-old girl, and a 7-year-old boy. So
Lots of fun stuff.
ooh, that's fun. I got growing crystals and robots. I'm like, I like my kids. I like them doing arts and crafts, but I don't want to ever have to like hand hold their hands while they do it. Is that horrible?
No.
It's pretty practical.
Oh, it's uranium.
Can you see them?
And
I don't think I can be a good judge of what's horrible with kids because like I'm working with kids, but I'm the most sarcastic person with them. Like I remember at one point we were doing like an egg thing where you had endangered egg babies and you had to have the egg survive as long as you could. And of course kids like would break eventually a little bit more each time and it broke between challenges and she was most age like 7th grade. And she's like, my egg broke and I just looked at her and I was like, sucks to suck. But all the kids like burst out laughing and thought it was hilarious. So they were a fun group to work with, but I'm just the most sarcastic person. Luckily, the kids seemed to like it, but I won't say like or inappropriate stuff around kids, but I don't change my vocabulary or like sarcastic. It's like adult things we talk about dropping eggs and
like this thing, I got this exact thing for my son at Christmas, and we've only done it one because it was like an all-day thing. There's a reason it's not completed. Just saying, it's a lot of stuff, but yay!
Intense project.
You can do that with him. I had my turn. It's your turn now.
And then
like
because
like the little the holes that have the like there's wheels on each side and there's like a little thing that peg that goes through to attach to the wheel. It is not even. It's not nothing. It's even the stupid thing ever. It's fine. Like, how about that'll be a Saturday dad project so you can do with the kids? And they're like, where you guys have been? No, I'm kidding. I thought it was something I ordered for myself. But I was like, that's a lot of box for a book and sticky notes.
I love your cat.
This is my secret kitty, because she very rarely comes out when I'm doing live streams. This is McGonagall. Her sister Minerva is over there. Can you guess what I was a fan of when I named them?
I have no idea.
Star Wars.
I know it's completely a mystery. Isn't it?
If only we understood how your mind.
She actually looks like a cat.
It does, yeah.
The cat's so pretty.
Yeah.
She's so
I think
pretty.
you're really pretty. I think you're really pretty.
I wish I could hug her through the screen.
Yes, I would like to pet her.
And she's all about the loves right now. You will probably start hearing what sounds like a motorcycle soon, because she has the loudest purr in the world. So
Nice.
sometimes the mic, sometimes the noise canceling cuts it out, and sometimes it doesn't. So if suddenly it sounds like there's a motorcycle idling, it's my fault. Let me know, because it's her. She has the loudest purr box.
Oh.
Yeah,
I had a cat who purred really loud too, and you could like hear him across the room. But I like it because then you know you're being appreciated. Like his sister was the one who was giving kisses, but no one else kisses really. But her, like she would purr a lot, but you had to like put your head on her body and be like, "Oh yeah, she's happy."
Hey, don't
Did everyone answer the question? What's the next one?
There are a whole bunch of questions. I'm trying to pick something interesting.
Pick something where we can talk about a character's dying.
You can make up a question if you want, Laura. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you rather something?
Make something up, because a lot of these are kind of random. I didn't make up any of these. Some of these are.
I don't know.
This is too much pressure.
Really weird.
Here's a random one.
Would you rather?
This is the kind of interesting one. Go ahead.
Would you rather eat vegetables the rest of your life or fruit?
Fruit.
That's the one that came up.
I really like fruit.
To be honest, I actually really like vegetables more than fruit. I know it's weird.
In a world where I can't have brassicas, I don't know what I would do with myself.
Yesterday, I ate a whole sack of peas and carrots with butter and salt, and I was like happy. I was so happy, y'all. Like I know it sounds strange. I love vegetables. Especially butter. Everything's a vehicle for butter.
I love. My thing was I like green beans like obsessively. So that like I like green beans more than I like any fruit. I like more fruits. I like vegetables. I like one vegetable pretty much, but vegetables I like more. However, I also like beef soup. Like beef vegetable soup, chicken noodle soup. So if I just put a bunch of vegetables in soup form, I can eat different types of vegetables. But my only other concern is I really like spaghetti, and tomatoes are a fruit. But
that's true.
I also have garlic in it, so I can never truly eat spaghetti again because it has fruits and vegetables.
What's wrong with
that? Would be terrible.
Wait,
if you're only doing one.
Yeah, because if you can only do one.
What's the fruits and vegetables?
Or would you rather eat fruits or vegetables for the rest of your life?
Where's
you could choose
what
I can't ever have spaghetti as it's meant to be.
I
don't know because you could always do.
Wait. Did I hear something wrong?
You could always just do a pesto trapanese because it's the greatest thing ever, and that's just like, hey, hazelnut. No.
That doesn't sound basic enough for me.
That's tomatoes too. Never mind.
It doesn't sound basic enough. No, I'm just kidding. But I have the palate of a 5-year-old.
Like I only eat meat because the doctor says I have to, and I don't particularly like sweet things. So yeah, bye fruit.
Oh. So my favorite thing lately has been like snap peas, and then I dip it in almond butter.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, someone noticed Cthulhu.
We had our babies out. We were comparing babies.
Yes.
We were comparing our babies.
We have a dinosaur. Oh,
I need the pink one, not me, but yeah.
I still say that you win with Toothless because Toothless is amazing.
Yes. Got this at Universal Studios. And my sister was like, "Do you need that?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Even a question.
I also got Poppy from Trolls as a pillow. I was like, "Yeah, I need that too. I need them both." And she was like, "That's a lot of money on pillows," but I didn't care.
I haven't watched World Tour yet. It's up on one of the streamings.
It's okay. The first one was better.
I haven't watched World Tour yet either.
Poppy reminds me of me because she's pink and loves sparkles. And I love pink. Yeah. Sparkles.
I literally washed this shirt with purple fabric that had lots of glitter on it, and now this shirt has glitter all over it, and I am not upset.
Not bad.
I am like, yes,
I'm all right
how
with
I
that.
feel.
We don't allow glitter in our house.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Two things. They were allergic to figs, so I couldn't have fig Newtons, and they hated glitter, and I do not miss them. I love glitter.
Who?
My ex.
Who was allergic to figs?
My ex-husband.
Oh.
Yep, I'm like,
Okay.
I feel like I did okay in this divorce.
Yeah, you said they, and I was like, wait, are you talking about your parents? That's a bit hard. Because I was like,
let's not get on the
people at
topic
once.
of parents. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Both of my parents have passed away, so again, I'm not sad about not needing to like live their lifestyle or whatever they're doing. I'm good, thank you. It's worked out for me.
Okay, I see the question.
Yes.
This is a cheating one because for the most part I never outline.
I was about to say.
I pretend to outline and I tell people I'm outlining, but it's just like world building that happens on the side so that I know the setting. So yeah.
I don't know if that's considered outlining or not. It's considered
I would say
Yeah.
having an outline because I actually enjoy editing.
Yeah, I despise editing. So if I never had to edit again, like I would be like the happiest person on earth.
Charlie,
I want
Charlie, here's the deal. You do all of my book covers and I'll do all your editing.
Ooh.
Okay?
We might have to talk about that in the after show.
All right. Okay. Just saying.
Writers, helping writers, helping each other, holding.
I think editing is actually pretty fun, and also editing takes longer, and it's just more efficient if I write it perfectly the first time.
Yep. No.
But even if I never have to edit by I just like slam my hand against the keyboard and it automatically comes out perfect because like the magic of never having to edit. I don't have to try. I'll just like, this is so right. I didn't bother finishing outlining, but by default, I don't have to edit. So just go like this, boom, story done.
Boom.
I remember when I wrote my very first book, which I actually have over there because I pulled it out the other day just to prove that I still had it. And I didn't know that editing was a thing. I thought you just wrote books and they were magic. So I wrote the world's greatest garbage fire of a manuscript that's ever been written in the history of garbage fires. And I had a friend of mine who liked to type and was wanting to practice, so they typed it up for me. And I just sent it to Tor Books because I'm a writer now. That's how this works. And I got a very polite letter back from them thinking that I was like 14. Like, no.
Thank you, but we are not interested at this time.
There are other stages that you should know about in the writing journey. No, they actually sent like a really helpful letter back. But I thought that I had done it. I'm 14. I finished a book. That's what you do, right? You write it. It's done. It's magic.
Well, at least the letter was helpful, and it wasn't like, "Don't ever write again."
Oh, no, I got that one too. I got that one too. I submitted I submitted a short story to Playboy because they did a call out for horror romance stories, and I had one, and I sent it to them, and I got a letter back from them. That it was just a Post-it note that they put on top of the manuscript that they mailed back to me that said, "Please never write again."
That's hard.
Like, was it so scary it gives you nightmares and you don't want it anymore, or did you just hate it? Like, there's ways I could take that from a horror story.
I know. I think I'd probably rather never have to edit, because the reason I outline is to make my editing process less obnoxious. So editing just takes so long, and I'd rather just like deal with the outline and then write a nice book and not have to edit it.
I thought of a question. Yeah, I thought of a question.
All right.
Would you rather take the place of your protagonist or your villain of your current work in progress?
Okay. Would you say it again? Would you rather?
Would you rather take the place of your protagonist or villain in your current work in progress? Like, you have to go through all the crap you put them through.
Okay, I have 4 whips right now.
Yeah,
so
I've got like a bunch. Okay, in fairness, the one that I was working on today,
yeah,
it's a Regency romance, and the truth is, I am the villain in this. I was literally that in my early 20s. I am the terrible bitch. I didn't mean to be, but it kind of did, apparently. And so, yeah, I'm already that. I'm terrible. I love Ursula. I did not mean to break her heart because I didn't know we were dating. There, I said it. I nevertheless, I hate that. I could have been kinder and more compassionate, but the truth is, I wasn't there emotionally yet. I was.
Like, you have to be clear.
She's crazy bitch, so I'm never going back to apologize because that lady is not right.
Mm-hmm. See, it depends. Okay, so like in my dark urban fantasy, I basically, the hero actually is based off of 2 of my worst childhood memories. So I kind of am the hero in that book, even though it's not an author insert. I just took 2 of my worst childhood memories and made a character out of them.
Profit! Off of solving treasure!
Trauma!
Yes! That's what writing's for, right? I've told that.
So I kind of have that character. In my epic fantasy story, I would love to be the villain because he has the best clothes in the universe. Like, I mean, he can do a lot of really good stuff, but oh my goodness, like his fashion sense is on point, and like everybody else like is poor, like I am, and like I want all the gold too. Like I just want all the gold too. So definitely the villain in that one. And in my space opera, I would like to be the protag just because. Oh my goodness, I want my own starship. Like, I want my own starship. So it depends on the question.
You want what?
It depends on the whip in question.
My book that I'm getting ready to publish has real life stuff in there, but I think I would like to take on the form of the likable villain in the book.
The likable villain.
Yeah, there's a couple that are like totally a villain. Like there's no way that they're not a villain. But the other one, she just did questionable things. And so like she is a villain, but not like in your face a villain. I guess it's a weird way to describe
like a side villain.
Yeah, like a side villain. Yeah.
So in my current like main one, the main character, not in this book, but like in the series, I'm just gonna say the whole series. Even in this book, she does messed up crap. She's like gets tortured and forced to do messed up things that will currently haunt her for the rest of her life. And like terrible stuff like pain and like a lot of physical pain, and then psychotic, like indoctrination, brainwashing, and that sort of crap.
You're describing my childhood.
Well, I'm what?
You're describing my childhood.
So all the crap she goes through, or the main villain who does that to her, and then like the main villain eventually dies, but like, do I really want to go through the shit she goes through? Because at that point I might be like, maybe dying isn't that bad, but I don't think I'm going to kill her at the end. So it's like I don't even get that. I might kill her at the end, but I don't.
I haven't decided.
So when I write, if I have a character who really wants to die for a lot of the book, especially if they're the main character, I don't really want to kill them. Usually I want them to like choose to live. No, it's like a positive thing, not like a you're gonna suffer thing more. There's one exception.
You get
anyway,
your on as a writer. Yeah, got it.
yeah, so maybe I'll just be a terrible person, but think I'm in the right, as opposed to be someone who's forced to do terrible things and haunted for the rest of their life. And if the villain's going to be terrible anyway, might as well not suffer from what he does and just, live his life and then die or whatever and be like, whatever. But he's going to hurt the people anyway, so I can just pick whichever one hurts me less because the same stuff's happening either way.
I mean, I know, Laura, that you're not necessarily trying to pitch your stories, but I am here for your writing. As a reader who doesn't have to live this, I am here for the drama. So, thank you. And when you're putting out something, anything, a little science story, I was like, I want the drama, darling. What you got? Charlie.
I'm glad you like it.
Do you have a newsletter sign up? What do I have to do to stay tuned to Laura?
I have a YouTube channel. I'm gonna try posting on it more, and I have an Instagram, but I haven't really been posting writing stuff. Just random bugs and animals I find at work.
Okay, but that's fun too. I love bugs I don't have to actually be in real life with.
All right, so I think I'm going to be the complete opposite of Laura and take the place of my protagonist because I actually give them a fun adventure and a nice romance. Yeah. And they do go through stuff, but also my one protagonist ends up having magic powers, and I really, really want magic powers.
Nice.
And they end up at one point having a griffin that they can fly around on. So, yeah.
Your books sound like fun books that you would actually want to live through.
Yeah, I created a fantasy world that I want to live in.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Your answer would be because your book is actually fun. I think it's funny that I think were you the only person who said protagonist? No, probably said protagonist for one.
Yeah. I've got one protag that I kind of am, but yeah.
I write almost like a Disney movie, but it's probably slightly darker.
Yeah. For my story though, where the characters are captured as a child and indoctrinated, though, I would probably pick the protagonist though, because the villain is also indoctrinated. So we might as well just be it's a redemption arc, I guess.
Also, I have a lot of different villains, so I don't know which one I would pick.
See,
one's kind of insane.
The main protag that I picked ends up in a love pentagram, and I'm all about that. Who needs triangles? Let's have all the options. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a polyam series by the end of the book. I don't think they're going to pick just one.
It would actually be a really interesting twist because it's they don't choose one. They're
Well, I've noticed two of the other love interests are kind of low key flirting with each other, and I'm just this went from a love pentagon to a full-on love pentagram because you and you and you and you and you and you and that one's in the middle. Okay. The geometric pairings are profound.
Yeah.
It would be really sad if everyone ended up in a couple together except one of them.
That'd be funny.
Oh, well, there's always an ace somewhere near a polyamorous group. There's always an ace sort of orbiting the outside anyway. Yep. That's normal, and they're happy that way. They like to be near the love without being in the love.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Yeah. We are both of similar age. We've been down the road. Yep.
Polyamory is fun.
Yeah. Good times.
Anyone else have a random would you rather? I'm going to try and think of one.
A writing related one.
Yes.
A lot of
the ones on the list weren't writing related, so I was like, that's not on topic.
Were they mostly reading related?
They're random. I can read out a few if anybody is interested. Let's see, where did it go? Like this random one: walk barefoot in public bathroom, or go through poison ivy.
Aren't those the same thing?
Sneeze nonstop 15 minutes once a day, or sneeze every 3 minutes of the day while you're awake. I feel like the 15-minute one once a day is actually so. Know when you're going to die or know how you're going to die. That's actually an interesting one.
I'm not sure if it's better to know either at all or just
I know. That's
not
why I'm
know.
Yeah, if I didn't like either of them, I'd be so ticked off till I died. Like, I would just be offended. Like, this is not what I signed up for.
I'd probably go with when, because if I knew how, I would live my whole life paranoid, even if I die in, like, you know, a whole bunch of years. Whereas if I know when, then I can make my peace with it. And if it's like soon, then obviously I can like spend all my money and have fun.
I feel like I should.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. So when would be better? I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like I should preface this by saying I'm not a good person in any way, shape, or form. And I was at a party once with my tarot cards, and somebody really, really upset me, and they wanted a reading, and I convinced them that they were going to die in a cuddle fit with a bunch of teddy bears, like just an avalanche of teddy bears. We're going to drown them, and they were. To this day, I have on good authority they will not go near a toy store. Because apparently I was very convincing about this, like the most ridiculous thing. Because they kept asking, "Well, how am I going to die? How am I going to die?" And I was like, "An avalanche of teddy bears. They shall drown you, and all you should taste is fur and fluff." And like, apparently, I'm very convincing about this.
Yeah.
But I'm not a good person, so don't do as I do, kids. My life is a cautionary tale.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious though, what like I don't have a would you rather, but I'm kind of curious like what's your like proudest thing you've like your favorite villain you've written?
I have one.
Because I feel like villains can be really fun. Okay, who's yours?
I really like the villain in my Portal fantasy because he's this man who was trapped in an alternate dimension when he was 2 years old or 3 years old. He was a toddler, and he was trapped as a toddler for 50 years. So, and then he came back to get his revenge, and he was an adult. And so he's kind of like has temper tantrums, and it's really funny to write because he's like the king, and he like has temper tantrums and like gets really upset about things, and then his wife's just sitting there rolling her eyes, like, oh my god, he's doing this again. So he's really fun to write.
I don't think I've read a character who like has like
child temper tantrum, like a toddler.
Child state type thing, yeah.
He's also kind of like crazy violent too, so
That's
he
like
murders people.
Right
Nice.
I so do that. I need to write a tantrum character so bad. Like that just seems like it'd be so cathartic just to
I like him.
like get it all out.
He sounds like fun.
He is fun, yeah.
Especially the murdering part. Does he ever throw a tantrum while he murders someone? That would be the best scene.
That would be.
I'm not going to say the.
Yeah, there's one part where he gets mad at people because they're doing like they're having a battle. He gets mad at them about like having this one thing in the battle. He's like, "That's cheating. You can't do that." And they're like, "It's like a battle. There's no cheating."
I'm not going to say the character's name because they're a secret villain in an ongoing series that I'm writing, but they are so brilliantly manipulative that they have been secretly orchestrating every bad thing that happens in the story that once they get unmasked and you look back on it, like they are the cause of all the unfortunate events that happen, and they're so like deliciously wonderful about it, and I absolutely love them.
That sounds fun.
I love sneaky villain, like manipulative.
Yeah, and they're doing it for like all the most petty reasons in the world. Like they don't like they're not like trying to save the universe or like because they think they're great or because they hate somebody. It's like they got bored and thought that they would just like entertain themselves through the misery of others. And I love this character so much because they show up in a couple of the books as like, hi, I'm here to help.
that person.
And I've got some comments like, I love this character. He's so helpful, and I'm just like, yes, he's very helpful. He's very helpful. He helps a lot.
Oh, this one is the comment. No, how? But that's not the question. You have to choose. That's the problem.
But I feel like with mine, my favorite one is the one I'm currently, like, one of my current ones. Because this villain, like, you don't realize they're, like, a full-on villain at first. They're very, like, nice and helpful. But, like, they aren't necessarily the most powerful. So it's, like, they're nice and helpful when they're in a location where they're not the powerful one. But the moment they can get power, you're just like, oh, wait. Oh crap! Because like the main character like trusts the villain and is like, yeah, I'll go to this place because if I'm in your like where you have power, I'll be safe. Goes there and it's like, oh, this was the greatest mistake I've ever made. And there are other villains who are like at points like who want to kill the main character, and that character's like, no, like don't kill them. That's a waste of human life. Like let the character come to me, and I'll be. And then the other people who are like, that's when they're in their like jurisdiction, so they're like, no, we're not going to do that. And the main character's like always like, oh, why? Like this character's trying to help me, blah blah blah, and then it's like, oh, no, I made a mistake.
I've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. Sorry if that was a bit spoilery.
I don't know.
Hopefully you forget.
I'll find out when I read your book and be like, oh, that's what she was talking about. But I probably won't remember.
Yeah, I just love manipulative characters. And that character is like so fun because like I didn't want to write a pure evil character, so that character's like a dad. And he's like a really like good father and loyal husband. And then like in like a lot of books, like the villain like has this weird like crush on the main character, and like the main character's like, ew, like that's a trope. And like my character like gets indoctrinated and tortured and ends up like falling in love with the villain, and the villain's like, no, I just wanted to torture you so you're obedient to me. Stop being attracted to me. So it's real messed up.
Glory slowly nodding.
I'll torture people all day, but I'm not going to cheat on my wife. I have standards.
Oh, well, at least we have that. It's like that whole conversation about in Shakespeare, the most functional marriage in the entire thing is in Macbeth between, Macbeth and his wife, and they are the bad guys. They're terrible, and they're the only ones with a good marriage, and it's like, this sucks. Of course, obviously, this says a lot about Shakespeare's idea of marriage, but anyway.
Yeah.
Macbeth was my favorite one that I've read so far.
I don't really have proper villains most of the time. I've got just people who make bad choices, and in one of them, I have a bureaucracy of angels who just are idiots and they're incompetent, and technically that's the villainy.
Yeah.
So it's not really exciting.
That's
also,
funny.
I hate incompetency in my own personal life. Like, oh, my blood pressure will just go through the roof when somebody's like, well, what are you going to do? Like, I'm going to walk away so I don't commit crimes. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think I have a favorite villain that I've written. Not yet. I mean, I kind of like my side villain I was talking about because she's an adult, but she has so-called stubbornness and temper tantrums. Like she's 2. Like she stomps off down the hallway and slams the door. Things like that. Because that's fun to write. Because why would an adult do that? Like generally, an adult with children would not do that. Generally.
I mean, I've got some story, but anyway. Now, my favorite villain of all time is probably Ursula.
Oh, I like her, yeah.
And I mean, I have so much headcanon about what is this about? What is her relationship with Triton? there's so much to like unpack here. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't agree with her choices, but I have some theories about what led her here, and like I can relate, and also screw everybody else. But again, I don't agree with like her preying on other people to like
turning them into those squiggly things.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember being horrified by that as a kid.
Yeah, me too. I'm so scared. Like, especially when Triton gets turned into one, I get so upset. I'm like,
okay. I'm not talking about. No.
He kind of deserved it. I don't know. Triton's not a good father. He's just a bad
he's a terrible father.
He's a terrible person. He got what he deserved.
Solid case, or he is also one of the villains.
Yes, he is.
Like, I mean, where is her mother too?
She's dead.
Oh, we made a prequel.
How did that happen?
Prequel, she got run over by a ship or something.
Okay, I can answer this for you.
Their mom is dead or gone.
Yes.
It's Disney. No one's parents survived.
Walt Disney had a bad relationship with his mother, and therefore all mothers are dead. No, it's true. It's true.
I know.
I'm a live mother in a Disney story that is a good character.
He bought them a house and some poison thing, and his mother died and suffocated. So I thought it was because like a guilt thing.
His relationship with his mother is a very complex thing, kind of like his relationships with people who did goose stepping. Like, he's a very complicated character. I grew up like idolizing Walt Disney, and then I like learned about him and went, "Ooh."
Yeah. Charlie, did you say goose stepping?
Yeah.
Goose stepping, you know.
He may or may not have supported the Nazis.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I live under a rock in my nice little area here. It's fine.
He's a complicated person.
His head is frozen in a jar because they're going to bring him back one day, though. So.
Okay.
I wish that was a joke.
Not a joke.
He had his head frozen. Yeah, he had his head frozen.
It sounds like a metaphor, but it's true.
Well, didn't Disney though make anti-German propaganda during World War II? Like, I'm pretty sure the U.S. government recognized Donald Duck.
He showed the Germans around. I mean, come on.
What?
Yes, eventually.
He showed the Nazis around the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
He started. It was bad PR once the war actually broke out. It was bad PR for him to be like, "Hey, what's wrong with him? He's not a bad guy." And then it was like, "Oh, we're at war with them. Okay, money is very important to me. He's bad. He's bad." And
okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's complicated. I grew up watching Disney. I mean, like, I'm not here to.
He's very complicated. He may have helped pick the homecoming queen at a couple of the local homecomings around here, and he's a complicated individual. Just saying. He's an interesting fellow. Everyone has a story.
Everyone has a story. Yes. Yes, amen.
Hello.
I did see a would you rather. I did see one writer one, and it's would you rather only write during NaNoWriMo's, the 3 months, or only be able to write for 1 week out of every month?
Ooh.
I think NaNoWriMo.
What is that?
That would mess up my flow. Because also, like, every week a month, I would be working for a lot of days. So I really, I don't, maybe I could pick my favorite week and I could, pick the other days to outline or something. But with NaNoWriMo, I feel like, I don't know. But also, if I financially could, afford to, I could just if I ended up being stable enough, I would pick the month one because I could take a month off and just write, as opposed to if I could financially afford to take a week off, that's still not as good as a full month, just because it feels like it's more I get more flow.
Well, I mean, in theory, if you just wrote during the NaNoWriMo's, you could, in theory, edit the other months, and that would be up to 3 books a year.
Yeah,
true.
With editing, I mean, I hadn't thought of before I actually said it. I was just like, So
it adds up to the same either way.
I think at least it's
yeah. So I think I would pick NaNoWriMo.
I think I would also pick NaNoWriMo because you'd have more of a, like Laura said, more of a writing flow,
right?
And you would get, because what happened was I tried to write a book in a year this year, and I actually did have 3 really, really good months, and then it kind of petered off because I think I kind of got burnt out. I'm gonna do a whole video on this. I won't go into it, but but yeah, I think like it would be better to have like short bursts of like a lot of progress,
Mm-hmm.
and then to just have it split up, because then I might forget stuff that I wanted to do unless I take really good notes
Yeah.
during the other times.
Just don't lose your notebooks.
I know. Don't say it like that. That sounds creepy.
Yeah.
I need
Yep.
my
Sorry, that was the ghost of writing Project Past visiting for a
Right.
second.
Yes.
That's my writing note.
Keep them with you, and when you get them back from the gremlins, you hold on to it like it's your favorite thing in the universe, and it goes with you everywhere because you're not going out of your sight again. Like, you're not leaving me until I get this all typed up.
I mean, he drinks some coffee before I fall asleep here.
Yeah, I'm tired too, but I don't drink coffee, so.
Oh no.
I'm like taking this vine off because I like tied it around my waist to like define the scarf that's supposed to look kind of like Greekish. And I'm like, I don't want my waist to have definition anymore because I feel like a little like vine around my stomach.
Committed to the costume.
Yes.
It's supposed to look more Greek, but you know, because they don't like this is like a black dress. Like all the Muslims don't wear black dresses; they wear like this thing.
Right.
So last year, a friend of mine wore a corset for the first time, and I kept telling her, "Don't do it, don't do it,
Oh,
don't
she
do
did
it."
that?
As somebody who has worn corsets before for various cosplay, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Especially if it's the costume you're planning on being in all day. And especially when you have duties at various tables where you're going to be on your feet all day. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yes.
Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be
Oh,
fine.
no, you can.
That's a vest. No.
Yeah.
It
We're not.
depends on
No, I know some people who like wear corsets all the time who do like historical dress, but the thing is they don't like wear sexy corsets. They wear like historically accurate corsets that are literally just because like original ones were more to support your chest, and it actually compared to a bra would distribute your weight more evenly. Like you can't slouch as much, but like it was actually supporting your weight. And like if you want to wear a big ball gown, you have to wear a corset to hold up the skirt so it can support it.
Right.
And that's why the live action Beauty and the Beast, the dress isn't as good because she didn't want to wear a corset, so they couldn't make it as big. But if you wear a corset all day, but it has to be like an accurate corset, not one that like crushes you to look super skinny.
As somebody who has worn both, like
Yeah.
extended periods of time, it can be a thing. It can be a thing.
You probably need like a hand tailored one to be honest to your specific body.
I had both. Yeah, I had them
Okay.
handmade. Yeah.
What
But
was the costume?
What for me?
Either one that you said was like so uncomfortable because you said it was like, devoted to the costume.
Well, I used to do a lot of the drags, so I had a very nice, sexy corset that pulled everything in and gave me a figure because that was important when I was doing that on stage, and that one was impossible because having to dance while having your rib cage crushed is not anything. That is a skill that you have to learn. And once you have it, like it's good, yay! But until you get there, you black out a couple times. It's fine.
Like you do.
Yeah, like you do. Like, is that not everybody's growing up experience? Did your house mama not make you wear a corset and black out until you learned proper breath control? Children these days, the things they're not taught. But,
It's a lack of home training.
it's a lack of
Lack of home training. That's what when I was teaching. That's what some of the other older, more wiser teachers used to say. Like, no, that one has a lack of home training.
But no, my
oh.
my second sister and I decided to do a very Victorian party because we were supposed to go to the prom in the outfits that we had, but when they found out that we were gender bending our prom costumes, we were banned from going to the prom, so we wore them elsewhere. And I had a wonderful Victorian, like proper corset and proper ball gown made for me, and she had the most gorgeous tailcoat, Victorian tailcoat made. I mean, they were really, really pretty, and I wish I still had the pictures. But yeah, they both were a thing after a while, just because you have to train yourself to wear them. Like there's a reason that there are stages when you go through actual history. No one started on a whalebone corset. Like there were things that you did to train yourself to get up to them, because learning how to breathe while wearing them is a thing. And a lot of historical reenactors will go through the training, because if you're wearing especially period accurate costumes, corsets, even the more looser ones, can still be a problem, because you're not used to not being able to bend in the ways that you can, and you can cause a lot of harm to your back and to your side muscles, because you're trying to compensate for the lack of mobility. You can also really mess your hips up. And like I have one hip that just won't stay in joint anymore because of it. But it's a thing. But they look gorgeous. Like you can feel it looks wonderful. That was before the potatoification.
What?
Before I became a potato.
I have always been a potato. I started off as a little fingerling, and I've just grown into it. But that's fine. I'm a potato with glitter. I am happy.
There you go. Glitter. Solves everything.
Potato.
But yeah, costumery is a thing. It's
oh yeah, I love
we
dressing
take
up.
it very seriously, because all my friends are either recovering drag queens or people that do cosplay at conventions. So like it's the same world, really. It's just the way you do the insults are different. Like it's a different kind of shade that you throw, but same thing. But yeah, corsets can be a thing.
Thank
you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, it's lovely. I'm glad we could be here for you. I've been planning to sew my own stays for Regency outfit, and honestly, I actually started writing the Regency story like 2 years ago, because I knew I could sew the costumes, and a friend of mine, I was like, I'm pretty sure that I could put her in the other one and we could do the cover. Because the Regency dresses are one of the easiest to actually sew, versus some of the other, like Victorian or Georgian, they're just more complicated, and I'm like, no. So that was how I picked the setting. And so it's like, why, yes, I can sew my own stays. Noted. Also, I look great in Empire waist, just saying. I have ample bosom. Might as well use it, right? It's time period. Anyhow, how are we doing?
All right, do we want to do another
She went
question?
to an eldritch
Wrap this
god
up.
for like comfort and support. So
Yeah. I mean, really.
What for comfort and support?
So you went into the arms of an eldritch god, comfort and support. I mean, that's how we're doing right now.
Yeah.
When I'm tired, I just need to hug something.
Aww.
Avocado. Back to the stuffed animals.
Every time you do that, I could just think of the greatest album that no one will ever be able to hear, because they weren't a popular band and nobody has put it up on streaming. But there's a wonderful, if you can ever find a copy of it, there's a band called the Hatters, and their one and only album was called The Madcap Adventures of the Avocado Overlords. If you like I don't know why it's called that. It's a Southern rock album. Like if you like good like Southern rock, it'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry. It's a great album. But it came out during the era of grunge and nobody was having it.
Yeah, it was a little too whimsical and upbeat for grungy. Yeah.
I like music that inspires story stuff. Like I don't listen to a lot of popular music. I feel like is like, oh, they're hot, I'm gonna dance and grind against them. Like not all of them, but like I don't listen to that type of music, because like I like music that inspires stories. So I have like music where it's like the characters are like, I'm a villain in your mind, or like stuff like that. Like I listen to like music that's like,
I said,
yeah.
It's like type of story.
Yes.
Nice.
By the way, Tom toasted the challah.
Ooh, toasted
Mhm.
challah. Yes, I like stories, songs too.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take a
And
moment.
so, like,
Go eat.
I know I have a couple. I found these people who do metal covers of Disney songs or like animated movies, music.
On YouTube?
Yeah, and so I have a couple from the Prince of Egypt. I have the one where like the two guys are singing about like the Egyptian gods, and I've seen where like Moses brings a stick and it turns into a snake and then eats the other snake. In that one, they're like chanting the names of the gods, and they're like, and then they're like, "You're playing with the big boys now." That's a song, and like the middle version, I'm like, this is the Roman Empire. I mean, it's the Rome gods, but like it's the vibe. It's like. Yeah, I need this metal song, and then I also have I actually have one song from the Prince of Egypt has really good music. I really like.
It does. It really does.
I have one. I have not a metal version, the original version of the Plague song, because I have a book where there's literally an apocalypse. I'm like, this is the song I listen to, and another one I like to listen to.
This is the opening credits.
Yeah. What?
I said the Plague song could be your opening credits for the movie version of the book.
No, that's actually later on in the series. So I like establish this whole fantasy world, and then I kill entire civilizations in it because of the apocalypse. Most of the characters die, and then they're left in this hellscape where they're all struggling to survive, and they have to like kill the immortals to try to have a chance of survival, but it doesn't actually like make everything better. It's just like so like because there's like literally every natural disaster happens at the same time, and then there's zombies because the god of death is like I'm done with this shit.
And zombies.
So no one's soul can like pass on. So there's like these zombie things they're like contagious ones. They just kill you, and then you're trapped as a ghost with your body trying to murder people.
Happy stuff.
Am I the only one that like obsesses over what they want the soundtrack if their books ever get turned into movies to sound like? Like I've found myself from time to time just like, oh, and it should have like this is the opening credits, and then when this happens, this should be the song that plays in the background. Like I've made playlists that are just like my dream like soundtrack for the movie should it ever happen.
I have some songs that are like this one sad scene. And I have this one song that I think would be just perfect for it. I'm like, yes, this would play. I like played it on a loop as I was writing that scene. I was like, this is perfect. It just describes everything perfectly.
I have like songs for scenes too, and like I also have like some songs where I'm like, I want this to be a book trailer, but I can't afford to use this song.
Yeah.
I have one song that like it really doesn't fit the vibe of the book, like to most people, but to me, I'm like, this makes perfect sense. And it's like, and I have like this whole like artistic rendition where the characters are like singing the song to the main character, and she tries to get away from them. I'm like, this could be a great book trailer. But, money.
You have to like find friends willing to act for free.
Well, I think it'd be cool if it was like almost like a hand-drawn style. Like it doesn't even have to be like the animation I'd want to be fluid, but even if it was just like pencil sketches with like only one color in each frame, I think that would be cool.
There you go. Then you can draw it.
Yeah. Like, because one thing is like I have an idea for the cover where it's like the character's face is like because there's an important ring in the book that has like a pupil in the center and then like 8 points of a star. So it's gold with a green pupil. And so that's like an important ring. So I kind of was like, maybe for the cover, I could have like a character covering most of their face with just the ring where their eye's supposed to be. Ooh. So like, because that ring represents the villains and the leaders, and the main character like has the same eye color. So I think it'd be cool to have like the ring like over one eye and then her eye on the other side. Yeah. And then for each cover, there's like one colored object, and everything else is like black and white and kind of like a charcoal art style. So not like a photo, but like kind of that charcoal texture. Because I really like charcoal. That was my favorite thing to draw with. And then I have one and then like the colored object is smoother. And then I have another cover I think would be cool in that series is if like the character was holding their hands like this in front of their face, and there's just like a full-on human heart.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
and like it's like dripping some down the arms of the character. Like I think that would be a cool sequel one. Like they just get progressively more dark. Like the first one's like fantasy, and then you're like, why the heck is there a freaking human heart and on this person's hands? Like,
because the plague.
so those are
That's why.
yeah. Yeah. So like for that series, I don't know if it'd be 4 or 5 books. Like I know what the first 3 would have in them. I don't know like the last one if it'd be 1 or 2, but like so I have 2 of the covers.
There you go. I have like color ideas for the covers. I want like the first book to be purple, and then maybe the second book to be blue, and the third book I'm like, but that should also be purple, but it should be a different color.
Yeah, because like for mine, I was thinking like also for the spine, it would just have the one colored object on the side, so they each kind of have their own like little objects with a different color. So like I think color like is a like interesting way to make each book in the series different. Like, but you like by having a similar style, they're like cohesive.
Yeah.
But you can create the difference. So like the first one would have the green and the gold being colored. The second one would be like red and pinks. And something else. No, whatever.
Yeah, the covers for my Whisper in the Dark books, actually, the first cover is basically everything's blood red, and the second cover everything turns golden, and the third one everything's just black and white, no grays, just black and white, and it I think demonstrates the story itself, and also just graphically, I think it looks good. So. Hopefully other people agree. But yeah, Color Story is a really
is that series out yet?
No.
Okay.
They will be there. Like this is the problem that I'm having right now. Is like this is just my year of rapid release, and next year, like if I keep on schedule, I will have 52 novellas finished by the end of August next year. So like next year will be my year of like crazy rapid release, like all of it. Yeah. But yeah, like I have a lot of pent up stories, and I am at least happy that the word, what I'm hearing back from my readers, the beta readers and alpha readers have been good. So I think they might actually be stories. Because like that's the point that I'm at. I'm like I'm writing these so quickly. I'm just like writing la, 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 on the page like 1,000 times, aren't I? Like it feels like there can't actually be a story here. I'm just like deluding myself, right?
You're writing so fast that you really can't even.
Yeah. 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 It's kind of like that.
I know, like. Yeah, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys ever like to like experiment with how you write, like what you write? Because I have like one part in the book where like I said like I like indoctrination, insanity. If you haven't noticed yet, but like part of that is like I want to write that part almost like like the character as they go more insane, it becomes more like poetry and like verse as opposed to prose. And like then throughout the series overall, like it would still have like prose sections in different parts, but it would like have like it would go like when she has like spouts of like paranoia or something, it would like change into her kind of I really like what's it called, stream of consciousness for like some of that stuff, like not like when you can't read it, but like very like this is like the sentences popping in her head, very quick thing. And I think it's fun to experiment in that way. And I know I have a different like sci-fi series where I have a character who's like the center of everything. And they're essentially like the main character, like the linchpin of the story. But I thought it'd be cool to write it from like instead of their point of view, 4 different point of views. And like you have no clue what perspective is right or not. And like that one's not
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys ever try to experiment with how you tell stories?
I'm a big fan of prose poetry, and so I use a lot of prose and a lot of poetic forms in the stuff that I write. In fact, one of my favorite short stories that I ever did that got a fairly good response to it, there's a chase scene in there that is beat for beat the rhythm of Der Erlkönig by Goethe, because I couldn't get that poem out of my head when I was writing it, and so the story, like it has the same meter and verse of that poem, and that was a really fun thing to write. the dark fantasy that I'm working on right now, I'm calling psychedelic horror because I feel like it's really playing around with a lot of themes and ideas of like psychedelia, and it gets very lyrical at times, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm curious to see how people are going to respond to it. But
I really like that. I really like when people do stuff like that, and even I feel like sometimes it's considered more risky, but I appreciate when people like because I really like the stories in general and characters and stuff, but sometimes it's cool seeing what people do with the actual craft of writing and how they like can experiment with it.
See, after I read N.K. Jemison's Broken Earth trilogy, I felt like, okay, challenge accepted, because those are probably
I need to do that.
They're probably the best books written in the English language in the last 50 years. Like I'm just gonna say it. Like they won all the awards. They deserved to win all the awards. Like there are things that she does with the prose in there. Like one of the points of view in the story is told in second person. Who does that?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Who does that?
I didn't know that.
She does. She does it, and she pulls it off perfectly. Like how do you tell now? Like not even like the whole novel, but a portion of the novel is in second person. So you do this and you do that and you do this. And she
now I'm even more complicated.
And it works.
And it works.
Now that
and then you get to, I'm not going to spoil it, but then the twist that she does in the world, there's a twist in the story that when you get there, you're just like, I'm going to start the books again. Like it immediately, like you hit it and you're like, no. This is where I caught you. You dared once too far. This is no. And you go back, you start reading, and you're like, oh my God, how did I not? And it's a completely different story because now you know what's actually going on. And you read everything completely.
I need to read that.
Like
you were pumping me up. You were pumping me up.
Oh no, she's a genius.
I'm like
I read those books and I was just like, challenge accepted. Like I thought I was writing like interesting, innovative stuff. Like no, this is what interesting, innovative stuff looks like. I am nowhere near your level. I bow.
See, I have a twist in one of my series where I'm hoping that if I achieve it correctly, I'm hoping that it'll make people like reread the series and be like, oh wait, this has been happening the whole time, but like, you know. So I'm like writing it with that in mind, but I also don't want to give it away too soon. So I'm like,
but it's like when you get there in the book, like she's dared with so many things that you're like, oh, you're gonna try that now. Okay, I'm ready. This is where you're gonna fail. This like, just like as a writer, like it's not that I want her to fail. It's just like she just keeps like, oh, and now you're gonna do that. Nobody can do that in a book. Oh, okay, you can do that in a book. Oh, you're gonna try this now. Okay, this is where it's gonna happen. This is not like. You're not rooting for her to fail, but you're just like, no, you can't do all the things perfectly. One of these things you're going to mess up on. And no, she didn't. And I'll hail and praise. Like, oh my goodness, yes.
I'm so excited to read it now.
So I read the book he's talking about, and he's accurate in his description. He's not like sugarcoating crap.
No.
So, I'm just saying it's an accurate description.
Yeah,
I heard of it, and I just like didn't. I heard of it. And I'm like, oh, I need to read the books I already own. But now I'm just like, do I really though? Do I really?
This is the only book series in history that won the Hugo every year for each book in the series. She won it each year, and the first year. There was an attempt to take over the sci-fi association, the World Sci-Fi Association. So they actually made rules that made it virtually impossible for a non-heterosexual white man to win. Mm-hmm. But because of the way they do the balloting, the first ballot goes out blank, and everybody writes who they think should win on it. Those get tabulated, and then the second ballot goes out with the top tier of who people wrote in. So that's how balloting works for the Hugo. And so many people just kept writing her name in because, like, seriously, these books are so good. They had to just be like, oh, fine. Like, she should. Like, it's so good. It is like, oh, they're so good.
What were the rules that were bad?
What?
What were the rules that made it really difficult?
They had basically restricted what countries people could be from to have their books in there. They did actually try to have a rule passed that said that you had to be have had cisgendered heterosexual relationships. That was actually one of the rules that they tried to get passed. Like, there was a real attempt to take over the organization by a lot of right-wing powers that year.
Yeah.
And they were upset because, if I remember correctly, the previous year a Hispanic man had won it, and that was like the straw that broke the camel's back for them. And so they basically tried to, like, there was a limit of how many foreign words could appear in the text. Like, there was a lot. Like, they really tried to rig it so that, yeah, it was a very dark year if you're a sci-fi fan, because there was a real fight to take over, and they just couldn't.
How are you going against foreign words though? Like, aren't there like aliens and made up shit in sci-fi all the time? Like,
yes. But like I said, this was the white supremacists trying to take over. Like, they thought that they could take over. They thought they could win, and just like, no, you don't understand. Nora wrote this book. Like, this book is so good. Like, who cares about your rules? We're writing it down anyway. Like, this book exists. Yeah. Like, there was no way she should have won. Like, the rules were literally written to keep people like her from winning. But the book was so good, they had to be like, okay, fine, we're going to rescind all the rule changes. So that she could, because any other year,
those are just.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those few books that I don't think you could hype up enough, and I wait for the inevitable really bad movie to be based on.
Oh no,
it didn't happen. I mean, it's a great book, so of course it's gonna be a horrible.
But there's
movie.
no way you can make it into a movie. There's no way. There's no.
Someone will try.
Someone will try. It will be a bad movie
and fail horribly.
It reminds me of the Artemis Fowl movie that I watched and wish I hadn't. It was so bad.
Oh, because it's such a book, though. It's such a book. Like, it exists.
I feel like I feel like if you want to translate books to movies, like, there's two ways you can make it visual. Like, some books can make good movies, and some books can make good TV shows. But a lot of the ones that try to make movies are just TV show material. Like, the thing is, movies are they're very structured. You have 2 hours, you have like this whole time. Like, everyone's like, Save the Cat, and Save the Cat, like, people can apply it to the book and learn from it. But at the end of the day, books are way more fluid than movies are. And if your book isn't like a very structured plot, like, they made The Hunger Games into a movie, and The Hunger Games is a very movie type book. But that's not very common. Like, The Hunger Games, like, there's one tournament they go into. There's not even like, sometimes there are tournaments where there's separate trials, and it's like you can't fit all those in a movie. The Hunger Games, like, it is like perfect. Like, it's a short book and it fits a movie. It's a very streamlined plot. That's not very common. Like, that was a successful one compared to most YA movies, because it was literally a movie already. Like, it was perfect for it. Not necessarily a movie, but like, there's some things that you can never translate into movie. Like, there's a reason Game of Thrones, he rejected all the movie deals and picked the TV show one.
Yeah.
Well, like, this is where, like, and now we enter the quoting dead Frenchman portion of the show. This is where you have to go to Foucault. You know, the medium is the message. Everybody misunderstands what he meant by that, but there are certain types of stories that simply, by the fact that they are a film or an audio drama or a text, that changes the nature of the narrative. And every time you translate it from one format to another, you are changing the story. It cannot exist as it is in each of those forms. In fact, like, just to go back to Shakespeare, who got brought up earlier, right? Shakespeare on the page, Shakespeare performed for an audio drama, and Shakespeare performed on a stage or a movie based off of Shakespeare. Those are very different iterations of that same story. The words may be the same, but those are not the same story because of the nature of the medium in which they're being told. And that's what I think a lot of people that do the translation work don't understand, and why some things just should not ever be turned into movies, because some books are just bookish. They are of that space and really can't and shouldn't be translated outside of it, because you can't do it. You know, I noticed with like a lot of people got upset when the trailer for the Foundation series came out. And I just laughed at them. I'm like, that is an unfilmable book. So what they did was they created characters. So because the book has no characters. I mean, let's be honest. There are no characters in the book. There are people with names, but every about 15 to 30 pages, 100 years passes and everybody dies and you meet a new slate of characters. Like
you don't get attached to anybody.
Yeah, you don't get attached to anybody. The books take place over like a 3,000 period, 3,000 years.
Yeah.
Like, because it's the idea that's important. It's not the people.
Right.
So if you're going to turn that into a show, you have to completely rewrite it, because if we can't get interested in characters, like that's what TV is.
Yeah, I don't think that probably shouldn't have been.
Yeah,
that's
this is
translated.
more of a character-driven time period for media, versus doing overarching themes where that's the focus.
Yeah. But like, what do you expect? Like, I think it's going to be good. The people that are involved with it have done some really good movies and some really good TV shows. I have faith it's going to be good. Is it going to be the book? No.
No.
No. Like, it can't, because it can't be. Like, are you really going to hire an actor to basically narrate the beginning? Because the beginning of the book all takes place in the head of a really crotchety, angry old man, and then who's like, I'm right and everybody else in the universe is wrong, and one day they will know. And then 3,000 years later, you find out, yeah, he was right. But I'm sorry, spoilers. But
oh no, you've ruined the whole thing.
Ruined the whole thing. But it's like, and then you just see everything play out over time, because you're like, oh, and here's the part where we get into the big epic space war. No, we find out that it happened. We find out later who won in various sides and who got occupied. Then we find out, oh, wait, there's going to be a revolution. Oh, so here's where the big epic space war happens. No. We skip ahead to after that and how the geopolitics ends up sorting itself out after the conflict, because it doesn't care. Yeah, the book doesn't care about the characters. The characters are not important to the book. So what do you expect when you make a movie out of that, or a TV show? You're going to have to create new characters.
Yeah.
Like, it's simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just understanding the medium is so important. It's so important.
Yeah, when I took a screenwriting class, and I decided to like adapt part of one of my books into like the first 30 pages of a screenplay, and even then I had to realize, wait, there are some things that like you just can't have everything. You can't have all the conversations. You just have to streamline it, and it was kind of like, huh.
And the inner monologue has to completely go away.
Yeah, I see how books get ruined so easily, because that's not even the author doing their own work and deciding what's important. That's like somebody else deciding what's important. And I was like, it really is just like a completely different. Writing a screenplay is a different skill than writing a book, completely.
Yeah. And because everybody always it's one of the two quotes that always gets taken out of context. The medium is the message.
Yeah,
but that's what that means. Is it? The other one is blood is thicker than water. That is an anti-family thing. Stop using it to mean family. It's the blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb. That's the full statement. The people that you make a pact with, you have a closer connection with than the people that were born in your family. That's actually what that sentence means.
Reversed it.
Yeah. People have reversed it because they shortened it down. It's the blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb. No, it doesn't mean what you think it means. I apologize. The purpling is happening. For anybody not familiar with me, my lights slowly turn purple as the sun goes down. So the purpling has begun.
Yeah, Laura just texted me that her power just went out. So.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Oh,
is she in the storms?
She lives in Florida. Is that where the storms are?
I think they moved through, but they are trying to
now.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, because they were doing a lot of repair work, so they may have. Sometimes they repair one thing and turn it back on before they should, and that causes a cascade somewhere else.
Like a lot of things. Take stuff apart to fix it.
Yeah, so it may be something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just get worried and want to make sure everybody's okay.
I know. It always sucks when the power goes out, and then you're like, oh no. Especially when it's nighttime too, because it is dark.
Yes, but
Anyway.
it's starting. If you notice, look at my wall. My wall's starting to match her branding. Like the purpling is happening, Nikki. Like I'm very much on brand right now.
What is the
Oh, purple lights are good for reducing eye strain.
Okay.
So as the sun goes down, my lights automatically come up, and it comes up a light purple. And I used to change it, and then I, turn it off when I did streams, and then I just stopped caring.
Yeah.
No, people started asking why it stopped happening, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll just. Apparently, people.
Do what's better for your eyes, yeah.
Sites, but then I took them down because it was so long. It was like wrapped around my room like 2.5 times, so it was super bright. So I took them all down, and now I have a box of purple lights. I'm getting ready to stream or to string up there when I want to stand there with my arms up continuously like that.
Yeah.
That's a pain. That's the annoying part. Like taking the time.
I have a little light that just literally gives me a tan so that I don't vampire white.
I have my studio lights on right now, so.
Yeah,
honey,
it's a nice amber glow.
Otherwise, I don't think it'd be bright enough because my webcam is terrible.
Because I mean, like the paleness.
Until we get moved into my
okay.
office, like when I turn on my studio lights, I turn like you'll see the vampire in me. My skin is very naturally white.
Yeah.
Nah. We can deal with
that.
Yay!
Power's back.
Hi. I also lost pause for a moment, so I put my vines away.
Vines away.
Did I miss anything?
No, we're mostly just talking about our lights.
And I revealed that I am secretly a vampire all along. Sorry.
I literally went out driving this week to try to get some sun so that my skin would more closely match my foundation. Because, I mean, like, it had been properly matched last summer.
Oh.
But, with the pandemic, I don't ever go out except for doctor appointments. So yeah, this is a little pale. So.
And you can't buy lighter foundation.
But instead, I got a sunburn. So anyway, I don't, obviously I'm not as bright as I think I am. It was wonderful, though. We had a wonderful time. We played music and drove around, just doing that thing you do at the window because it was so nice outside. Normally, it's insanely hot and humid.
Yeah, because
I went to the beach recently, so I'm kind of sunburned too. So.
Yeah, believe me, I was putting on a whole bunch of the green corrector concealer, like underneath, like come on, because honestly, the sunburn has definitely developed. It was okay the first day, but yeah, by Wednesday, it was like, "Hi, did you know that I have blood in my skin?"
Yeah, see, my problem is, see earlier statements, goth. All the makeup that I have in the house, I realized the other day is like I have variant shades of white foundation and black foreshadowing. And
I do have white foundation to mix in, but I already feel like this is, so pale.
Oh no.
I feel like people will be like, why is she so fake? Like, I'm not. It's real. I did not choose this skin. I would like to look human, but my skin tone is blood. Laura is the epitome of persistence. The gremlins will not take her down.
This is why I made that. That's why I made that animation.
I wonder.
Sacrifice too. So.
It's goats. It's all the goats. Just like give them the goats. Yeah. They're happy then.
Yeah.
We're
I had to change positions because I'm passing out.
Yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours now. If we want.
Actually, I think totally fine streaming longer, right?
I'm the queen of the forever streams. That's what she's
right,
talking about. Like, yeah. Our Friday streams are like 7-8 hours.
Yeah.
Like
9
Like
hours.
I
How
hop
when
on,
did you guys
I get
stop
and
yesterday?
for a few. I get on, I stream with them for a few hours. I'm like, I gotta get something to eat, and then I'll get something to eat, take care of the kids. I'll hop back on. Like, oh wow, you're still streaming.
yeah.
Here I am
We
It's
again.
still going.
We just go. Let's see. Last night we ended up. Where's it? 7 hours and 22 minutes last night.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't that long?
I'm not sure if I can make it 7 hours tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
It might just end
Charlie's
with
been
people
ready
like
for
with me
it.
passed out.
Everyone will just be asleep. Yeah.
And well, the thing is, next week people are going to be freaking out because I'm going to have to cut it short next week because I've got a 9 a.m. stream that I'm supposed to be doing the next morning.
Who are you streaming with, Carly?
Oh no, it's going to be.
I wake up at 5 a.m. for
Are you
work.
streaming at 9 a.m. on purpose?
I,
Why?
No,
You just
because Haley Haggerty is a wonderful person and asked very, very nicely. I'm doing the opening panel for the virtual writing Ren Fair next weekend.
The Renaissance Fair?
And yeah, I'm doing the opening panel for that, the opening chat sprint panel for that, and it's at like 9 a.m. on Saturday. So come see the train wreck.
I will be sleeping. But my panel doesn't start until 4 p.m. Eastern.
Because I was scheduling those, and I was like, I looked at the time like 3 times. I'm like, that's supposed to say PM, isn't it? No,
No, baby.
no.
Yeah, she
Oh,
was
that's-
like, in that email, she was asking, like, oh, are you coming to the opening and the closing? And I'm like, what's the schedule? Because I don't do morning.
Because I just saw that she just put my name on the opening pedal. I was just like, okay, I guess I'm doing it.
The thing is, all writers, it's like I used to be an evening person, and all my writer friends, like most of them are evening people. But for my job, I have to wake up at like 5 a.m. and I work 4 10-hour shifts because I work at a wildlife refuge. So like I have like a really morning shift, and I'm tired like during the week. And then last night I was like, oh, I'm ready to chat. Yeah, I'll come for you, like Discord. And I stayed up till 4 a.m. because I was like, I like talking. But, like 2 of them are still going. I couldn't make it any longer.
Oh.
Like we own a restaurant.
But like my Wi-Fi's so bad that when I just did Discord, I just.
Yeah, we own a restaurant. So
You
we
own
don't
a
get to bed
restaurant?
early.
What type?
Yeah, it's a New American Cuisine restaurant, and because every now and then people have problems like counting like coins and stuff, like we have to stay up till like 3 a.m. just in case we get a phone call. Because there's nothing worse than being woken up out of the bed because somebody can't do basic math. Like, no need yelling at people. We'll just stay up and watch silly things on TV. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not a morning person to begin with. Like that does not run in my blood.
Me either.
So
I'm a middle of the day person.
it's going to be fun.
I've been forced to adapt.
I know. That's sad.
Which like it's actually pretty like fun, cool waking up early and feeling like I do things because I think me personally I'm more productive because everything's like open. But then I'm tired really early, so it's like I'm also the lame person. I've become the lame productive person.
I just miss going to bed after the sunrise because there's nothing better than like seeing the sunrise.
I've been trying to go to the gym early this week. I've just like no, I just sleep this weekend. I remember once in college, I pulled 2 all-nighters in a row, and then I went home and I slept a full 24 hours, and it felt amazing. Like I want to do that again just so I can sleep 24 hours in a row.
I don't sleep at all, so yeah, I'm fine. Like sleep and I just don't go.
I'm a professional sleeper.
Yeah, I actually was surprised when I found out like people have like missing time when they lay down because like no, like I feel every minute of it. Like, every minute of it. Like I hate it. I have to do it. The body doesn't function if I don't do it, but yeah, it's just like when I'm in low power mode. Like, just need to plug the battery in. Yeah.
Sleep is so relaxing.
No, Sleep and I have never gotten along, like ever. Like my first memories of that.
I'm not good at falling asleep unless I'm like really.
My first memories of that were like when I was in kindergarten and they'd make you sit down for nap time.
I
And I was
remember
like,
that.
Why? We're not going to sleep.
At all.
And other people are like,
Don't mind me. I'm just texting my mom. She's worried about me.
What? What's happening?
Are there storms there?
That noise.
What?
Like a lawnmower in the background?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Laura. You still with us? Maybe not.
Oh no.
Gremlin's got her again.
The gremlin.
Do you think she messaged her mom? Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Come on.
That'd be funny.
Oh,
I can still hear you.
Okay.
Good.
I didn't know I was off. Like, I heard you.
I don't know what you said. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. All I'm hearing
I
is
got like
noise.
Laura, you're siloning really bad.
Yeah, that was it. I was like, what is the word for this
text? So I was like, guys, I didn't realize I got.
I feel like maybe the Cybermen have gotten her a little bit.
Maybe.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello? Can you hear us?
Maybe not.
Laura, can you hear me?
Hey.
Can you hear my words at all?
Find the internet. Find it.
Find it. Find the Wi-Fi.
You remember like having to like move your device around,
Yes.
trying to find.
I remember we had like the antennas on the TV and we're trying to like get the channel in to watch the show.
Oh yeah, the bunny ears.
Had to get it to touch the ceiling because it works better that way.
And I discovered you could put aluminum foil on the bunny ears and make them super long bunny ears.
Oh,
Yes.
I never did that.
Yeah.
Oh no, we had like a spider web on the ceiling when we lived in Oakland. We had like a spider web of tinfoil all across the ceiling because you never knew which, because every channel came from a different direction, and like the antennas were not long enough to get all of them. So we just built like this giant antenna that we stapled to the ceiling of the apartment we lived in. That went from one side of the room to the other because eventually it would find signal and pull it in.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. I'm sorry.
Problem solving at its finest.
Yes.
That's okay. I accidentally woke Her Royal Highness over here.
Oh,
she's giving me the side eye. She's
like, how dare you?
I thought you were cool, but you woke me up.
Sorry if like my thing made a lot of noise. I didn't hear it at all, so it might have just been me like with static or something.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what it was.
I think StreamYard occasionally invents noise just for the fun of it. Like, because you remember, Stephanie, that one stream? Everybody muted. Like, everybody was muted because you could see the...
Oh.
It's Stephanie's
But everybody muted. You could see the little thing pop up.
Yep.
And it was still good. And we're like... Like, it's definitely not any of us, guys. Like, I don't know where that's coming from.
Oh, no.
Like, it was weird.
Yeah.
StreamYard is just weird.
At least it's simpler than OBS, which is the first one I tried to download when YouTube switched. And for some reason, it like didn't list StreamYard as one of the ones that you should like click to download. So I tried OBS, and it was so confusing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, at least this one is more like
Agreed.
I can understand it. The other one, I was like, there are flashing lights and things everywhere. I'm like, what am I doing?
Agreed. And you would think
Laura, tell us about your mother. What was it? I missed the whole part of that conversation.
Oh, she was just asking. She had to call me and text me, so I was just like, I just needed to text her to let her know I was fine. Nothing too crazy. I was just telling you because I was like using my phone, so I didn't want you guys to think I was being
Nobody
rude.
can tell. Just say that you're being perspective. Yeah, I said if my mom was still
like,
around, I would have just told her I'm on YouTube. Go watch.
Send her the link.
Yeah, I would have, honestly.
So Dad told Mom that I do.
It's
YouTube
fine.
Dad told Mom what?
My dad finally told my mother that I do YouTube stuff now, and I was on the phone talking to the other day, and she's like, "What channel can I watch that on?" I was like, "It's on my channel if you really want to watch it, but I don't think you'd find it interesting because it's all writer stuff." And she's like, "Is that like channel 52 or 65?" And I'm like,
No, YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to answer this because
Maybe you should
God
just
help
try
us all if my mother ends up in the comments section. This might not be good or healthy for anybody. But like, yeah, it was funny.
Channel 52.
I'm not on your channel 52, Mom. That's so weird. I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only channel 52 in Canada. I don't know.
There, yeah. It must be the Canadian.
Well, see, she thinks I'm like she thinks I lie about everything because that's just our relationship. And like she was like, I don't hear anybody talking about your show, and I'm just like, I really hate to like. So how are you doing? And I'm just like, I hate to say it, but I'm really big in France. Like people really like me in France. And she's like, oh, I'm sure you are, sweetie. I'm sure you are. And I'm just like,
oh wow. The shade.
Really?
Oh, shade. You have no idea.
All right. So Stephanie needs to take a break. Understandable. I think we probably should end the stream because it's like about 4 hours, and I kind of want to eat.
You know your rules.
You need to eat. I mean, I totally already literally turned the camera and the mic off, and I went to a pee break. And then I chatted with my brother for a moment. Turns out he's smoking chicken tonight.
Oh my goodness, Tom, Wonka Vision.
But anyway, thank you so much, Stephanie, for joining us. Sorry that you had couldn't say goodbye on camera.
But
yeah, Charlie's got a sprint. What at 10?
It's 10 Eastern. Yeah, 10 Eastern on my channel, and I don't know who's going to be there because everybody that was supposed to be there backed out on me, and then I just started asking people, like, would you like to be on there? And I think a lot of people said yes, so we may have a full Brady Bunch on mine, which is
I offered, but you didn't say anything.
I thought I sent you a link. I thought I sent you a link. Did I not send you a link?
I mean, I'm in the group.
Did
you send a link to that
on the spreadsheet?
Yes, I did. I did send a thing to and it's on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
But I know Doll's going to be there, and I thought you were going to be there, and Meadow's going to be there.
I don't want to be that nosy neighbor on the show. Like, hi everybody, I saw that you're all home. I just thought I'd invite myself to dinner. Like, are we watching Secret Matters now? Okay.
I just don't want to be alone. Like, I got to the point where I told Jessica, I was like, I'm sorry, but I'm not updating my thumbnail anymore because it's hurting my mental health. Like, I cannot change this thumbnail one more time. Once it's over, and I know who was there, I'll add them in.
Like a temporary one.
I was not planning to be on camera. I look like crap. Run over because I was like nursing a sunburn, and I'm like, here I am, baby, because nobody should have to do it alone.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I had a wonderful time. It's not like it was pity or anything, but it was like, here, I don't even care what I look like. You all can see the terrible parts. I had no eyebrows on.
Like me now.
No eyebrows. I had nothing.
Don't talk about eyebrows. I need to start my eyebrows.
Your eyebrows look amazing. Shut up.
Do you not have eyebrows if you don't do them?
My eyebrows are okay. Let's see. I lost this one when I was in the hospital in December, like entirely gone. And then this one went blonde. Now it's mostly back to like dark blonde, and then this one is halfway. But this part is not. I made this up. That's why it looks terrible. So I have 1.5 eyebrows back, and I'm very proud of these eyebrows. I'm so glad that they're really pulling their weight, and I'm cheering them on, but nevertheless, because I also lost like all of my body hair. So, and I know other people are like, great, I don't have to wax, and I'm like, you don't understand. When you lose all your body hair and then it comes back, you are itchy. I don't recommend this. So, but anyhow, I'm doing better. My health is better. I'm still working on regrowing organs. It's great.
Oh, my sweet little.
I'm glad you're feeling better, and I wish
I mean, that's why I'm in bed, y'all. Look, this is not like a flirt, okay? But I'm in bed.
And all this time, I thought you were just coming on to me. Like, I'm so upset now.
The ego of it all.
You know
Talk
me.
about how several of my relationships have started. It's true though. It's actually my idea of being friendly is apparently a lot of ideas of people being flirty, and my idea of flirty is apparently what a lot of people find overly upfront. Because I'm like, hey, I think you're gorgeous. You want to kiss and make out sometime? And people apparently do not find that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking going up to strangers. I mean, it's like chatting a little bit. Like, hey, look, we've been chatting for 2 hours and I'm having a wonderful time, but I just think you need to know now, I think you're gorgeous. So if you wanted to make out, I'm available. And they're like, well, I've just suddenly remembered I have other places to be. Bye-bye. I don't understand flirting accurately, and that will be portrayed in everything I write. Enjoy and stay tuned, everybody. Check out my Instagram.
Like, people think I'm flirting, but I'm just being friendly. But I think it's just because, like, I like compliment people a lot. So if you like compliment a guy, he's like, "What? I've never received a compliment before." Because girls are always like, "Oh, you look so good. I like your outfit."
Yeah.
And guys, like, it's like someone's like, "Oh, I like your shirt," and he's like, "She loves me," and it's like, no.
Right? No. I mean, but I will compliment a guy like, "Oh, I love your beard. You look gorgeous. You have amazing hair." Whatever the compliment is, and it is not. I want a piece of that. It is just. You have lovely hair, and I don't think that you heard it today because I feel called to let you know.
I have flirt offs with two of my friends very publicly at events, and like people gather around us like it's a prize fight, like waging bets on like who's going to go so far that like half the crowd goes whoa, like it just like turns around. It is wonderful. If you've never engaged in something like that, do it. It's fun. It's fun. It's really fun.
It is fun to flirt. I love flirting with people, but not like for real.
Yeah.
I just like giving people compliments. Oh, by the way, Nikki, I had sepsis. I had a blood infection, and I didn't realize it, but it was the first time in my life I ever said I wish I were dead, and it turns out that's a symptom of sepsis. Hey, just in case, if you've never been that kind of person and suddenly you're going, I feel terrible, I wish I were dead, that is an actual symptom of sepsis. Which is now apparently very common because I think 1 out of 4 people with severe COVID, that is sepsis. That is so a lot of the global population is now dealing with sepsis. I'm sorry, you're siloning again, Laura. I don't know what you're saying. I like to imagine all the things I can't tell what Laura is saying, that it's like really cool stuff that I'm missing out on. And it just makes me want to know more. What is she saying in Cylon?
I think she might have been asking what sepsis was, but I'm not 100%.
Like people have heard before, is septic. If they've gone septic, it just means a blood infection that your immune system can no longer handle. And it's common or more common with cancer as a side effect of cancer. And also childbirth is pretty common. Apparently 1 out of 4 women in the world get sepsis from giving birth.
Yep.
No comment about people not obviously washing their hands. I'm just saying.
That's still not like common everywhere for like when you're dealing with.
But and they checked me and they didn't find any cancer. Mine had to do honestly with I was so stressed from a really shitty, terrible, horrible job, and the whole job wasn't terrible. It was just my 2 supervisors. So stress kills, and then when they talk about it killing, that's what it kills. It will kill you.
All of you.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you how long I had it before I went to the doctor, but it was between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And I went after Christmas when I felt a little better. Because sepsis affects your brain. You get brain fog. That's one of the symptoms. And I couldn't think straight, so I wasn't making good choices. So, and it really can happen to anybody, even who doesn't have cancer and is not giving birth to children. So for instance, like stress, like, I don't know, a pandemic. Anyway. And so just keep in mind, if you can't think straight and or you feel like maybe you're dying, go to the hospital. Yeah, I tried to go to a doctor and they were like, you're not well. You need to go to the emergency room right now. And they made me leave without seeing a doctor. I mean, I'm glad now. But... Yeah, it was kind of a zany day. but anyhow, so it can happen to anybody. People kept telling me that every nurse I had said, there is no way you're 40. And I'm like, how old do you think I am? And they're like 23, 26, somewhere in there. And I'm like, no, I did not lie on my admittance to get into this hospital. So almost had a company. But yeah. Did you say something? Back. Yay.
Which one of mine is back though? I tried on my phone and my laptop.
Oh, okay. That's what the other one.
I'm not sure. Yeah. You're both on there, but I only added one.
I think my laptop's the one on, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Nikki.
Actually, my phone looks better, but I couldn't get it on earlier, so. Wait, did Charlie leave?
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, she made me the cat.
While you were playing.
Oh, no. I'm having back things, and nobody needs to see my face going,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's my life. Don't run upstairs, kids. Don't run upstairs. It's bad.
I always run upstairs.
Stairs are my nemesis. Yeah, I have Ehlers-Danlos, and so joints are, easy to pop out.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, so like that high impact of stairs is not the best decisions I could make.
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, I mean, I did not mean to make this late. Let's talk about how sick I am. I am so sick. You should see how sick I am in my head. Yeah, okay. Technically, everybody looks like Muppets.
I don't know, is this a mental health off? Okay, let's just fine. Like, all right, let's talk about all the darkness.
Okay, ooh, the darkness. Yes, I love the darkness.
The darkness is my best friend. It comes in the house and tries to cuddle with me, and it's like, someday you'll be mine, and no one else's. And I'm like, I'm already there. Like seriously, I can't go anywhere else. Who else am I going to hang out with if it's not for you?
Yes, Jessica, we are still here. Boundaries, we don't understand that.
Yeah, we're going strong. It will never end. I'm going to pass out on camera and just sleep.
We're just going to literally have just watching you softly snore. And we're going to be like, it's like a real party. Remember, like, there would be that friend who passes out while you're all hanging out?
I'm not going to name names.
At the sleepover, I'm like asleep during the movie.
I'm not going to name names, but one of the forever streams, somebody who really wanted to be there actually fell asleep, and I had to mute them because they were snoring. And like they're just sitting there, and I'm just like we debated, like, do we take them off screen? Like, what do we do?
Is that rude?
What is the etiquette? What is the etiquette right now? Like, I get it, it's late, but like, it's kind of mean to like take them off screen. I mean, like, but are we just being mean?
Want to watch
like
people softly snore and pass out? I know, I find that comforting.
Like, yeah, it was one of those weird ethical dilemmas that none of us thought we would ever be in.
Decide if I fall asleep, kick me out or no, and then go with that.
Yeah,
like if I fall asleep,
you do that, then.
Well, it's like when you're going through your ethics classes and you're learning all of the different things that can be yes, no, or maybe. That's not something that they cover. Like, what happens when somebody passes out on a live stream? Like, that's not like we could tell that they were fine because we could hear them breathing.
Right.
So
I feel like nobody asked, but I'm here to tell you what I think. I think. I know it's mutual. Let me do it. Do you know how many decades it took me to learn this? And I still do badly. So many decades. Oh, just to give you an idea, 10 years of rubber banding till I could do this.
I can't do that.
Rubber bands really do help train the muscles.
I don't know that I want to.
So, I think there's nothing wrong with sleeping. Sleeping people are so cute. And especially if you can mute people so you don't have to hear the snore, I think that's fine. It's if they start drooling. If they start drooling,
I'm with you, Jessica. Yeah.
take them off.
Take me out.
Because that's a little bit embarrassing and you don't want to like aid somebody in embarrassing themselves inadvertently. So, you know. But if they're not doing anything they would be embarrassed about later, leave them on. Let's all watch sleep TV.
See, it's really hard for me because I have no shame. I'm missing the gene. Like my family are all missing the gene that most people have that causes shame, guilt, feelings like that. Like I don't understand being ashamed of things, and so I was just like, "Oh, they fell asleep," and like they might be ashamed that you're streaming them. I'm like, why? What's shame?
Yeah, again, like I mean, Jess, look, you fall asleep on my live stream unless you are drooling, baby, or something, or like I don't know. Maybe if you're talking secrets, then I'll definitely mute you. But you know,
see, the only sad thing is, they need to give us the ability to like draw on the screen because
wouldn't that be awesome?
Like there's sometimes where like, oh, who was it? I was on a stream with somebody and they froze, and I just wanted to like draw a mustache on them because they had like the perfect evil villain pose because they were leaning forward when their camera froze. They're just like. Just like stuck there. And I was like, I want you to have a mustache, like a little goatee. Like I need
to put on the screen.
Yeah, I need this power. I need this power. Like,
yes,
so
or like, or
right,
bunny.
We need filters.
Yes, yes.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
I know what I was trying for, but forget it. How about I don't know. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to be able to draw on other people and have other people draw on me because I'm sure everyone else has a better drawing ability anyway. I think this is a brilliant idea and I want to sign up for it.
Yes. Trigger needs to get on this feature.
What?
I want to get back into drawing. It's so fun. And I think your face would be the perfect way to start again.
Is drawing on other people and get you back into drawing?
Yeah, just draw on your face.
Or do I need to start sending you selfies of me so that you can be like, all right, I can improve this? You know, fox ears. Fox ears. Yeah, like that. Yeah. I will.
Amazing, like anime hair.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how I get like a lot of like low-key aggression on Instagram. So I got a message the other morning when I woke up. There was like, selfie means you can just take a normal picture, right? Like, I'm just like, why? Like, I spent like an hour making these really messed up monster pictures of myself. I enjoy them. It's like the only joy I get out of my day. Why are you trying to take that away from me? And they came back and they're like, but you don't look good. And I'm like, I don't look good normal, honey. And like, they didn't know what to do. Like, you could tell that they were trying to troll me. And I'm just like, no, you don't understand. I'm improving things. But you had a skull superimposed on your face. Yes, and you could see all the bones. Wasn't it gorgeous? All the bones.
All the bones.
I'm like, yes. Like,
yeah. Honestly, when I do selfies, I mostly just send them to individual friends. And it's honestly, most of the time, it is me imitating, what was that movie, American Beauty? Or was it the Virgin Suicides? It might have been the Virgin Suicides. Maybe.
Was she on with the rose petals?
Yes.
That's American
And there
Beauty.
I am just like, And I mean, like, the worst faces. And, that's it. Because I can't bear to do selfies. Like, I grew up, with I grew up with, like, older parents who were like, number one, vanity is a sin. Don't be vain. And number two, you're not half as cute as you think you are. That's just all that. And so I'm like, nobody wants to look at my face because even I'm not really into it. So, right?
I just like doing like weird art pieces, like they're statement pieces. Like you could tell my mood based on like what messed up thing I do to my face every day. Like just enjoy. But it's like I just love the aggression. Like they like it really felt like they thought that they were like, oh, poor old person doesn't understand how internet works. Like, no, selfies are just pictures. And I'm just like, yeah, unless you just want to have fun with them. No, like you poor dumb old person. Like, oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Like I love you. Like
yes, Charlie's pick. are so cool.
If you
They're really
if
neat.
you put monster stuff on your face, why would they think you were going for cute?
I love how avant-garde the pictures are. I enjoy going, what will today be?
You should never
And
know.
also, frankly, I didn't know. I'm like, are you using filters? Because I'm like, I didn't even know this was a filter. But
I didn't know this filter.
They are all based off of photographs. They start as a photograph and then they end up as those monstrosities. But yeah, I have fun. I have fun.
Maybe
Like,
I
isn't
should
that
start.
the point of social media? Having fun. Like, did we forget that somewhere? Like,
I think so.
have fun.
Yeah,
Now it's
people are
about
so
money.
super serious. It's a real mood killer.
Yeah. Hi. Hello.
I mean,
This
you
is
know,
Minerva. This is the other cat.
let's be merry, for tomorrow we may be dead. That is just the truth of it. So let's just not take it too serious, sweet face
Yes.
kitty.
Yes. And stop trying to show them.
I mean, that said, I still wear a mask. I don't go out and socialize.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yes.
this welcome to my world. It is like 8 by 10 feet. I've let you all in. Here we are. It's like you're all chatting on my bed, like I'm in middle school all over again. And you know what? I'm loving every freaking minute.
Now we're back to my dreams, Glory. So
I'm just
saying.
I'm just saying. I know, like seriously.
Seriously.
Cool. Oh, do you remember when everybody was still saying totally tubular, like as if we all were from the valley? And it's like,
Yes.
you're in the deep south. Nobody's saying totally tubular.
Did people actually say that?
Oh yes.
Oh
When
yeah.
did people say that?
Oh, so I was in middle
I
school.
thought they invented that on TV or something.
On the phone,
No.
like, oh my god, yes, that is totally tubular. The first is you say totally, like, oh yeah, totally, absolutely, totally. And then even more is totally tubular. Yeah.
Just an example of what I'm talking about.
Do you
for
not
anybody who
know
doesn't
that's not like, why are you taking that kind of picture? Do you not understand how selfies work? They're
You
not
don't understand how so much. Do you know how much work goes into making one of these?
I know, I was like,
know. Like,
More work than a selfie.
oh my god.
well, it's like they were talking to me like I was doing it by accident.
Yeah. Like, how do you
Like
actually?
you just stumbled into
I'm
doing
just
art.
bad at
hard
this.
work.
I put all the settings wrong on my camera, and it does that to me.
Do you not
Oh my
understand your eyes are supposed to go together? I mean, it's like you think Picasso's real.
But yeah, oh no, like the 80s, 90s slang in movies, like I wish I could be like, no, people didn't really talk like that, but
And
oh
they
my
all do.
god.
Right.
Oh,
It was like, oh, it's
No,
totally
it was-
amazing. Can you believe it?
totally.
Totally. I could not. I was
Totally.
shocked. I was
It's
shocked.
amazing.
When did
My
they
face
when
looked
did
funny.
you say totally tubular?
What'd you say?
When did they say that? When they say totally tubular?
It
Like,
was
what year
the
was
late
that?
80s, early 90s.
Late 80s,
What
yeah,
year?
late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, I
That
thought
would
it was
be
like 90s,
I've
early
been,
90s.
I've been in
And
this
then, you remember Rad? Oh my god, that's so rad.
so rad.
I have a
So
friend
rad.
that said that.
I only want to wear rad shirts this week because I am like in the zone, Becky. Like we literally said these things. That's why Charlie is totally dying right now.
Yeah. The
I am
only slang
totally dying, y'all. I am dying. Look at me dead.
Well, not myself, I'm dead.
Terrible faces. I'm dead.
People say that now all the time. Like, I'm
I
dead.
just want Mary to come back. That's the only slang that I miss from when I was younger. I miss Mary.
Hey Mary.
Hey, Mary. Everybody was a Mary. It was so
Everybody
fun.
was Mary.
Hey, Mary. How you doing, Mary?
Keep your bra on, Mary. We're going. Get in the car.
Yep. I miss Mary. I miss Mary so much. Like, Mary was so much fun. I'm gonna
And
bring
then
Mary
like the
back.
negative version we sometimes use was Nancy.
Yes.
We don't need that kind of crap here, Nancy. It did not matter gender. It was just you're a Nancy.
Nancy
was
was Karen's mom.
Yeah,
and then had
pretty much.
well, we had to do Nancy Reagan with the whole just say no because
Yep.
the most privileged thing ever is just say no.
Yep. And
Yeah.
yeah. Nancy was definitely Karen's mom.
Yes, 1000%.
Because I remember the Nancys and I remember the Marys, and I just want Mary to come back because I say it to people, they have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just like, it's okay, I'm old.
Like, no, my name's not Mary.
It's like, oh, did you forget who I am?
I
I'm
know.
like,
So I literally in this. Well, let's see. In the aughts, you know, in the teens. No, excuse me. In the teens, I've literally had wait staff go. My name is not Mary. I'm. Can you not tell I'm a man? Yeah, like. And I was like, I'm so sorry. You are too young for my reference.
Yeah.
I apologize. Here, I will tip you.
Laura.
Hi, Laura.
The amazingness that is Laura has arrived. I've not gotten to listen to your story yet, Laura, because my stream went forever. She just posted her reading some of her flash fiction on her website, on her channel.
Yeah, I think I had fallen asleep before your stream ended yesterday.
Yeah, you said goodbye like an hour or two before.
Well, I know, but I was still posting pictures of the bread. I was literally in bed trying to fall asleep when the bread machine alarm went off, and I was like, "Oh, is Tom making another loaf? I have to go see this baby." And it had almost lifted the lid off of the bread machine.
Oh,
like it was stuck to the top, but it's okay. It was fine. And I was like, and I mean, that's why he has like a heat-proof glove and a vinyl glove on, is because I was like, "Ooh, it's a breech birth. You're gonna have to get her out." I posted these pictures to Charlie's Discord. Everyone should join. He's a lovely person.
Actually, Laura, you and Laura would probably like the other Laura in the chat's stories, because they're like, is Cloak of Bones anywhere that other people can read it, Laura? Because like, I just want to tell everybody about that story. I just want to tell everybody about the story. The story was so good.
Right, the one that Laura posted the video of today, or just, I don't know.
The one today was the werewolf story.
Okay.
Hi.
I don't know what day we're in.
Is the story, like, why do you think I'd like the story? It's like, what vibe? Is it because like a specific like vibe or tone they have?
You seem to like really dark stuff, and
Okay.
Laura has a beautifully, beautifully pristine, dark imagination that I absolutely love and completely vibe to. So I think you would really like her stuff. I adore it. I worship it. I light candles to it and hope that one day I will have such talents. And right now she's like, "You're just talking me up," and no, I'm not, because you're amazing.
And also, I'm kind of curious because like, I would like to see more. Biggest concern writing is like the actual prose.
Oh, Laura, we didn't hear you. What did you say?
I didn't understand that.
I think like I want to see more like flash fiction, because flash fiction's like very like you have to be very deliberate with words and stuff.
Yeah.
And I haven't read a lot of it. And also, I feel like my hardest part with fiction, like I feel like I have really cool ideas, but the part I'm most concerned about is my actual like prose and writing. Like sometimes I can write like chunks that I'm like, this is really good, and then I like try to write like a casual scene. It's like, how do I write casual interactions? And like I try to like write banter between characters, and I'm like, this is how I would talk. Do humans talk like this besides me? Like,
first of all, good dialogue should not be the way humans talk.
Yeah. I one
Bear
time.
that in mind.
no, I mean like I talk like me.
Because
Like I just like. I'm sorry.
I was just saying.
I get that. Like, I'm not like what I have conversations about is really stupid.
No, it's actually one of the things that a lot of writers get wrong on their first thing is they try to write very human-sounding text, and dialogue should be a sword fight, or it should be a flirtation. I do not subscribe to the idea that it should always have conflict in it, because those stories are exhausting. They're exhausting. Yeah. Like, stop. I don't need to. If I wanted to watch people bicker, I would watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I'm not into that. I'm not about that life, okay?
I don't watch reality TV for that reason.
Yeah, like...
unless it's River Monsters, but that's apparently not reality TV.
Can I just say...
You watch it?
Oh, yes.
I love scary fish. Fish are so cool.
And his new show...
like someone in Florida. Anyway.
Sorry, yeah.
if you're a fan of river monsters and you would like to see a great accidental parody of river monsters that was meant to be completely serious, there's a show called Monster Fish of a guy who was like watched river monsters and was like, I can do that too. And no, you can't. Like, no, it's to the point where like they start leaving the bloopers in. Like you can tell, like halfway through season 1, the crew was done with him, and just start leaving the bloopers in where he like can't bait his own hooks, and they're just like taking the reel away from him because he always loses the fish, and like they just start leaving the bloopers in, and he's like so self-serious about it because he's out there going to get that monster fish. And it's so funny. It is the great.
Is it on TV or where can I watch it?
I watched it on Netflix. I think it's on TV somewhere. I just don't know what channel it's supposed to be on. But
I have a Netflix. What's it called?
It's called Monster Fish. And it's not supposed to be a parody, but he's like so self-serious and so bad at it because nobody's as cool as Jeremy Wade. I'm sorry, nobody is as cool as Jeremy Wade when it comes to fishing because he's the only person that can make fishing that cool. And it's so funny. It's so funny. Like he literally jumps out of a helicopter in one episode to try to catch a fish and gets really upset that he missed it. And I'm just like, seriously, dude, do you not understand that's not how fishing works? Just
You don't jump out.
You don't jump out of helicopters onto the fish. That's not how any of this works.
Like my level of liking freaky looking fish when when the pandemic happened, my job got canceled and stuff, like my internship did, so I ended up working at the grocery store to make money as like one of those shop from home people for like the people who couldn't come in. Right. And whenever we got fish in, I would like stand by the case and try to look in their mouths to see their teeth and tongue because there was some massive. Ooh, that's its tongue. That's its sharp teeth. I bet that was a bit. It's like it was my aquarium, but it was just dead fish on ice. But you know, it was the best.
That's like the worst ice show ever. Dead fish on ice.
It's the worst kids ice skating show ever. Dead fish on ice. Let's all go. It's going to smell great.
Kath and me was like, I would so totally go to Dead Fish on Ice. Because
and then they had live lobsters too. So at one point, son ordered the live lobsters, and I was so excited because I got to bring them to the back room. And like I looked over at the lobsters, and apparently my boss was like, I was like, "Hi there, how are you?" to the lobsters. I was like talking to them. And my boss started laughing really loud. And when she guessed, she was like, "What's your major? What are you going for?" I was like, "Environmental science," and she's like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
Nice.
Yeah, and one of them was upside down, so I like put it up right side up, and I was like, "There you go, little buddy."
Yeah, I one time, speaking of Laura's comment about the dialogue, I one time had like someone critique in a creative writing class. I had someone critique my writing, saying that it sounds unrealistic. It sounds too much like a TV show, and I was like, "Why? Thank you so much."
I take this as a compliment.
It's too much witty banter, and they're like, "No, this isn't realistic. It's like a TV show." I'm like, "Oh."
Because everyone hates witty banter. That's
like,
something.
Nobody likes that. Like,
yeah, nobody likes reading that. I mean, like, seriously.
Like fun people going back and forth and saying funny things.
Seriously.
One thing I will say is like taking creative writing classes, everyone writes such angsty stuff, and I know you'd be happy.
Natalie, it's because Gloria and I are here.
Yes.
Like honestly, like
we
I
just
told you,
to do this on our
everybody.
Own
Yeah, like
not for like recording.
Yeah, like this is what we do. Like we get bored and just do this.
So, I have nothing to do with my life. This is my life. Like this is the most social interaction we've had so far this weekend.
Like if it wasn't for the fact that my husband is just awful, I would have sent an email like warning you, but he was just like, no, it'd be much more fun to see how she reacts.
There's Vanessa like, I am riding this tiger all the way through the jungle. I'm not going
Vanessa, you're a trooper, holding strong.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, Vanessa, I'm sorry to say I had no idea who you were before the Write-a-thon.
I don't
like,
think anyone
before,
did.
like, look, I literally tried to
Laura,
search
yeah, we know each other.
Vanessa Trade, and I was like, all I got was a bunch of Phineas and Ferb clips. True story. And I was like, I mean, I know she's real. What?
I didn't know that there was a character named that on Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, yes. Do you not know about Vanessa? She
That
has
was Vanessa Doofenshmirtz. I thought it was Vanessa Doofenshmirtz.
Right. Well, apparently there's this like big universal drain in one of the episodes, and Vanessa's also in it. So the keywords, it was keywording it.
Yeah.
So, and I was like, I'm sure she's real.
I have a
but I don't know. So I had to wait till I found, like remember when everybody was doing the participant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I am so glad that, the whole randomizer has brought us together because you are amazing and awesome. And I am so glad I know you and Laura now. I mean, I knew Charlie and Stephanie before, but I feel like
I know you're both really fun.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I only knew Vanessa, so it's nice to meet you all. And I wasn't even in the randomizer. She was just like, hey, you want to join in?
No.
I was like,
I just texted her. I was like, want to come?
I still have one mystery guest for the sprints I'm doing later because they never put their channel in the spreadsheet. So I couldn't, and I searched their name and couldn't find them anywhere. So I'm assuming their channel doesn't have their name in it or something. I don't know. So if they show up, there's one mystery person.
Ooh, mystery guest.
But they have responded to none of my messages, so they may secretly be like hating on me too, like everybody else in the world. So like, it's okay, it's fine. Like, I'm okay.
Why you don't text me back?
I try to tag my name so like the search engine can find it, even though it's not my channel name.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't want my channel to be named after me because I didn't want family members to find it. But then I also want people. Then I wanted people who were like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of my cousins found my podcast, which was really fun because there's a lot of things that I just don't share with the family because they know what they did.
And like there was like a bunch.
And so, like, when I realized that I was an NB, I did an episode because I'm like, the audience is going to start noticing changes. So I need to, like, explain it to the audience. And my cousin found that episode. And I got, like, a 16-page letter from them. Just like, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I'm the most terrible, awful person in the world. I'm just like, oh, there's hope for you yet. There's hope for you yet. But it was the most scary thing I've ever gotten was just this thing. I got a message from them and they literally like hand wrote out a letter and took pictures and turned it into a PDF. And I got an email said regarding your podcast. And then I saw the PDF attachment and I'm just like,
regarding your podcast.
Oh no.
It's like the 95 theses,
Like, I have done and said so many things. Which one? Like, which thing is this about? And yeah, it turned out to be lovely and wonderful that we actually like have a kind of a relationship now, which is awesome.
That's kind of cool.
But yeah,
that's great. The power of the internet. Sometimes it does good.
Sometimes it does good. But yeah, I don't necessarily hide what I do from the family. Like, they all know what I do. But I'm just like, you really wouldn't like that book. There's a lot of dirty queer stuff in it. Just
steer them away.
I mean, if you really want to like know.
I don't know. Read something.
Oh, no.
I read erotica last year. Oh, am I cut out?
Yeah.
Erotica first time this past year.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Was that the one you reviewed?
Yeah. And I don't think it's for me. But also the thing is, it wasn't like two characters who were together the whole time. It was like a bunch of different people with paranormal stuff. And like, so what's that movie where like the guy has the pinhead?
Hellraiser.
Yes, I was
Oh,
like,
Okay,
I
so
remember.
there's this world of pain, but it's supposed to be like pleasure.
Yep.
Well, in like the original one, it was like supposed to have more sexual stuff too, but they cut that out because of ratings.
Oh, the Hellbound
Um,
Heart is one of my favorite books.
Oh, is that from the? Does the book
That's the
have
book
more
it's
of that
based on.
stuff in it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
based on a book.
Yeah, the book it's
Oh,
based on
yeah.
is called The Hellbound Heart.
Nice, because like one thing is like after like I watched the whole essay on that, and then I read the book, the erotica, and in that one there's this whole paranormal thing where gods of sex and pleasure like create this like world and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's kind of reminds me of that, but it's like the not torture part and it's just the sex part. I'm like, this is interesting, and then the whole book was mostly focused on the sex scenes. I'm like, wait. But what about gods and all this like plot and stuff? Like, okay, they're doing the dirty, but I want this paranormal stuff. That's not the point of the genre. So the whole time I'm like, this
Erotica.
world's really.
See, okay, author tube confession time. I got my start
Yeah,
in writing
I'm kind
flat.
of like, I labeled myself as a. Mm-hmm.
You labeled
You got
yourself
started
as
flash
a.
fiction?
I feel like
What?
it's kind of become a new game.
What'd you say?
It's like Laura Mad Libs because like all of the keywords are the ones that are getting bleeped out.
Right.
You can fill in the
No,
blank.
I'm like, oh, my face.
Because you're like, that's
my
why I
author
labeled
is
myself
I'm like, I got nothing.
flash fiction.
No, I know I like Laura, and beyond that, I have no freaking clue. Nope. Nothing. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I
You
have to
get
say,
started in flash fiction?
That is my brother. Hi.
it's
Yes, he's smoking chicken.
Oh, you guys look alike.
Yes. Yes, we do. It's creepy. People think that we're dating or married when they see us, and I'm like, ooh, the commentary here is disturbing, but accurate for.
Yeah, so have you ever seen like the Game Theorist? There's like this guy and girl couple. They're married. They're from completely different states. They look like siblings. They look like the male and female versions of each other. Have you seen them? They're like identical, but male and female.
I have to say, Charlotte, yeah, that would have been so much more nightmarish, just like sitting there watching the three dots going, oh, what is the next sentence? What is the next sentence? Like, yeah, that would have completely destroyed me because I never even came out to my family, which I thought was funny because I was asked not to come out to the family. And I'm like, I've been with the same man for 23 years. They're going to notice. Like this is the worst kept secret forever.
They're gonna figure it out eventually. They're
Like,
not just roommates.
Charlie and Charlie's friend keep moving all around the country. They've lived in several states together. They're such good friends.
I feel like some of them probably just pretended that they didn't know, but they knew. Like they were pretending to themselves, not you necessarily.
So my sister took it upon herself one Thanksgiving to out me to the entire family because she was mad at my mother. So, yeah, that did not end well. But so yeah.
What does that have to do with your mom?
Oh no, because mom asked. Mom asked me not to like tell them any of my dirty secrets, like because I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to the family. Don't you understand? I was going to be a doctor in her mind.
Thanksgiving with your coming out story, baby. Yeah.
But I have to say, like everything, all of her tales need to end with "in her mind," because I was going to be a doctor in her mind, and she had this wonderful like I was going to be wealthy and like curing people of diseases in her mind. I never showed an interest in medicine. I never worked towards any of these things. Like, no. Oh, yeah. Hellraiser was an interesting book. It was an interesting movie. The book. If you can get past like the sheer grotesqueness of it, is very good. But
Mike is like I like watching essays about dark horror, but sometimes if it's like too much body horror, I just can't handle it. But I'm like about it, but like I don't know what I can take because I like some gross stuff with body stuff, so it's really like I sometimes I don't even know what's too much for me or not.
Did your tongue cool down, babe?
Yes, it cooled down finally.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, it was just sitting there in its holder and with it on and having a hotspot. I used my hotspot with it when Charlie did the 8-hour stream a couple weeks ago when I was on there, and it didn't do that, and it was hotter then than it was today. So I don't know what happened. But it's better now.
Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Gremlins are real. Don't believe anybody that tells you that they're not. They're hungry for our words and they try to take them. They're greedy, greedy little bastards, and we have to stop them.
Yes.
We have to stop them. They're evil. They're everywhere.
Sounds
and
like
they work for Microsoft.
That sounds like its own story.
Actually,
unless it is.
Marcus and Matilda are working on the Sock Gnome series, and I don't think I don't want to compete with the Sock Gnomes because Sock Gnomes and Gremlins, they're the same thing except for they go after different things. And I think Gremlins are making an appearance in the Sock Gnomes story that they're doing. But if you're not following the wonderful adventures of the Sock Gnomes over on Marcus's channel, you should. It's awesome. Because we get updates occasionally. The sock gnomes, for those of you who don't know, are the things that go in and steal your socks when you put them in the washing machine. So the only one of the pair makes it back out again.
Yeah, they've taken my socks, my Tupperware containers, my first external hard drive, and about 3,000 words of my manuscript. They have quite a collection going.
Yeah, so they I think it's actually expanded out to a full Sock Gnome expanded universe now, because the Gremlins got grandfathered in and a couple other critters that like try to take everything that's good from us.
So what I missed while I was gone?
Everything.
Random.
I'm just surprised you're all still on.
We're their bad influence on Vanessa.
Because your stream, Charlie, starts
in 2 hours.
2 hours and 12 minutes.
Yep.
Guess what?
I have a timer going on the other computer over here, so I know when I have to.
Which I think is also when the next chat stream's supposed to start. So we probably
is that 10 o'clock?
Yeah, 10 o'clock. Yeah.
You should probably let people rest for a minute, unless they're all still writing on another.
Well, there's other there's writing sprint videos going on right now too. They're kind of overlapping.
Yeah.
There are already 12 likes on the video on the stream that hasn't happened yet that I'm doing.
Oh, there you go. That's nice.
That's nice.
Nice.
You're still eating a burrito.
All right. Someone wants to know what you're eating.
Oh, me?
Oh wait, I clicked the wrong thing. But that was an interesting question as well.
I would read that, Laura. But I would read just about anything that you write. I am a fan.
Oh, like now or earlier?
I think
all of it.
Oh well, earlier I was.
Food journal.
Oh well, I've been drinking. Where is it? This.
Ooh,
okay, I looked up, and the next chat stream starts in 70 minutes.
Okay.
All right. I think I'm on my second or third one of those. Earlier I had apple cinnamon rice cakes, and now my husband made some kind of chicken with seasoning and stuff. What's on it, Jess?
It is Mandarin teriyaki chicken with sweet potatoes.
Mandarin teriyaki chicken with sweet potatoes. Sweet peppers. There we go, sweet peppers.
Sounds good.
And it's amazing. I can eat it because my taste buds are so wrong for my MS that most times when I have any type of meat product in my mouth, it tastes horrible.
So anyway.
Next question. Let's go on.
Glad that I was in avatar mode when that happened. I mean, whoo. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Laura, I'm just saying, my brother would really love it. So.
Yeah, it sounds funny.
It sounds cute.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I hope he finds his
whole storyline about how socks would escape through a portal in the dryer, like situation. And so she would, like, as she pulled socks out of the dryer, she would try to marry them to new partners and become recently divorced. And she believed that she claimed that the portal that they went through, where they went, was to Pen World, where all your missing pens go, and that the socks are the servant class to the pen. I don't know. There was a whole world building. It was
impressive.
Yeah, I had some morals with it as a child. I brought these up. My mother said the world is immoral. Deal with it. So,
hey, Laura, are you doing all right? Are you just tired? Oh, she froze again.
Frozen.
Oh, all right. That must be what's wrong.
There are worse poses to be frozen in, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I always look like I'm sneezing when I freeze on camera. You always find that one moment where you're like,
yeah, it's always that weird.
So when the camera starts acting up, I find myself just instinctively making bad faces just because I'm going to dare you. Because if I'm doing it on purpose, you're not going to embarrass me.
Exactly.
Because that's how it do.
Oh, okay.
All right, you're back.
Yay!
How you doing, Laura? Are you getting tired? Oh,
Yeah,
she froze again.
maybe we should. Do you want to wrap things up? Because I think that way you'll have some room between your next chat, so you don't have to jump from one thing to another.
Oh, you mean like I
I'm here for the ride.
did earlier?
Like an hour ago. I missed what you said. I'm sorry. I just see the squid.
The elder gods will eat your soul for that.
Yeah, pretty much. What? Oh no, you just keep freezing. Oh no, I was just saying that you were waving the stuffed animal around, and that's all I could see. Oh no.
I'm frozen again.
Yeah.
So everybody,
I think the internet is telling us that it's time to end.
The internet has too many strong opinions.
The internet has very strong opinions.
I know that's a hot take, and that's really controversial
you're
to say.
so brave. So
so brave. So brave.
Oh, well, eventually, once the pandemic's over, Charlie and I will get into our magical mystery band and we will go
that's
on
what
the
I was
road.
doing.
Ooh,
That's
exciting.
the plan.
The
I'm wondering
vaudeville will never end.
I'm trying to figure out if my parents' RV is restorable or if it's just a lost cause.
My childhood fantasies of one day growing up and getting a custom van, the kind with the big air conditioning unit on the top.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh,
nice.
yeah. I still have not given up on that dream. It's real.
I just want to live Priscilla, Queen of the Desert once in my life.
Yes. I can't tell how many times I've watched that movie. I feel it so deep. I also need more sequins in my life, as a general principle.
Yeah, who doesn't?
I've known some people who think it is just disgusting. And I'm like, why are you broken inside? Who hurt you?
Oh yeah, who don't like glitter?
I love glitter.
Me too.
I love glitter. I love sequins. I love anything sparkly. I'm here
I used
for
to
it
go
all.
clubbing in the 90s. I still find glitter everywhere. It never leaves you. It's the one constant in your life. Have glitter, it will always have you. Always.
And that's the moral of this live stream.
Yes. Yes. I like that.
Oh, a quick PSA about glitter. Okay, they've actually used glitter to prove people connected to murder cases. So I'm just saying, if you ever end up in someone's trunk of their car, be sure to be glittered up and rub it all over the trunk of their car so people can solve your murder later.
That's always been my motto.
Pro tip.
I'm just saying.
Oh, when the axe murderer chased me, I was glittery. I had on a glitter foundation. So I actually lived up to that the one time that murderer tried to actually kill me. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm just saying, glitter. You can never clear it all out. That was like the guy had tried to. He vacuumed the trunk and everything. They still found 3 pieces of glitter. Traced it to the manufacturer. Found out it had only been distributed at this one store. I think it was Hobby Lobby. And like to that particular one, they literally, it was the smoking gun was glitter, y'all. Glitter. So rub all your glitter all over trunks. Wear glitter every day to protect yourself. Or at least so your murder will be solved.
Are you back? Are you back? Are you secretly in hiding?
We'll never get Laura back.
Come back.
Maybe it is time to make some more sacrifices to her baby Cthulhu.
I gotta kill a goat. All right.
All right. You know, do what you gotta do.
It might be Brandon. I have not slaughtered a cow recently.
I'm taller than you.
I love a
Ellie
good
said she was going into the NBA.
What is the blah 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 blah? Women's National Basketball League.
Yes.
You don't love glitter, you're a Sith. Oh, well, Laura is already explaining my ex-husband. Thank you. You're accurate. He absolutely hated glitter, was offended, and anybody who brought glitter near him, he like literally blacklisted and never would talk to again.
Interesting.
He had issues. Beyond my issues.
They run around and get free cats.
All right. Do you want to wrap things up?
If you want to.
All right. Did anything anybody wants to say as like a last minute thing? Anything you're trying to promote? You want people to check out your channels? Everyone's linked in the description of this video if you want to check out their channels. And
I just launched a new podcast this week called Myth Weaving, which is all about world building and writing. And it already has 28 episodes up because I moved the World Building 101 and 201 series that I had done previously over there so people could find them easily in one place. So if you're into world building and all of that, go check it out. It should be available everywhere by now. I've gotten the email saying that it is, so hopefully the emails did not lie to me. So definitely go check that out. You can find links to everything that I do at projectshadow.com.
all right. That was good.
Hello, my name is Glory. My channel is Glory Writes the Blues. I have a regular occurring show Mondays at 4 p.m. Eastern, Awkward Sibling Hour, and we're about to do a new season of Awkward Siblings Go to the Movies. You're going to love it. We go over storytelling, both for people who just love movies, but also for writers. So I will have a panel at next Saturday's virtual Ren Fair, virtual writing Ren Fair. That's it.
Yep.
We're going to go over food and medicine in the world building context. It's going to be great. You should totally come. And also, please feel free to subscribe and like.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm winging it, y'all.
Oh, I'm in a room full of people. Okay. Hi. Thanks for watching Vanessa's channel stream for the last 4 hours and 55 minutes. My name is Stephanie. I have a YouTube channel, Stephanie Whitson. You can find me on there. Lately, I've been doing weekly vlogs. I'm going to vlog every day in November. I have a blog. All that stuff's down below. And I'm going to be publishing my first book tentatively November 15th. Tentatively November 15th, people. Don't quote me.
I will quote you.
All right. Laura,
Don't quote me wrong.
Laura, did you want to say anything for the outro?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube and Instagram at Trope Trinity Trilogy. I have a Twitter that I haven't been using much, but you can follow it anyway because maybe I'll start. And that's Laura R. Fielder, with the spaces. And I have nothing published, but I like to talk a lot and overanalyze things. So I got that going for me.
Huge fan.
And I'm Vanessa. This is my channel, A World of Words. I do booktube and authortube stuff and randomly some skit videos. I'm trying to start a music video series where I dress up as characters and sing original songs, but it's taking me a long time to actually do that, even though I've mentioned it a few times, so we'll see if that actually happens. But anyway, it's been so fun talking to all of you, and thank you everyone who watched. And have a wonderful night and enjoy the rest of the live streams for the World Wide Writeathon.
See you at 10.
Bye.
Bye. Have fun storming the castle.
You think?